So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto vanished and slept with Pervy Demigods? Movie 1. Naruto's life was perfect since the end of the Second Titan War. He finally was promoted to Jonin, he had caring grandparents watching over him, even if they did go silent, he had hundreds of aunts and uncles, and although his parents are dead, they cared about him. And he is ambassador for both worlds of the Cloven Council Elders, which basically gave Naruto an idea what it means to be a leader. Then Hera screwed things up back in the land of gods by kidnapping Naruto's surrogate brother best friend Percy Jackson. At first it was thought to be just quest the gods sent Percy onto, as his sword was missing too. His shield was still at cabin 3, but Percy doesn't always use it. But days gone by and no word was heard from Percy. Not even Percy's parents or girlfriend Annabeth Chase heard from him. Naruto and Hinata went back to Camp Half-Blood to help. Hinata even got Tsunade to lend them teammate to help with the search. Then last night Annabeth got a dream vision from Hera telling them that they would find clues to find Percy at the Grand Canyon during a school field trip from a boy with one shoe. Naruto used his contacts in the Council of Cloven Elders to find that a satyr guarding demigods he found at a wilderness school, and after contacting that satyr, it was confirmed his class was going on a field trip to the Grand Canyon. When Annabeth borrowed the flying chariot and attached it to Porky and Gildo, two of the camp's Pegasus, to go to the Grand Canyon, Chiron sent Naruto to help Annabeth and make sure she don't do anything too dangerous. Naruto drove the chariot and using their top speed, the Pegasus got them to the Grand Canyon quickly as in a second. So this is the Grand Canyon, Naruto said. So cool. Naruto Annabeth warned. I know, Naruto responded. According to the satyr I contacted. Gleason HEDGE Sedilla our destination should be far. They found a U-shaped walkway next to a museum with 3 figures on it. That's our destination, Naruto said. Land this thing then. Annabeth said. Annabeth, this is exactly why Chiron assigned me to go with you, Naruto said. We're not going to find Percy if you keep rushing things. Land this thing, Naruto. Annabeth warned. Naruto sighed and directed Guido and Porky to land. They landed at the far end of the skywalk. Guido and Porky tucked their wings and cantered nervously across the glass, and for a good reason. Naruto could sense the structural damage of the walkway. There were 3 people on the walkway, all of them look a year younger than Annabeth. One was a blonde boy wearing purple shirt and jeans with a denim jacket. There was a second boy who looked like a Latino elf with a scrawny body. Finally there was one girl who looked like she was Native American mix, and actually looked familiar to Naruto. Annabeth leaped off the chariot before Naruto could get the chariot to stop. She pulled a knife and ran toward the group. Dang it, Annabeth. Wait. Naruto shouted. Where is he? Annabeth demanded. Where's who? The blonde boy asked. She frowned at him. Then she turned to Leo and Piper. What about Gleason? Where is your protector, Gleason Hedge? The Latino boy cleared his throat. He got taken by some tornado things. Enti, the blonde dude said. Storm spirits. Annabeth arched an eyebrow. You mean Animoithweli? That's the Greek term. Who are you, and what happened? The blonde boy explained the situation. Apparently storm spirits had snuck into the school and waited until today to reveal himself. Halfway through the story Naruto finally met up with them and got a closer look. The blonde dude seemed lean like he'd been working out. He had sky blue eyes and a tiny scar on his lip. The other boy definitely was scrawny and short with dark curly hair and long fingers that seem all over the place. Definitely ADHD, Naruto thought. But the girl was definitely caught Naruto's attention in a familiar face that Naruto swore he's seen before. From her choppy brown hair to her kaleidoscope color eyes that changes between green to blue to brown. It actually reminded Naruto of when he saw Bianca and Naiko at Westover, and how they looked familiar to him. But this girl doesn't seem to have a look of recognition that the D'Angelo kids did. Maybe I met her while I was using the transformation jutsu, Naruto thought. It would make sense as Naruto had used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself. When the blonde dude finished his story, Annabeth wasn't satisfied. No. She told me he would be here. She told me if I came here, it'd find the answer. Naruto looked back at the blonde dude, and noticed one of his shoes was missing, and his foot was burned. Annabeth, Naruto said. This guy is missing the shoe. He must be the answer. No, Naruto, the girl insisted. He can't be. I was tricked. She glared at the sky. What do you want from me? She screamed. What have you done with him? Naruto sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. This caused a questioning look from the girl named Piper. The skywalk shuddered, and the Pegasus whinnied urgently. Annabeth, Naruto said, we gotta leave. Let's get these 3 to camp and figure it out there. The skywalk is damaged and the storm spirits might return. She fumed for a moment. Fine. She fixed the blonde guy named Jason with a resentful look. We'll settle this later. She turned on her heel and marched toward the chariot. Piper shook her head. What's her problem? What's going on? Seriously, the Latino boy named Leo agreed. We have to get you 3 out of here, Naruto said. I'll explain on the way. I'm not going anywhere with her, Jason gestured toward Annabeth. She looks like she wants to kill me. Naruto hesitated a bit. Annabeth's okay. You gotta cut her some slack. She had a vision telling her to come here, to find a guy with one shoe. That was supposed to be the answer to her problem. What problem? Piper asked. Naruto shook his head to try and ignore the nagging thought that he knew her somewhere. We're looking for one of our campers, her boyfriend. Wo's been missing for 3 days, Naruto said. Annabeth's going out of her mind with worry. She hoped Had be here. I even was sent to make sure she didn't do anything too dangerous. Who's her boyfriend? Jason asked. And why do you care? I care because she's my aunt, Naruto said. And her boyfriend is also my best friend. Percy Jackson. Naruto drove the chariot back with Leo, Piper and Jason riding in the back, and Annabeth typed in Camp Half-Blood's coordinates into the navigational pad. Why a flying chariot has one, Naruto don't understand. This is so cool. Leo said, spitting a Pegasus feather out of his mouth. Where are we going? A safe place, Annabeth said. The only safe place for kids like us. Camp Half-Blood. Half-Blood? Piper sounded offended. Is that some kind of bad joke? She means we're demigods, Jason said. Half god, half mortal. Annabeth looked back. You seem to know a lot, Jason. But, yes, demigods. Although Naruto is actually the son of 2 demigods, so has actually a legacy, Annabeth said. My mom is Athena, goddess of wisdom. Naruto is the grandson of Athena as well as Hermes, messenger of the gods and champion of Hedge of Hearth, and council member of the Council of Cloven Elders. Champion of Hedge? Leo asked. It means I serve under Hedge in return of blessings from her, Naruto said. I'm also a shinobi from another world called the Elemental Nations. I would demonstrate what I can do, and since I'm a member of the Cloven Elders, the Pegasi listened to me. Sure, why not, Leo said. Other world's demigods, Piper said. Wait, you mean you think you think we're? Lightning flashed. The chariot shuddered, and Jason yelled. Left wheel's on fire. Sure enough, the left wheel was burning as white flames lapping up the side of the chariot. The wind roared as clouds formed dark shapes of horses. Piper started to say, why are they? Animoy come in different shapes, Annabeth said. Sometimes human, sometimes stallions, depending on how chaotic they are. Hold on. This is going to get rough. Naruto flicked the reins. The Pegasi put on a burst of speed, and the chariot blurred. When things were back to normal, they were over a cold gray ocean stretched out to the left. Snow-covered fields, roads, and forests spread to the right. Directly below them was a green valley, like an island of springtime rimmed with snowy hills on 3 sides and water to the north. There were clusters of buildings resembled to ancient Greek temples, a big blue mansion, bull courts, a lake, and a climbing wall that seemed to be on fire. Then the wheels came off and the chariot dropped out of the sky. Annabeth and Naruto tried to maintain control. The Pegasi labored to hold the chariot in a flight pattern, but they were exhausted from the burst of speed, and bearing the chariot and weight of 5 people was too much. The lake. Annabeth yelled. Aim for the lake. The naiads aren't going to like this, Naruto said as he directed the Pegasi to the lake, and they crashed into the lake with a boom. Everyone was shock-cold and disoriented from crashing into the water. Fortunately, the naiads showed up and literally threw everyone out of the lake. They landed on the beach safely except for Naruto, who was standing on the lake, cutting the Pegasi free from their harness. Once they were free, the Pegasi took off flying out of the water. Kids showed up with blankets and leaf blowers to dry everyone up. The campers were between the ages of 9 to 18 or 19 and all of them had orange t-shirts like Annabeth's and Naruto's. Then without warning the naiads threw the flying chariot out of the lake and crash-landed on the beach. Was that really necessary? Naruto asked. Apollo and Ares' cabin will be breathing down our necks for that. Naiads flinched and apologized. Girls, I told you it's not necessary for you to grovel, Naruto said. Is that normal? Piper asked. Naruto is still adjusting to his position, and it doesn't help nature spears fear angering the Council of Cloven Elders like Naruto who are their bosses. Annabeth. Naruto. The guy with a bow and quiver on his back pushed the crowd. I said you two could borrow the chariot, not destroy it. Well, I'm sorry, Annabeth sighed as Naruto rejoined them. I'll get it fixed, I promise. Will scowled at the broken chariot. Then he sized up Piper, Leo, and Jason. These are the ones. Way older than 13. Why haven't they been claimed already? Claimed? Leo asked. Any sign of Percy? Will asked. No, Annabeth admitted. The campers muttered. Relax guys, Naruto said. I got word from Hinata before I left, and she got a team to help with the search. Shino and Kiba are both trained trackers, and neither are demigods, so they should help her with the search without drawing in too many monsters. Another girl stepped forward, tall, Asian, dark hair and ringlets, plenty of jewelry, and perfect makeup. She made the jeans and orange t-shirt look glamorous. She glanced at Leo, fixed her eyes on Jason like he might be worthy of her attention, then curled her lips at Piper, as if she were a week old burrito that had just been pulled out the dumpster. Well, the girl said. I hope they're worth the trouble. Leo snorted. Gee, thanks. What are we, your new pets? No kidding, Jason said. How about some answers before you start judging us like, what is this place, why are we here, how long do we have to stay? Jason, Annabeth said, I promise we'll answer your questions. And Drushi frowned at the glamour girl. All demigods are worth saving. But I'll admit the trip didn't accomplish what I hoped. Hey, Piper said. We did ask to be brought here. Drew sniffed. And nobody wants you, Han. Does your hair always look like a dead badger? Piper stepped forward, ready to smack her, but Annabeth said, Piper, stop. Piper did out of fear of making enemy with Annabeth. All newcomers are welcome here, Naruto said. I'll assign a shadow clone to be their guide and give them a tour of camp. Although they're older than 13, hopefully the gods will still claim them as they promised. Would somebody tell me what claimed means? Piper asked. Suddenly there was a collective gasp. The campers backed away. As a strange red light bathed them, everyone turned to Leo, and Piper gasped. Floating over Leo's head was a blazing holographic image of Firehammer. That, Annabeth said, is claiming. What I do? Leo backed toward the lake. Then he glanced up and yelped. Is my hair on fire? He ducked, but the symbol followed him, bobbing and weaving. Well, that was unexpected, Naruto said. Leo, yeah, I've just been claimed, Annabeth said. By God, Jason interrupted. That's the symbol of Vulcan, isn't it? All eyes turned to him. Jason, Annabeth said carefully. How did you know that? I'm not sure. Vulcan? Leo demanded. I don't even like Star Trek. What are you talking about? Vulcan is the Roman name for Hephaestus, Naruto explained carefully. Has the god of blacksmiths and fire, and your dad. The fire hammer faded, but Leo kept sweating the air like he was afraid it was following him. The god of what? Who is my dad? Naruto, Annabeth said. Right? I'll have a shadow clone take Leo on camp tour and introduce him to his siblings in cabin 9, Naruto said. What's cabin 9? I don't have siblings and I'm not a Vulcan. Leo demanded. Naruto made a hand sign and created 2 shadow clones, which shut him up, as well as Piper and Jason. Yo, me clone, take Leo on a tour and introduce him to cabin 9, Naruto said. Sure thing. The clone said. Come on, Leo. I'll explain everything, the clone said as he guided Leo off toward the cabins. Annabeth started studying Jason, which made Piper uneasy as well as Jason. Hold out your arm. Annabeth ordered. Everyone saw what Annabeth was looking at, and it caused some eyes to widen. Jason had taken off his windbreaker after his dip in the lake, leaving his arms bare, and on the inside of his right forearm was a tattoo. A dozen straight lines like a barcode, and over that an eagle with the letters SPQR. I've never seen marks like this, Annabeth said. Naruto, do you recognize these? No, I haven't, Naruto said. It doesn't look like anything I've seen in the elemental nations. Where did you get them? Annabeth asked Jason. Jason shook his head. I'm getting really tired of saying this, but I don't know. The other campers pushed forward, trying to get a look at Jason's tattoo. The marks seemed to bother the campers. Even Naruto had a strong sense that whatever it meant, it was supposed to be a declaration of war. They look burned in your skin, Annabeth noticed. They were, Jason said before wincing like he had a headache. I mean, I think so. I don't remember. The campers were quiet and looked between Annabeth and Naruto, as if both were their leaders. He needs to go straight to Chiron, Annabeth decided. They'll take him there, Drew volunteered. No, my clone will, Naruto said. Oh, come on, Naruto. Let me do it, Drew said in a charming voice that seemed to make everyone to agree. Everyone except Piper, and to Piper's surprise Naruto. My clone will take Jason, and that's it, Naruto said. The remaining clone led Jason toward the big blue house on the hill. The crowd began to disperse, until Naruto, Piper and Annabeth were left. Annabeth, go to cabin 6 and rest. I'll take care of Piper from here, Naruto said. No, I can handle this, Annabeth said. Annabeth, please. Percy will be if he knew I let you work yourself to death while he was gone, Naruto said. Annabeth sighed. Fair enough. But if you see Rachel, send a clone for me. Sure thing, Naruto said. Annabeth trudged off toward the cabins. You cared about her, Piper noted. Well, Annabeth is my aunt and Chef's family, so yeah, I care about her, Naruto said. What about Jason? Is he in some kind of trouble? What was Chiron? Piper asked. Well, I'm not really sure, but I'm sure Chiron will know how to help him, Naruto said. Come on. I'll give you a tour. Naruto showed Piper all sorts of amazing stuff the camp had to offer: magic archery, Pegasus riding, the lava wall, fighting monsters. Naruto showed her the open-air dining pavilion that overlooked Long Island Sound. Naruto explained how Camp Half-Blood a summer camp was mostly, but some kids stayed here year-round, and they'd added so many campers it was always crowded now, even in the winter. And that includes Cyclops that were originally abandoned on the streets, but were given a choice to continue living on the streets or come to Camp Half-Blood and learn to forge. As for the demigods, only 1/3 of them are from the elemental nations, as like the Cyclops, as there are no monsters chasing them there, and those from ninja or samurai nations can still learn how to fight. In fact, majority of the campers from the elemental nations were from nations that didn't have ninja villages. Piper wondered who ran the camp, and how they'd known Piper and her friends belonged here. She wondered if Shess have to stay full-time, or if she'd be good at the activities. Could she flunk out of monster fighting? A million questions bubbled in her head but kept quiet. They climbed a hill at the edge of the camp. Piper turned, and got an amazing view of the valley, a big stretch of woods to the northwest, a beautiful beach, the creek, the canoe lake, lush green fields, and the whole layout of the cabins, a bizarre assortment of building arranged like a Greek omega, with a loop of cabins around a central green, and 2 wings sticking out the bottom on either side. There were 20 cabins in all. One glowed golden, another silver. One cabin was back with fiery green torches out front. All of it seemed like a different world from the snowy hills and fields outside. The valley is protected from mortal eye, Naruto said. The weather is controlled, too. Each cabin represents a Greek god, a place for that god's children to live. What about you? Piper asked. I live in one cabin and eat with the other, but I spend time with my aunts and uncles from Athena and Hermes, Naruto said. So you're saying my mom could be goddess, maybe even your grandmother, Piper said. Naruto nodded. You are taking this well. Piper hesitated as if she was trying to find the answers. Then she took a shaky breath. I guess after this morning, it's a little easier to believe. I can understand that, Naruto responded. When I first came to this world, I was overwhelmed, but I adjusted so well that when I found out I was related to Athena and Hermes, I wasn't very shocked. So was my mom. Undetermined, Naruto said. Fortunately for you, gods are supposed to claim you when you are 13, and you look about 15, so it shouldn't be too long. Why 13? Piper asked. The older you get, the more monsters notice you, try to kill you. Round 13 is usually when it starts. That's why we send protectors into the schools to find you guys, get you to camp before it's too late. Like Coach Hedge. Naruto nodded. He was a satyr. Half man, half goat. Satyrs work for the camp, finding demigods, protecting them, bringing them in when the time is right. Piper again didn't seem surprised, so Naruto guessed she saw some hints of it. What happened to him? Piper asked. When we went up into the clouds, is he gone for good? Naruto shrugged. It's hard to say. I've been told storm spirits are hard to fight without catching them by surprise. Even with celestial bronze. Jason's sword just turned them into dust, Piper remembered. He might have been lucky. But we can't be sure with his memory gone, Naruto explained. Besides, when monsters are destroyed, their essence goes to Tartarus, a huge abyss in the underworld, where the worst monsters come from. But they don't stay gone forever. Some stays gone for a few weeks, some stay gone for centuries. But satyrs aren't monsters or your average mortal souls. When they die, they're immediately reincarnated as a tree or flower or something. But don't feel bad for it. Hedge was a protector, and knew the risk. Piper gazed down at the cabins with an easy look on her face. She turned to Naruto, was giving her a strange look. What? Have we met before? I could have sworn we met before. Naruto asked. I'm pretty sure I would remember you, Piper said. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Maybe you've seen one of my transformations. Transformations? Yeah, sometimes during quest authorities get involved in way we get blamed for something, and I use a transformation jutsu to disguise myself. Naruto said. Where are you from? LA, Piper said. Why? LA, yeah, I've been there 5 years ago, Naruto said. Wait, were you with a business lady who talks on the phone? What was her name? Jane? Piper asked and worried. Yeah. Now I remember, you're that girl with her, Naruto said. You were spending time with your dad, but she was keeping you waiting at a coffee shop. But I don't, though, maybe this you recognize me as this. Naruto made the hand sign and transformed into a red-hair whiskerless, brown-eye male dot. Wait, that you, Piper responded. Yeah, I know, don't feel bad. I just called to reveal my true self, Naruto said. But hey, this is good news. You already have a friend here. And yeah, I'll have more friends later on. Believe it, everyone here has gone through what you went through except the transformation thing, but again, sorry. I've been kicked out of 5 different schools the past 5 years, Piper said as an argument. My dad's running out of places to put me. I didn't go through that many schools, but you can't beat my friend Percy. He's been through 9 schools, 2 of which I've been expelled with him, Naruto said. It's not that uncommon for demigods to be labeled as troublemakers. Especially when monsters pop up. Seriously? Oh, yeah. Most of us are diagnosed with attention-deficient hyperactive disorder or dyslexia, or both. Leo's ADHD, Piper said. Right? It's because we're hardwired for battles. Restless, impulsive, we don't fit in with regular kids. Demigods get a bad rep. No big deal. And as soon as your mom claims you, you will have more campers to relate to as y'all have siblings. Don't you have siblings? Piper asked. Naruto shrugged. Sort of. I don't have any blood-related siblings. My parents died when I was a newborn. Oh, sorry, Piper responded. Naruto shrugged. It's okay. I do have friends I consider as brothers and sisters. You might meet some of them. In fact, Percy is actually one of them. Well, that's nice, Piper said. Come on, there's something I should check out for Annabeth before dinner. Naruto said. They hiked a little farther until they reached a cave near the top of the hill. Bones and old swords littered the ground. Torches flanked the entrances, which was covered in velvet curtain embroidered with snakes. What's in there? Piper asked. Naruto knocked on the stone wall. When he didn't get any answer, he carefully looked in, like he was worried that he might look in during a bad timing, but sigh with relief. Nothing, right now. But a friend stays here when she's at camp. When Annabeth asked me to alert her when she gets here, I thought she might have contacted her. Your friend lives in a cave. Only when she's here. Otherwise she lives in a luxury condo in Queens with her family, and goes to a finishing school in Connecticut. She's our oracle, tells the future and gives prophecies when needed. And you thought Annabeth contacted her? Piper asked. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should send a clone to Calypso to see if she can find Percy with her magic, Naruto said. Last I checked, she was vacationing at her home island of Ajija to take a break from the modern world. Is Calypso? Piper asked. Tidanis, and a friend of mine, Naruto said. She'd been free from her imprisonment, but she started missing home, so we agreed I would take her back for a vacation once in a while. That was before Percy disappeared though. Right, Piper said. Oh, don't worry, her home isn't a prison anymore, Naruto said. I can get her out of there anytime. But we agreed to wait 2 weeks of our time to make sure she at least have a few days on her island of peace. Well, that's nice, Piper said, deciding to look away to get her mind off all this new sudden info. Her eyes drifted to the crest of the hill, where a single pine tree dominated the skyline. Something glittered in its lowest branch, a sheep's fleece. Piper didn't think much of it until she looked at the base of the tree. At first she thought it was wrapped in a pile of massive purple cables. But the cables had reptilian scales, clawed feet, and a snake-like head with yellow eyes and smoking nostrils. That's a dragon, Piper stammered. That's the golden fleece. Yep. And it wasn't easy to retrieve, Naruto said. It somehow got into possession of the Cyclops Polyphemus before we got it. You sound like you were there, Piper said. That's because I was there. I led the quest to retrieve it, Naruto said. Percy, Annabeth, and a few more friends of ours. Naruto's shoulders slumped as he remembered that his sadder friend Grover was missing just as Percy is. Only they knew where Grover was thanks to Grover's quick thinking with the empathy link. Sadly they did try it with the empathy link, and got nowhere with it. How long Percy been missing? Piper asked. 3 days, Naruto said. Although if you ask Annabeth she can give you the exact hours and minutes. And none of you got any idea what happened to him. Naruto shook his head. I just popped over for a visit after getting some time off from a mission in the Elemental Nations when Annabeth told me. She and Percy met up here at Camp Tuesday, planning to spend 3 weeks together. They went to their separate cabins and the next morning he was gone. They searched the whole camp and contacted his mom and nothing. They were actually hoping I got word from Percy, or pull Percy with me on some quest, but I was as clueless as the rest, Naruto said. Piper's mind seemed to be somewhere else for a moment. How long were Annabeth and Percy together? Since August 18th, Percy's 16th birthday, Naruto said. I should know, I led the camp to dunk those two in the canoe lake, as part of my birthday surprise for Percy. I didn't expect Annabeth and him to start dating, but hey, they got some privacy because of my stunt. Piper gave him a strange look. Percy is the son of Poseidon. He can control water and make air bubbles even when underwater. August 18th. That's almost exactly when I met Jason, Piper said. But we've only been together a few weeks. Naruto winced as this was something he was hoping to avoid. He knew Jason wasn't supposed to be at the school. Blease and Hedge reported having look over 2 demigods, not 3, for example, and the fact Jason was what Hera was talking about Annabeth's dream just confirms it. Piper, about that. Maybe you should sit down. Piper had a look of panic. Look, I know Jason thought he just appeared at our school today. But that's not true. I've known him for 4 months. Piper, Naruto said. It's the mist. Mist what? The Mist is a magical veil that covers up the magical world from the mortal world, so mortals don't see things as it is. Mostly because they can't process stuff like gods and monsters. So the mist makes anything mystical something they can understand, like their eyes might just skip over the valley completely, or they might see Peleus the dragon as a pile of cables. Demigods, even those from the elemental nations, can be fooled by the mist too, although because of our hardwired brains, we can interpret the mist differently. But in the end, the mist can do a lot of things: change memories, create memories, make illusions of something that isn't there. Make monsters look like human. Oh man, Percy and I have plenty of stories involving that. But Jason's not a monster, Piper insisted. Has a human guy, or demigod, or whatever you want to call him. My memories aren't fake. They're so real. The time we set Coach Hedge's pants on fire. The time Jason and I watched a meteor shower on the dorm roof, and I finally got this stupid guy to kiss me. Piper started rambling off her entire semester at Wilderness School. How she liked Jason the first week they met. How he was so nice to her, and so patient, he could even put up with hyperactive Leo and his stupid jokes. Had accepted her for herself and didn't judge her because of the stupid things she'd done. They'd spent hours talking, looking at the stars, and eventually finally holding hands. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, wishing he had a child of Aphrodite here to help him out. This whole love thing wasn't exactly his specialty. Heck, even Percy didn't turn to Naruto about love advice after he and Annabeth started dating. The most he done for Percy and Annabeth was help set up a dinner date in Paris through his gramps for Percy's and Annabeth's 1-month anniversary. Although Percy never admitted, Naruto got the feeling his dark-haired friend knew Naruto saved him that day. I got to admit, Piper, your memories are a lot sharper than most. But if you know him so well, I do, then where is he from? Piper froze in shock. He must have told me, but who is his parents? What school did he go to before? Where did he get that tattoo? I don't know, but Piper, what's his last name? Naruto asked. Piper's expression went black, and then she started to cry. Oh man. Sorry Piper. I didn't mean to make you cry, Naruto said, now feeling bad and awkward before an idea hit him. Oh, I know. Maybe you actually fell in love with him because of the fake memories. Yeah, this could be your chance to make those memories real. Believe it. Piper didn't look so sure, or does she want to believe it? But I still can't believe I know we had something. And now it's gone, like he doesn't even recognize me. If he really did just show up today, then why? How'd he get there? Why can't he remember anything? I don't know, Naruto said. I just hope Chiron can figure that out. But for now, let's get you settled in. Come on, I got to show you to some good friends of mine. Piper looked down at the valley, still looking uncertain. Yeah, she said. Let's go. Naruto took her to the sword arena, which had a cage around it. We originally kept this lock up so they don't escape, but lately they learned how to shadow travel out of the cage. Naruto said as he unlatched the door. It'd been really bad lately since their mother been out searching for Percy. Naruto opened the gate and they entered with Piper. Naruto closed the gate behind him and gave a taxi whistle. Suddenly, the sound of 6 dogs barking as 6 Saint Bernard-sized hellhounds ran toward Naruto, tackled him to the ground, licked him. Behind them a 2-headed dog walked up and sat down. Down, pups, down, Naruto said. Pups? Piper asked in shock. Yeah, they're still puppies, Naruto said. They're hellhounds. Minato, Kushina, Haku, Daedalus, Amelia, and Harriet, and that over there is their dad and the 2-headed brother of Cerberus. Orthus. Orthus, didn't he belong to some kind of monster? He did, but he wanted to stay with me, Naruto said. They also have one other brother. Hiruzen, but has living with a friend of mine. How is that possible? Piper asked. They're the size of Saint Bernards. That's nothing. You should see their mother Mrs. Ollery, Naruto said. One day Orthus and Mrs. Ollery were getting along real well, and before we know it, we had 7 hellhounds. We hope to one day have an army of hellhounds to help us out if we need them, but for right now, we're just trying to train them to not leave the camp. How do you tell them apart? Piper asked. Each has a collar marked with their name in ancient Greek, Naruto explained. Oh, Piper said as she looked depressed. Naruto smirked and whistled a certain way that made the pups to stop. Then he pointed at Piper. The hellhound bounded toward Piper and tackled her into a licking frenzy. Naruto whistled and the pup stopped. What was that about? Piper demanded. Not feeling depressed anymore, are you? Naruto asked. Huh? Piper asked. That's the beauty of these pups, Naruto said. Hard to be angry or depressed when they give you a friendly greeting. Piper realized that Naruto was right. She was feeling a little bit better. Thanks, Piper said. No problem. Believe it, I'm always willing to cheer a fellow camper up and make them feel more at home. Piper looked at Naruto, realizing he really was the kid she met 5 years ago. He had the same go-happy mode that made Piper felt better after having to deal with Jane for what seemed hours away from her dad. Come on. I still got to show you the cabins, Naruto said. Maybe your mom will claim you after we find a cabin you felt most connected to. On the central green, a group of campers was playing basketball. There were incredible shots as nothing bounced off the rim. 3-pointers went in automatically. Apollo's cabin, Naruto said. A lot of them are show-offs with missile weapons, arrows, basketballs. But whenever you are injured, you can't ask for a better cabin to serve as your medic. They walked past the central fire pit, which Naruto bowed in respect at, saying that was the hearth of Hedge. Hedge doesn't have kids of her own since she's a virgin goddess, and since she gave up her seat to Dionysus, she doesn't have a throne here, so we honor her with this hearth, Naruto said. I even added a plaque so people know it. Naruto pointed toward a plaque at the hearth. That's nice of you, Piper said. Well, that's the least I can do for my patron, Naruto said. Piper noticed 2 guys were hacking at each other with swords. Real blades. Piper noted. Isn't that dangerous? Yeah, but that's how we train, Naruto said. That cabin over there is where I sleep. Number 6. Naruto pointed to a gray building with a carved owl over the door. Through the open doorway, Piper could see bookshelves, weapon displays, and one of those computerized smart boards they have in classrooms. 2 girls were drawing a map that looked like a battle diagram. And over there is the cabin I joined for meal times to eat. Number 11, Naruto pointed to an old-fashioned summer camp cabin with a carving of a caduceus over the top. So we can eat with any cabin we want? Piper asked. Well, no. We're supposed to eat with the cabin we sleep in. I'm an exception because I'm the grandson of Hermes and Athena, Naruto said. He did add that he could also eat at table 12 if he wanted to due to him being a council of cloven elders. Oh, hold on a second. I got an idea. Naruto raced into cabin 6, and before Piper knew it he was back with a pair of keys. Come on. Let's see if we can match you with your own weapon. Naruto led Piper around the side of the cabin, to a big metal shed that looked like it was meant for gardening tools. Naruto unlocked it, and inside were weapons instead of gardening tools, from swords to spears to clubs to guns. Every demigod needs a weapon, Naruto said. Hephaestus makes the best, I should know, I had many weapons made from them. But Athena cabin keeps over 3,000 years worth of weapons used by demigods before us. If they don't have a weapon up from a certain hero, then most likely one of the gods do. I figure we try to find you the best weapon here before we get Hephaestus' cabin to make you one. Naruto took out a massive sword. He was skeptical, but he gave it to Piper to try only to find she cold lifted. No? Both agreed. Naruto got out a shotgun. You think you can handle a gun? No, Piper said. Fair enough, Naruto said as he dug through the shed. Then something caught Piper's eye. What is that? She said. A knife. Naruto dug it out and blew the dust off the scabbard. It looked like it hadn't seen the light of day in centuries. Well, normally swords are most useful, but I know better than anyone that knives have their uses. Naruto said as he handed it to Piper. The sheath was worn black leather, bound in bronze. Nothing fancy, nothing flashy. The polished wood handle fit beautifully in Piper's hands. When she unsheathed it, she found a triangular blade 18 inches long, bronze gleaming like it had been polished yesterday. The edges were deadly sharp. Her reflection in the blade caught her by surprise. She looked older, more serious, not as scared as she felt. It suits you, Naruto said. What kind of blade is it? Piper asked. Honestly, I don't know, Naruto said. Sorry, Annabeth is more knowledgeable about this kind of stuff than me. I'm more knowledgeable with ancient Greek stories than the type of weapons. Hey wait, what's on the blade? Piper asked. The blade showed an image of a ruins and palace that was surrounded by what looked like the remains of a tall wall. Hey, I think that's Troy, Naruto said. I wonder if that means it has connections to the Trojan War. Maybe to Achilles or Hector or even Aeneas. The shimmered image changed and showed a young beautiful ancient Greek clothes with blue eyes. It's a woman, Piper said. Hold on a second. I think that's Helen of Troy, daughter of Zeus, Naruto said. That must mean it originally belonged to her. But why is it showing me this? Piper asked. I guess it wants you to know its origin, Naruto said. Odd though, I never knew a weapon that can do that. I like it, Piper said. Well then you found yourself a weapon. Naruto said. We can ask Annabeth later about this knife. If she doesn't know anything, we'll ask Chiron. Piper nodded and looked at the blade again. For a moment, her own image appeared again and stared at her, but then the reflection changed. She saw flames, and a grotesque face like something carved from bedrock. She heard laughter that seemed to be familiar to him. She saw a man she recognized as her dad in chains tied to a post in front of a roaring bonfire. She dropped the blade. Piper? Naruto shouted. Medic. I need some help over here. No, it's okay, Piper managed. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yeah. She had to control herself. With trembling fingers, she picked up the dagger. I just got overwhelmed. So much happening today. But I want to keep the dagger, if that's okay. Naruto nodded and waved off Apollo kids. Okay, if you are sure. You turned really pale there for a minute. I'm fine, Piper promised, though her heart was still racing. Is there a phone at camp? Can I call my dad? Sorry. If we use one, it signals monsters of their locations. Annabeth has one, but like most demigods, it's for emergencies, Naruto said. If it means so much though, I can ask Annabeth. No, let her rest, Piper said as she fastened her new dagger to her belt. Let's keep going. I want to see everything. That's the spirit. Naruto gave a fox-like grin. Naruto showed Piper all the cabins that belonged to a certain goddess, but nothing stuck out to Piper. She did seem interested in cabin 8, which was entirely silver, and according to Naruto glowed in the moonlight. Artemis. Piper guessed when Naruto said that. Yep, Naruto said. Goddess of the moon and hunting. But no campers. Artemis is an eternal maiden, so she don't have any kids of her own. Oh, Piper said bummed out. They are hunters of Artemis, Naruto said. Handmaidens of Artemis, a band of immortal teenagers who adventure together and hunt monsters and stuff. But they're not goddesses. They can die in combat, and if they break their vows, they lose their immortality. What kind of vow? Piper asked in interest. They have to swear off boys and love for eternity, Naruto said. Oh, Piper said. I don't think I want to do that. Don't feel bad. It's not meant for everyone. Naruto said. My mom even turned down the hunters when she was offered. Your mom was offered? Piper asked. I thought you said you were from the elemental nations. I am, but sometimes the gods and goddesses pop by over there. After all, they have kids there, Naruto said. Oh right, Piper said. Anyways, hunters is a perfect life for some girls, and sometimes it isn't meant for them, Naruto said. Besides, if my mom hadn't turned the hunters down, she wouldn't have fallen in love with my dad, and I wouldn't be here. True, Piper said. Let's go. They passed the next cabin, number 10, which was decorated like a Barbie's house with lace curtains, a pink door, and potted carnations in the windows. They walked by the doorway, and the smell of perfume almost made Piper gag. Ah, is that where supermodels go to die? Naruto chuckled. Aphrodite cabin. Goddess of love. Drew is the current head counselor. Figures, Piper grumbled. They're not all bad, and even legacies turn out great too. The counselor before Drew was great. What happened to her? Piper asked. She went to Nayu with her boyfriend Beckendorf of Hephaestus' cabin, Naruto said. See, after high school, campers can go to college, but some stay around here longer to get more training before starting college. Oh, Piper said. You mentioned some legacies of Aphrodite being the same way you know some. Oh yeah, in fact back home my village is led by the great-granddaughter of Aphrodite, and she's one of 3 strongest ninjas in the elemental nations known as the legendary Sonin, Naruto said. And don't get me started with her grandmother Mito Uzumaki, who was the daughter of Aphrodite. I never met her, but trust me, she was amazing. I even inherited her sword through my mother. Seriously? Piper asked uncertain. Naruto nodded and took out a clickable pen and clicked it. The pen magically extended to a 6-foot-long celestial bronze katana with a red whirlpool at the hilt. Piper, meet Yuzushio no Arashi, also known as the Great Storm of Whirlpools. That belonged to a daughter of Aphrodite? Piper asked. Naruto nodded. It was a wedding present to Mito when she married the first Hokage, and man it turned out to be an awesome present. Naruto took out a small stone from around the neck. You see, both of these turned out to be blessed by Aphrodite that when used against each other, they can restore any disruption of balance caused by hatred in a single user through love. Right, Piper said. I know, it sounds weird, but trust me, it helped me twice last summer, Naruto said. I'm no real fan of Aphrodite, but I'm grateful for this sword and necklace. I'll take your word for it, Piper said. Can we keep going? Sure. They looked at the other cabins, but it just made Piper depressed. Piper said she killed every plant she touched, so Demeter was out. She didn't seem competitive enough to be next kids, and Nemesis didn't seem to fit in. She seemed to approve Athena and Hecate, but it didn't seem to boost her mood. You could be a child of Hebe, Naruto said, pointing to number 18, which had 4 entrances with a slanted roof and high ceilings through one of the open doors. There were 4 main sitting rooms with 2 built-in cushioned benches that doubled as beds and storage space underneath each. There were also programmable furniture that looked like it can be collapsed, moved, and reshaped. The living areas can be turned into a bedroom, gym, dining room, or military command center, and the furniture can collapse by a snap. There's a narrow staircase against the back wall that lead up to the lofts with 2 more twin beds and extra built-in storage underneath the stairs, Naruto said. The loft can be used as a meeting area and game room, and have private bathrooms with large showers. That sound nice, Piper said. Well, Hinata built it so her siblings would feel right at home, Naruto said. Hinata, that's the person leading her team to find Percy, right? Piper asked. Naruto nodded. Hinata is usually cabin counselor as she's been here longer than most of her siblings, and even older than most. Her sister Hanabi also stays here as she's the daughter of Hebe. See, sometimes a mortal is able to attract the same god or goddess more than once, and they have more than 1 kids with them. I guess being a child of Hebe could be cool. Piper said. We started with 12 cabins for 12 Olympians, Naruto explained. Male on the left and female on the right with the exception of Dionysus, whose cabin was also on the right. Because Hedge gave him her seat, right? Piper asked. Right. Then last year, we added a whole bunch of new cabins for the other gods who didn't have thrones on Olympus: Hecate, Hades, Iris, Hebe, Hypnos, Nag, Titch, and Nemesis, Naruto said. We add more later, but until then we find ways to try and include other gods. What are the 2 big ones on the end? Piper asked. Naruto looked over. That's Zeus and Hera, King and Queen of Olympus. Piper headed that way and Naruto followed. The Zeus cabin reminded Piper of a bank. It was white marble with big columns out front and polished bronze doors emblazoned with lightning bolts. Hera's cabin was smaller but done in the same style, except the doors were carved with peacock feather designs, shimmering in different colors. Unlike the other cabins, which were all noisy and open and full of activity, the Zeus and Hera cabins looked closed and silent. Are they empty? Piper asked. Naruto nodded. Zeus and Poseidon went a long time without having any children along with Hades. They were the eldest brothers of Kronos and Wraith. They are called the Big Three. Their kids are very powerful and if turned evil, dangerous. For the last 70 years or so, they tried to avoid having demigod children. Tried to avoid it. Zeus and Poseidon found mortals they fell for and ended up cheating, you could say, and Hades has a couple of kids himself. These days Zeus has a daughter, Thalia Grace, who is currently leading the Hunters of Artemis. Then you got Percy, who I told you before was the son of Poseidon. Hades has a daughter named Bianca who also joined the Hunters of Artemis, and a son named Neko, who shows up now and then. Has the one Hera is with right now, Naruto said. And of course Poseidon has a tendency to father Cyclops, so even with Percy gone, cabin 3 is empty. But other than that, there are no other demigod children of the big 3 gods that we know of. And Hera? Piper looked at the peacock-decorated doors as if the cabin was bothering her. Goddess of marriage, Naruto said. She doesn't have kids with anyone but Zeus. There are a few exceptions, like our camp head of security Argus. Hera created him, so has technically her son, but he doesn't have a father. So who goes in here? Piper asked. No one. The cabin is just honorary, like I said, Naruto said. Someone does. Piper pointed at a footprint on the dusty threshold. Piper pushed the doors and they swung open easily. Piper, that's not a good idea, Naruto said. I thought you were the grandson of Hermes. God of mischief and thieves, Piper said. Yeah, but even my aunts and uncles from cabin 11 know better than to break into Hera's cabin, Naruto said. Come on. Let's just look. Piper walked inside. Hera's cabin was not a place any camper would want to live in. It was called as a freezer, with a circle of white columns around a central statue of the goddess, 10 feet tall, seated on a throne in flowing golden robes, and brightly painted to look like a giant human eyes. The eyes of the statue seemed to follow Piper and Naruto. At the goddess' feet, a fire burned in a bronze brazier. Naruto guessed it was enchanted to stay lighted since no one was allowed in there. A stone hawk sat on Hera's shoulder, and in her hand was topped with a lotus flower. The goddess' hair was done in black plates. Their face smiled, but the eyes were cold and calculating, just as Naruto remembered the real Hera's was, as if she were saying, "Mother knows best. Now don't cross me or I will have to step on you." Other than the statue and the brazier, there was nothing in the cabin. Not even windows. It was more of a tomb than a cabin. "This place sure doesn't feel homely, lovely or anything special," Naruto said. "Seriously. I would think Hera would prefer this place at least look like a place where people to get married since she's the goddess of marriage." Then Naruto walked into Piper, who froze. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. Naruto looked and saw that there was something behind the statue. At a little altar in the back still didn't look like something Naruto thought represent Hera stood, a figure in a black shawl. Only her hands were visible, palms up. She seemed to be chanting something like a spell or prayer. It took Naruto a second, but he recognized her. Rachel. The girl turned. She dropped her shawl, revealing a mane of curly red hair, and a freckled face that didn't go with the seriousness of the cabin or the black shawl at all. She looked about 17, a totally normal teen in a green blouse and tattered jeans covered with marker doodles. Despite the cold floor, she was barefoot. "Naruto." Rachel greeted. "Great to see you. Where's Annabeth?" "I came as fast as I could when I got her message. She's in cabin 6 hopefully resting," Naruto said. "I basically had to force her though. She's been going non-stop since Percy." "I understand. She's lucky to have a nephew like you to watch over her," Rachel said. "And I'm sure Percy would appreciate it too." "Thanks," Naruto said. "Oh, by the way, Rachel, this is Piper, one of the half-bloods we rescued today." "Piper, this is Rachel Elizabeth Dare, our oracle. The friend who lives in the cave." Piper guessed. Rachel grinned. "That's me." "So you're an oracle?" Piper asked. "You can tell the future." "More like the future mugs me from time to time," Rachel said. "I can speak prophecies. The oracle spirit kind of hijacks me every once in a while, and speak important stuff, and doesn't make any sense to anybody. But yeah, prophecies tell the future. Which is still more reliable than the fates," Naruto said. "Huh?" Piper responded. "Naruto doesn't like the idea of following fate," Rachel said. "That's because they're always mysterious and only show up when they're predicting someone's death," Naruto said. "Even then you can't tell when the heck that's going to happen. I say live your life to its fullest and don't even think or worry about those 3 old ladies. If things are meant to happen, then it would happen." Though, Piper shifted like she suddenly had the urge to back away from Naruto. "That's cool." Rachel laughed. "Don't worry. Naruto is like that to everyone when the topic of the fates comes up. Has even nicknamed the Bane of the Fates. And yet they won't touch him because as far as we know has important." "So, are you a demigod?" Piper asked. "Nope," Rachel said. "Just mortal." Before she was an oracle, Rachel was a rare type of mortal that are immune to the mist. The mist can't fool her like others, Naruto said. And with it she was gifted to see into the future and past, which was what made her eligible to be oracle. "Then what are you?" Piper waved her hand around the room. Rachel's smile faded. "Just a hunch. Something about this cabin and Percy's disappearance. They're connected somehow. I've learned to follow my hunches, especially the last month since the gods went silent." "Went silent?" Piper asked. Rachel frowned at Naruto, who started to sheepishly rub the back of his head. "You haven't told her yet." "I was kind of hoping she gets claimed before I had to tell her," Naruto said. "I didn't want to break it to her before she gets claimed." "Of course," Rachel said. "Piper, it's normal for the gods not to talk to their children very much. Especially in the elemental nations. In fact, the satyrs we send there are normally given a special orb they can use to crush to come back with demigods when they find one. But even then we can count on some messages now and then. Even Hedge used to come to visit me and give me advice. Some of us can even visit Olympus." Annabeth spent practically all semester at the Empire State Building. "Excuse me. It's the current entrance to Mount Olympus these days. Olympus moves to wherever the heart of Western civilization's strongest," Naruto said. "Originally was in Greece, then in Rome, and these days here in the US. And because all the locations tied to the gods moved too." "Oh," Piper said. "Sure, why not?" Annabeth was redesigning Olympus after it was damaged in the Second Titan War, as a reward for her part in ending it, Naruto said. But then a month ago, Olympus fell silent. The entrance closed, and no one could get in. Nobody knows why. It's like the gods have decided to seal themselves off. I haven't even heard from Lady Hestia in a month, and our camp director Dionysus, who was assigned here as punishment for going after an off-limits nymph for 50 years, was recalled." "Wait, your camp director was the god of wine. And he was here as punishment?" Piper asked. "Zeus' idea from what I've been told," Naruto said. "Right. Go on." "Well, that's it," Naruto said. Demigods still get claimed, and if more orbs seem to appear when needed, but nothing else. No messages. No visits. No signs of the gods are even listening. Which worries me, as not even Gramps and Gran been this silent with me since they brought me to this world. I thought it might have something to do with a group of rogue ninjas called the Akatsuki back home, that seemed to also disappear without a trace almost 4 years ago. But then Percy disappeared. And you thought he has nothing to do with the Akatsuki, Rachel stated. Does he? Naruto asked. I think so, but my vision is cloudy when it comes to anything to do with the Akatsuki. Naruto sighed. I was worried you say that. Why? Piper asked. Piper, the powers of Olympians are limited in the elemental nations. It's controlled by a whole different set of gods, Naruto said. If it wasn't for an agreement the two sides made, there won't be any demigods there, but even with that Olympians and minor gods' powers are limited, and from the sound of it, so is the Oracle of Delphus. What about Jason? Piper asked. He just showed up on our field trip with no memory. Maybe he got something to do with this too. I didn't think about that, but you could be right, Naruto said. What was Jason? Rachel asked. My Piper stopped herself for a moment. My friend. But Naruto, didn't you say Annabeth had a dream vision? Naruto nodded. From Hera herself. It was the first communication from a god in a month, and it was a shocker. She and Annabeth haven't exactly been in good terms with each other. Still, she tells Annabeth she'll find out what happened to Percy if she goes to the Grand Canyon, and look for a guy with one shoe. I used my contacts to find out the closest satyr to the Grand Canyon and contact Coach Hedge, who confirmed he was taking a class to the Grand Canyon, including a couple of demigods he found. So we decided to go with that. Turns out Hedge was talking about you and Leo, and I guess Jason was just put there for reasons we don't know. Something bad is happening, Rachel said as she looked at Piper. Eyes, Piper said. I need to. Before she could continue, Rachel's body stiffened. Her eyes began to glow with a greenish light, and she grabbed Piper by the shoulders. Piper tried to back away, but Rachel's hands were like steel clamps. Rachel, what's wrong? Naruto responded. Free me, Rachel said, but not in her voice, but rather an older woman speaking from somewhere far away, down a long echoing pipe. Hera? Naruto responded. What are the heck, Hera? Free me, Piper McLean, or the earth shall swallow us both. Trust Naruto, let him help you. It must be by the solstice. Rachel continued. Hey. Let Piper go, Hera. Naruto tried to pry Rachel off Piper. Sadly, green smoke enveloped Piper and Rachel and forced Naruto back. Then the statue seemed to come to life and looked down at Piper and Naruto. The statue's mouth opened and spoke in the same voice. Our enemies stir, Naruto Uzumaki. The fiery one is only the first. If Piper McLean bow to his will, their king shall rise, dooming us all. You two were destined to twice meet. Free me. With that, Piper passed out in Rachel's clenched hand. Rachel seemed to regain control of herself in confusion. Okay, time to wake Annabeth up, Naruto decided. Leo's tour was going great until he learned about the dragon. Naruto clone seemed pretty cool, so Leo guessed the real deal is the same. Everything he showed Leo was so amazing, it should have been illegal. Real Greek warships moored at the beach that sometimes had practice fights with flaming arrows and explosives. Sweet. Arts and crafts sessions where you could make sculptures with chainsaws and blow torches. Leo was like, sign me up. The woods were stocked with dangerous monsters, and no one should ever go in there alone and unarmed. Nice. 1/3 of the demigods are from another world that teach moves not seen before in this world. Perfect. One-eyed humanoid creatures helping the camp make weapons instead of living on the streets. Nice to meet them. 6 pet hellhounds that great campers and cheer them up with hellhound kisses. Gross but cool. And the camp was overflowing with fine-looking girls. Leo didn't quite understand the whole related to the gods business. According to the clone, it only matters if they're your half-sibling. Here's one more person that stays here sometimes, a Titanus Calypso, Naruto clone said. But she been overwhelmed with the world, so we agreed to take her back to her home island for 2 weeks of our time. You might see her while here. Sweet. I can't wait, Leo said. Naruto showed Leo the cabins, the dining pavilion, and the sword arena. Do I get a sword? Leo asked. You probably make your own. Most campers from Cabin 9 make their own weapons, Naruto clone said. Yeah, what's up with that? Vulcan. Usually we don't call the gods by their Roman names, the Naruto clone explained. The original names are Greek. Your dad is Hephaestus. Festus? Leo asked. Sounds like the god of cowboys. Festus, Naruto clone corrected. God of blacksmiths and fire. Leo heard that too, but he was trying not to think about it. The god of fire seriously. Considering what happened to his mom, that seemed like a sick joke. Hey relax. I met Hephaestus a few times, Naruto said. You met my dad? Leo asked. Naruto nodded. A few friends of mine and I even did him a favor once. Has a great guy, as long as you're on his good side. Oh that's nice, Leo said. So the flaming hammer over my head. Is it a good thing, or bad thing? You acclaimed almost immediately, which usually good, Naruto clone said. I got to say. Hephaestus must have an interest in you to claim you that quick. Even with the oaths, sometimes the gods like to wait until dinner or sing-along before claiming their kids. I guess to add drama. Then why did they mention us being older than 13, Leo said. Well, the gods were supposed to claim their kids by time they're 13, and most older than that was claimed immediately after that oath was made. But I guess the gods still trying to track down all their kids, Naruto clone said. So do I have a head counselor or something? Leo asked. Yeah. Jake Mason. Yeah, I'll meet him. First we should get you bunk, Naruto clone said. They weren't halfway across the green when Leo spotted his old babysitter. And she was not the kind of person he expected to see at a demigod camp. Leo froze in his tracks. What's wrong? The Naruto clone asked. T-Kalita Anti-Kalita. That's what Shed called herself, but Leo hadn't seen her since he was 5 years old. She was just standing there, in the shadow of a big white cabin at the end of the green, watching him. She wore a black linen widow's dress, with a black shawl pulled over her hair. Her face hadn't changed leathery skin, piercing dark eyes. Her withered hands were like claws. She looked ancient but no different than Leo remembered. That old lady, Leo said. What's she doing here? Naruto clone followed his gaze. What old lady? Dude, the old lady. The one in black. How many old ladies do you see over there? Naruto clone frowned for a bit. Oh, it must be a spirit. What do you mean? Leo asked. Well, ever since we added a cabin for Hades we sometimes get spirits, Naruto said. They mostly try to stay hidden though, so the spirit must know you somehow. Yeah, I guess so, Leo said. Let's go see cabin 9, Naruto clone said. From the outside, the Festus cabin looked like an oversized RV with shiny metal walls and metal slated windows. The entrance was like a bank vault door, circular and several feet thick. It opened with lots of brass gears turning and hydraulic pistons blowing smoke. Leo whistled. They got a steampunk theme going on, huh? Inside the cabin seemed deserted. Steel bunks were folded against the walls like high-tech Murphy beds. Each had a digital control panel, blinking LED lights, glowing gems and interlocking gears. Leo figured each camper had his own combination lock to release his bed, and there was probably an alcove behind it with storage, maybe some traps to keep out unwanted visitors. At least that's the way Leo Wolf designed it. A fire pole came down from the second floor, even though the cabin didn't appear to have a second floor from the outside. A circular staircase led down into some kind of basement. The walls were lined with every kind of power tool Leo could imagine, plus a huge assortment of knives, swords, and other implements of destruction. The large workbench overflowed with scrap metal screws, bolts, washers, nails, rivets, and a million other machine parts. Leo had a strong urge to shovel them all into his coat pockets. He loved that kind of stuff, but had need 100 more coats to fit it all. Looking around, he could almost imagine he was back in his mom's machine shop. Not the weapons, maybe, but the tools, the piles of scrap, the smell of grease and metal and hot engines. She would love this place. He pushed that thought away. He didn't like painful memories. Keep moving, that was his motto. Don't dwell on things. Don't stay in one place too long. It was the only way to stay ahead of the sadness. Naruto clone noticed the look on Leo and recognized it as the look of someone who lost someone close to them. Naruto seen many times, but especially during the third Hokage's funeral. I got to talk to Leo over, Naruto clone thought. Leo picked a long implement from the wall. A weed whacker. What's the god of fire want with a weed whacker? A voice in the shadows said, yeah, I'd be surprised. At the back of the room, one of the bunk beds was occupied. The curtain of dark camouflage material retracted and a guy in a full body cast laid in it. His head was wrapped in gauze except for his face, which was puffy and bruised. He looked like the Pillsbury Doughboy after a beatdown. I'm Jake Mason, the guy said. It'd shake your hand, but... Yeah, Leo said. Don't get up. The guy cracked a smile, then winced like it hurt his face. Welcome to cabin 9. Been almost a year since we had any new kids. I'm head counselor for now. For now? Leo asked. Ah, Jake, don't tell me you went after that dragon alone, Naruto clone said. I told you guys the next time it acts up to call on me. Even Beckendorf made it clear that none of you should try to approach the dragon without me. Dragon? Leo asked. Sorry, Naruto. But you were so busy with helping find Percy, I thought I'd spare you the headache and try to fix it myself, Jake said. Of course you did, Naruto clone groaned. So do you got a spare bed for Leo? Jake studied Leo, sizing him up. I got just the one. The best bed in the cabin, Beckendorf's. Hey, yeah, that's a good one, Naruto clone said. I'm amazed you guys kept it empty since Beckendorf went to Nayu. So which one is it? Jake called out. Bunk one, please. The whole cabin rumbled. A circular section of the floor spiraled open like a camera lens, and a full-size bed popped up. The bronze frame had a built-in game station at the footboard, a stereo system in the headboard, a glass door refrigerator mounted into the base, and a whole bunch of control panels running down the side. Leo jumped right in and lay back with his arms behind his head. I can handle this. It retracts into a private room below, Jake said. Oh, heck, yes, Leo said. See y'all. It'll be in the Leo cave. Which button do I press? Wait, you guys have private underground rooms? Naruto clone asked. Jake tried to smile but winced. We got lots of secrets, Naruto. We can't let the other cabins have all the fun. Our campers have been excavating the tunnel system under cabin 9 for almost a century. We still haven't found the end. But wait, that means you've been cheating in cabin inspections, Naruto said. No, cabin inspections is for the cabin itself, nothing in the rules said about under it. Besides, Chiron knows about it, Jake said. Seriously? So Leo, if you want the bunk, it's all yours, Jake said. Sweet. Thanks. Leo responded. Well, I should get some sleep. I hope you like it here, Leo. He closed his eyes, and a camouflage curtain drew itself across the bed. Come on, Leo, Naruto clone said. It'll take you to the forges. Naruto clone leave Leo out of the cabin. So Beckendorf went to college? Leo asked. Yeah. Most campers wait until a few years after high school, but other campers go to college as soon as they reach the age. Especially if they get a scholarship, Naruto clone said. Beckendorf got a scholarship, and after the Titan War ended he left to start Nayu, and his girlfriend Selena Borgard, daughter of Aphrodite, left with him. The Titan War, Leo repeated. The Titans, Naruto said. The big powerful guys that ruled the world before the gods. They tried to make a comeback 2 summers ago. Their leader Kronos built a new palace on top of Mount Tam in California. They started a second Titan War when they attacked our camp. Then when they failed to do that, their armies came to New York and almost destroyed Mount Olympus. A lot of demigods were killed trying to stop them. I'm guessing this wasn't on the news. Leo asked. Naruto clone frowned. You didn't hear about Mount St. Helens erupting, or the freak storm across the country, or the president and state governors sending troops across the country to help out. Leo shrugged. Last summer, had been on the run from another foster home. Then a truancy officer caught him in New Mexico, and the court sentenced him to the nearest correctional facility, the Wilderness School. Guess I was busy. Naruto clone shrugged. You were lucky then. Annabeth, Percy and I fought tooth and nail. Many of us here did. I got a question. Why are you talking to me? Leo asked. I mean no offense, but won't the real you not remember what we're talking about? Actually, when I disappear, my memories will go to the original me, so the real me would remember everything we talk about, Naruto clone said. You see, this jutsu originally was meant for scouting and gathering information. But if the user has enough chakra, they can use it to increase their experience several times by having shadow clones practice doing many things at once, so that when they're destroyed, their experience, as well as memories, transferred to the user. Oh, Leo said. So is that why Beckendorf told Jake to not handle the dragon without you? No, that's not the real reason, Naruto clone said. Remember when we met, Annabeth said I was the champion of Hedge. Leo nodded as he remembered. Well, you see, in return of swearing my servitude to Hedge as her champion, I'm blessed with some of her powers, Naruto clone explained. And since she's the goddess of the hearth, among them is immunity to fire, as well as the ability to use fire-style jutsus. Fire-style jutsus, Leo said. You mean you can summon fire? Sort of, Naruto clone said. Not from my fingertips, really, but more from my lungs. Think of it like me being a fire-breathing human when needed. Oh, Leo said. Although really, I didn't have to be a champion of Hedge to do that. Many shinobis from my world can do that. You might even have siblings that can do the same, Naruto said. Any from your village? Leo asked. Not really, Naruto said. You see, there's another ninja village in my world that does puppetry jutsus that work like robots in this world, but with chakra strings controlling them, and because of it, Festus favors their village more than mine. Oh, sorry about that, Leo said. That's okay. Each ninja village is unique in their own way, and that includes the leaf, Naruto responded. To be honest, I think Festus did Cabin 9 a favor having kids in the elemental nations. Before his kids from the elemental nations showed up, I don't think I seen a single sibling of yours that can summon fire. Why is that? Leo asked. Well, I'll let your siblings explain that, Naruto clone said. Fair enough, Leo thought before saying. So why Jake said he might not be counselor for long. I guess you can say it been hard on Jake since Beckendorf left. I think Jake thought that he had a lot to live up to, and pushed himself too hard and make rash decisions. Like with the dragon? Leo asked. Partly, but I think he really was just trying to help me out, Naruto clone said. The last 3 days been really hard with Percy gone missing. It most likely would have been worse if Annabeth or I went missing, or even worse, both of us. The 3 of us are like the main leaders in this camp besides Chiron that everyone came to look up to. Makes sense, Leo said. And here we are, Naruto clone said. The forge looked like a steam-powered locomotive had smashed into the Greek Parthenon, and they had fused together. White marble columns lined the soot-stained walls. Chimneys pumped smoke over an elaborate gable carved with a bunch of gods and monsters. The building sat at the edge of a stream, with several water wheels turning series of bronze gears. Leo heard machinery grinding inside, fires roaring, and hammers ringing on anvils. They stepped through the doorway, and over a dozen guys and girls who had been working on various projects all froze. The noise died down to the roar of the forge and the click-click-click of gears and levers. They seemed to relax and smile when they saw Naruto clone, as if he was a regular visitor they always looked forward to seeing. Many of them even had a similar headband as Naruto's, but the symbol on it was different. Instead of a leaf-shaped symbol they had an hourglass-like shaped symbol with rounded corner rectangle over it. That must be the symbol of the Sand Village, Leo thought. Hey guys. Naruto clone greeted. I'm here with your new brother Leo. What's your last name? Everyone sweat drop in response. Eldez. Leo looked around at the other campers. He couldn't believe they were related to them. His cousins came from big families, but had always just had his mom until she died. Kids came up and started shaking hands and introduced themselves. Some even saying what nation or village they were from. It all blurred together, even those from the same world as Leo. Shane, Christopher, Nissa, Harley. Leo knew had never keep everybody straight. Too many of them. Too overwhelming. None of them looked like the others, all different face types, skin tones, hair color, height. Most Leo found shared the same traits with those from the Sand Village, as their skin looked tanned almost burnt as if they spent most of their lives in the desert before being brought to this world. Either the Sand Village must be in a desert or a very sunny beach, Leo joked to himself. Still, looking at this bunch, I'd never think, hey, look, it's the Festus bunch. But they all had powerful rough hands with calluses, and trained with engine grease. Even little Harley, will cold have been more than 8, looked like he could go 6 round with Chuck Norris without breaking his sweat. Well, alright, Leo said. I hear this is the party cabin. Only Naruto chuckled as everyone else just stared at Leo. Hey Nissa, I saw Jake back at your cabin, Naruto clone said. One of the girls, Nissa, Leo remembered, once she wore camo pants, a tank top that showed off her buff arms, and a red bandana over a mop of dark hair. She looked like one of those female action heroes that could grab a machine gun and start mowing down evil aliens. Sorry Naruto. I tried to stop Jake, but he insisted of trying to deal with the dragon on his own. That's okay. I was actually wondering if you need any help coming up with a way to deal with the dragon, Naruto clone said. Actually that'd be great, Nissa said. Leo tagged along with Naruto clone and Nissa. He was no stranger to workshops. Had grown up around grease monkeys and power tool. His mom used to joke that his first pacifier was a lug wrench. But had never seen any place like the camp forge. One guy was working on a battle axe and kept testing the blade on a slab of concrete. Each time he swung, the axe cut into the slab like it was warm cheese, but the guy looked unsatisfied and went back to honing the edge. What's he planning to kill with that thing? Leo asked Nissa. A battleship. You never know. Even with celestial bronze, a rare metal mined from Mount Olympus itself, usually disintegrate monsters on contact, Nissa explained, but big powerful ones have notorious tough hides. Dragons, for instances. You mean dragons? Similar species but older, Naruto clone said. Yeah, I'll learn the difference in monster fighting class. Monster fighting class? Yeah, I already got my black belt in that. Again only Naruto clone said. Leo hoped his dad's side of family had to have some sense of humor. Minotaur's axe probably be a big help, but my friend Tenten has it, and Chess in the elemental nations, Naruto clone said. Her squad isn't specialized in tracking, so I didn't think it was necessary to bring them here to search for Percy. They passed a couple of guys making what looked like a 6-inch tall bronze wind-up centaur toy half-man, half-horse armed with a miniature bow. One of the campers cranked up the centaur's tail, and it whirred to life. It whirred to life. It galloped across the table, yelling, "Die, mosquito. Die, mosquito," as it searched around for mosquitoes. One magic bug killer ready to go, one camper said. They passed by the duo as they celebrate. Nissa took Naruto clone and Leo to a big wall map that a couple of girls were studying. The map showed the camp a semicircle of land with Long Island Sound on the north shore, the woods to the west, the cabins to the east, and a ring of hills to the south. It's got to be in the hills, the first girl said. We looked in the hills, the second argued. The woods are a better hiding place. But we already set traps. Don't tell me you lost the dragon, Naruto said as his eye twitched. Well, Nissa said. Hold up, Leo said. You guys lost a dragon. A real full-size dragon. It's a bronze dragon, Nissa said. But yes, it's a life-size automaton. Hephaestus' cabin built it years ago. Then it was lost in the woods until a few summers back, when Beckendorf found it in pieces and rebuilt it. It's been protecting the camp, but it's unpredictable. Unpredictable, Leo said. It goes haywire and smashes down cabins, sets people on fire, and tries to eat satyrs, Naruto clone said. Originally Beckendorf been the only one who could calm it down to fix it, but he left for Nayu, and can be here every time it went berserk. And since it breathes fire, and I'm the only one fireproof, I'm the only one who the dragon can't burn. Even then, we have to deal with its claws and fangs and avoid being stepped on. We set up some traps to make it easier for Naruto and us to get close enough to fix, Nissa said. We beat them with 30 weight of motor oil with a little Tabasco sauce. Clever, Naruto responded. But wait, there's those of you from the elemental nations that can use fire, right? Doesn't that mean they're immune to fire like Naruto? Leo asked. Leo, fire chakra doesn't work like that, Naruto clone said. We can do a lot of stuff with it, but it doesn't make us immune to fire. As I told you before, the only reason I am is because I'm the champion of Hestia. There were few children of Hephaestus throughout history in our world that could create fire and immune to it, Nissa said. But that's a very rare ability and usually meant something catastrophic is about to happen. But then demigods from the elemental nations came to camp revealing to be able to use fire-style jutsus, even from our cabin, and the worst out of that was the Second Titan War, which was most likely to happen even without shinobi demigods, because Kronos was stirring long before Olympians decided to bring them over, Naruto clone said. Right, Nissa said. Leo tried to keep his face clear of emotion, which wasn't his strong suit. Fortunately, the conch horn blew in the distance. Campers started putting up their tools and projects. Leo hadn't realized it was getting so late, but he looked through the windows and saw the sun going down. His ADHD did that to him sometimes. If he was bored, a 50-minute class seemed like 6 hours. If he was interested in something, like touring a demigod camp, hours slipped away and bam, the day was over. Dinner, Naruto clone said. I'll leave Leo with you guys then. Sure. Nissa agreed. Naruto clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Leo realized this must not be the first time a clone visited the forges, as none of Hephaestus' kids seemed shocked, as they just continued doing whatever they were doing. Come on, Leo, Nissa said. Up at the pavilion, right? Leo asked. She nodded. You guys go ahead, Leo said. Can you give me a second? Nissa hesitated, then her expression softened. Sure. It's a lot to process. I remember my first day. Come up when you're ready. Just don't touch anything. Almost every project in here can kill you if you are not careful. No touching, Leo promised. His cabin mates filed out of the forge. Soon Leo was alone with the sound of the bellows, the water wheels, and small machines clicking and whirring. Leo stared at the map of camp, the locations where his newfound siblings were going to put traps to catch a dragon. It sounded wrong, but Leo knew it was just to try and fix it. Very rare in this world, Leo thought. He held out his hand and studied his fingers. They were long and thin, not callous like the other Hephaestus campers. Leo had never been the biggest or the strongest kid. Had survived in tough neighborhoods, tough schools, tough foster homes by using his wits. He was the class clown, the court jester, because had learned early that if you crack jokes and pretend you weren't scared, you usually don't get beat up. Even the baddest gangster kids would tolerate you, keep you around for laughs. Plus, humor was a good way to hide pain. And if that didn't work, there was always plan B, run away. Over and over. There was a plan C, but had promised himself never to use it again. He felt an urge to try it now, something he hadn't done since the accident, since his mom's death. He extended his fingers and felt them tingle, like they were waking up pins and needles. Then flames flickered to life, curls of red-hot fire dancing across his palm. As soon as Jason the house, he knew he was a dead man. Here we are. His Naruto clone said. The big house, camp headquarters. It didn't look threatening, just a 4-story manor painted baby blue with white trim. The wraparound porch had lounge chairs, a card table, and an empty wheelchair. Wind chimes shaped like nymphs turned into trees as they spun. Jason could imagine old people coming here for summer vacation, sitting on the porch and sipping prune juice while they watched the sunset. Still, the windows seemed to glare down at him like angry eyes. The wide open doorway looked ready to swallow him. On the highest gable, a bronze eagle weather vane spun in the wind and pointed straight in his direction, as if telling him to turn around. Every molecule in Jason's body told him he was on enemy ground. I am not supposed to be here, Jason said. Naruto clone shrugged as if he heard that before. Many thinks that when they first come here. It just takes time to get used to. Naruto clone looked above Jason's head as if waiting for something. They are waiting for a sign, he guessed. Like what popped over Leo's head. Naruto grinned sheepishly. You caught me. Yeah, in waiting for a sign. I thought since Hera put Annabeth then I through the stress of finding you, you must be important, and that your parent will claim you quickly. I'm guessing since you have amnesia you don't know if your mom or dad is the godly parent, right? Jason asked. That's not a surprise. We had a camper like that a few winters ago, Naruto clone said, skipping the part it was Neko D'Angelo, son of Hades. Jason smiled and looked up above his head. At the top of the big house, the weather vane was still pointing his direction, that bronze eagle glaring as if to say, turn around, kid, while you still can. Hey, it might not even be a literal sign over your head, Naruto clone said, as if a thought occurred to him. When Ares claims his kids they get some kind of magical weapon as they glow, and Aphrodite blessed her kids with a complete makeover and new clothes. Well, that's something, I guess, Jason said. Hey, what's the point of us talking? Huh? Naruto clone said. The real one won't even remember us talking, so even if we talk the real you won't know what we're talking about. Oh, yeah, about that Naruto clone told Jason the same thing the other clone told Leo. So you see, even though I'm not the real me, he would still know what we're talking about, Naruto clone said. Like a delay radio signal, Jason said. Yeah? Naruto clone said. Although Jason got this feeling that Naruto was supposed to be the enemy, like Leo and Piper, there just seemed to be something about Naruto Jason liked. When they first met, Naruto seemed concerned, but now Jason realized he was just worried about this Percy guy. Now Naruto seemed more laid back and friendly guy who you can't help but talk to. It didn't help that Naruto seemed the type of guy willing to start any conversation. Still, Jason had a strange feeling Naruto was uncharted territory of a different kind that made him more unsettled than just being at this camp. Then he heard footsteps on the front porch. No, not footsteps, who's? Chiron. Naruto clone greeted. This is Jason. Has one of the 3 campers Annabeth rescued. Jason backed up so fast he almost tripped. Rounding the corner of the porch was a man on horseback. He was part of the horse. From the waist up he was human, with curly brown hair and a well-trimmed beard. He wore a t-shirt that said World's Best Center, and had a quiver and bow strapped to his back. His head was so high up he had to duck to avoid the porch lights, because from the waist down he was a white stallion. Chiron started to smile at Jason. Then the color drained from his face. The centaur's eyes flared like a cornered animal's. You should be dead. Chiron ordered Jason in a half-inviting way to come inside the house. He told Naruto clone that he would take care of things from here, and the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, which didn't seem to surprise Chiron. The centaur trotted over to the empty wheelchair on the porch. He slipped off his quiver and bow and backed up to the chair, which opened like a magician's box. Chiron gingerly stepped into his back legs and began scrunching himself into a space that should have been much too small. The centaur's lower half disappeared and the chair folded up, popping out a set of fake human legs covered in a blanket, so Chiron appeared to be a regular mortal guy in a wheelchair. Follow me, he ordered. We have lemonade. The living room looked like it had been swallowed by a rainforest. Grapevines curved up the walls and across the ceiling, which Jason found a little strange. He didn't think plants grew like that inside, especially in the winter, but these were leafy green and bursting with bunches of red grapes. Leather couches faced a stone fireplace with a crackling fire. Wedged in one corner, an old-style Pac-Man arcade game beeped and blinked. Mounted on the walls was an old assortment of masked smiley frowny Greek theater types, featured Mardi Gras mask, Venetian cornveil masks with big beak-like noses, carved wooden masks from Africa. Grapevines grew through their mouths, so they seemed to have leafy tongues. Some had red grapes bulging through their eyeholes. But the weirdest thing was the stuffed leopard's head above the fireplace. It looked so real, its eyes seemed to follow Jason. Then it snarled, and Jason nearly leaped out of his skin. Now, say more, Chiron chided. Jason is a friend. Behave yourself. That thing is alive. Chiron rummaged through the side pocket of his wheelchair and brought out a package of snozzages. He threw one to the leopard, who snapped it up and licked his lips. You must excuse the decor, Chiron said. All this was a parting gift from our old director before he was recalled to Mount Olympus. He thought it would help us to remember him. Mr. D has a strange sense of humor. Mr. D, Jason said. Dionysus. Chiron poured lemonade, though his hands were trembling a little. As for Seymour, well, Mr. D liberated him from Long Island garage sale. The leopard is Mr. D's sacred animal, you see, and Mr. D was appalled that someone would stuff such noble creature. He decided to grant it life, on the assumption that life as a mounted head was better than no life at all. I must say it's a kinder fate than Seymour's previous owner got. Seymour bared his fangs and sniffed the air, as if hunting for more snozzages. If has only the head, Jason said. Where does the food go when he eats? Better not ask, Chiron said. Please, sit. Jason took some lemonade, though his stomach was fluttering. Chiron sat back in his wheelchair and tried for a smile, but Jason could tell it was forced. The old man's eyes were as deep and dark as wells. So, Jason, he said, would you mind telling me out where's you are from? I wish I knew. Jason told him the whole story, from walking up on the bus to crash landing at Camp Half-Blood. He didn't see any point in hiding the details. Just as Jason found Naruto seemed to be an easy guy to talk to, even if it's his clone, Chiron seemed to be a good listener. Chiron just nodded encouragingly for more. When Jason was done, the old man sipped his lemonade. I see, Chiron said. And you have questions for me? Only one, Jason admitted. What did you mean when you said that I should be dead? Chiron studied him with concern, as if he expected Jason to burst into flames. My boy, do you know what those marks on your arm mean? The color of your shirt. Do you remember anything? Jason looked at the tattoo on his forearm. SPQR, the eagle, 12 straight lines. No, he said. Nothing. Do you know where you are? Chiron asked. Do you understand what this place is, and who I am? You are Chiron the centaur, Jason said. I'm guessing you are the same one from the old stories, who used to train the Greek heroes like Heracles. This is a camp for demigods, children of the Olympian gods. So you believe those gods still exist? Yes, Jason said immediately. I mean, I don't think we should worship them or sacrifice chickens to them or anything, but they're still around because they're a powerful part of civilization. They move from country to country as the center of the power shifts, like they moved from ancient Greece to Rome. And what do you think of Naruto, and the fact has from the elemental nations? Chiron asked. Honestly, I don't think I ever heard of such thing first, but Naruto obviously is proof that such world exists, but it explains everything Naruto could do as none of it is known in the Greek or Roman stories, Jason said. I could have said it better, although I'm amazed you weren't aware of the elemental nations. Something about Chiron's voice had changed. So you already know the gods are real, and although you are unaware of people like Naruto, you seem unknowingly aware of his abilities, as if you've seen them before. You have already been claimed, haven't you? Maybe, Jason answered. I'm not really sure. Seymour the leopard snarled. Chiron waited, and Jason realized what had just happened. The centaur had switched to another language and Jason had understood, automatically answering in the same tongue. Hera, Jason faltered, then made a conscious effort to speak English. What was that? You know Latin, Chiron observed. Most demigods recognize a few phrases, of course. It's in their blood, but not as much as ancient Greek. Nen can speak Latin fluently without practice, although I'm certain Naruto can have finished learning how if he wanted to. Jason tried to wrap his mind around what that meant, but too many pieces were missing from his memory. He still had the feeling that he shouldn't be here. It was wrong and dangerous. But at least Chiron wasn't threatening. In fact, the centaur seemed concerned for him, afraid for his safety. The fire reflected in Chiron's eyes, making them dance fretfully. I taught your namesake, you know, the original Jason. He had a hard path. I've seen many heroes come and go. Occasionally, they have happy endings. Mostly, they don't. It breaks my heart, liking losing a child each time one of my pupils dies. But you are not like any pupil I've ever taught. Your presence here could be a disaster. Thanks, Jason said. You must be an inspiring teacher. I am sorry, my boy. But it's true. I had that after Percy's and Naruto's success. Percy Jackson, you mean? Annabeth's boyfriend, the one was missing. Chiron nodded. As y'all find out, Naruto and Percy are quite well known in this camp, even before the Second Titan War. Both had part in saving the world during the last Titan War, and I thought we might have some peace here in this world. I might be able to enjoy one final triumph, a happy ending, and perhaps retire quietly. I should have known better. Especially since the threat that originally led to Naruto's grandparents bringing him here had disappeared and still haven't been resolved. The last chapter approaches, just as it did before. The worst is yet to come, and I fear the threat of the elemental nations is still mixed into this. In the corner, the arcade game made a sad pew-pew-pew sound, like a Pac-Man had just died. Okay, Jason said. So the last chapter happened before, worse yet to come, and the threat that was after Naruto might appear with it. Sounds fun, but can we go back to the part where I'm supposed to be dead? I don't like that part. I'm afraid I can't explain, my boy. I swore on the river of Styx and on all things sacred that I would never. Chiron frowned. But you're here, in violation of the same oath. That too, should not be possible. I don't understand. Who would have done such a thing? Who? Seymour the leopard howled. His mouth froze, half open. The arcade game stopped beeping. The fire stopped crackling, its flames hardening like red glass. The masks stared down silently at Jason with their grotesque grape eyes and leafy tongues. Chiron? Jason asked. What's going? The old centaur had frozen, too. Jason jumped off the couch, but Chiron kept staring the same spot, his mouth open mid-sentence. His eyes didn't blink. His chest didn't move. Jason, a voice said. For a horrible moment, he thought the leopard had spoken. Then dark mist boiled out of Seymour's mouth, and an even worse thought occurred to Jason. Storm spirits. He grabbed the golden coin from his pocket, a circle of gold the size of a $50, but thicker and more uneven. Stamped on one side was a picture of a battle axe. On the other was some guy's face wreathed in laurels. The inscription said something like Ivlev's. He flipped it, and when he caught it, he was holding his sword, a wickedly sharp double-edged weapon. The ridged grip fit his fingers perfectly, and the whole thing was gold hilt, handle, and blade. The mist took the form of a woman in black robes. Her face was hooded, but her eyes glowed in the darkness. Over her shoulder she wore a goatskin cloak. Jason wasn't sure how he knew it was goatskin, but he recognized it and knew it was important. Would you attack your patron? The woman chided. Her voice echoed in Jason's head. Lower your sword. Who are you? He demanded. How did you? Our time is limited, Jason. My prison grows stronger by the hour. It took me a full month to gather enough energy to work even the smallest magic through its bonds. I've managed to bring you here, but now I have little time left, and even less power. This may be the last time I can speak to you. You are in prison. Jason decided maybe he would lower his sword. Look, I don't know you, and you are not my patron. You know me, she insisted. I have known you since your birth. I don't remember anything. No, you don't, she agreed. That also was necessary. Long ago, your father gave me your life as a gift to placate my anger. He named you Jason, after my favorite mortal. You belong to me. Whoa, Jason said. I don't belong to anyone. Now is the time to pay your debt, she said. Find my prison. Free me, or the king will rise from the earth, and I will be destroyed. You will never retrieve your memory. Is it a threat? You took my memories. You have until sunset on the solstice, Jason. You only have 4 days. Y'all need my sister's champion and trust him and follow his example and fight against your instincts to distrust him. Do not fail me. The dark woman dissolved, and the mist curled into the leopard's mouth. Time unfroze. Seymour's howl turned into a cough like head sucked in a hairball. Fire crackled to life, the arcade machine beeped, and Chiron said, would dare to bring you here. Probably the lady in the mist, Jason offered. Chiron looked up in surprise. Weren't you just sitting? Why do you have a sword drawn? I hate to tell you this, Jason said. But I think your leopard just ate a goddess. He told Chiron about the frozen-in-time visit, the dark misty figure that disappeared into Seymour's mouth. Oh, dear. That does explain a lot, Chiron murmured. And it sounds like Naruto will be mixed into this again. How are you sure Naruto is the one Chess talking about? Jason asked. Before Chiron could say anything, footsteps reverberated on the porch outside. The front door blew open, and Naruto, a well-rested Annabeth, and another girl, Aphrodite, burst in, Naruto carrying an unconscious Piper piggyback style, but Piper's head lolled like she was unconscious. What happened? Jason rushed over. What's wrong with her? It was Hera, Naruto said. She possessed Rachel. Jason meets the son of Hypnos. Aphrodite introduced herself as Rachel as Naruto carefully placed Piper on the couch. Annabeth rushed down the hall to get the medkit. Piper was still breathing, but she wouldn't wake up. She seemed to be in some kind of coma. We've got to heal her, Jason insisted. Fear's away, right? Seeing her so pale, barely breathing, Jason felt a surge of protectiveness. Maybe he didn't really know her. Maybe she wasn't his girlfriend. But they survived the Grand Canyon together. They'd come all this way. Had left her side for a little while, and this had happened. Naruto stood next to Jason and noticed his concern, which reminded Naruto of Percy whenever Annabeth was hurt, even before they started dating. This made Naruto smirked. Well, there's hope for Piper after all, Naruto thought. Chiron put his hand on her forehead and grimaced. Her mind is in a fragile state. Naruto, you said Hera possessed Rachel, right? What happened? Rachel took over from there. As soon as I got to camp, I had a premonition about Hera's cabin. I went inside. Naruto and Piper came in while I was there. We talked, and then I just blacked out. Naruto said Hera spoke through me. I sent Annabeth to cabin 6 to get some rest, but after Hera possessed Rachel, I sent a clone to wake her up, knowing she would want to know about this, Naruto said. Annabeth ran in with a leather pouch. She knelt next to Piper. It wasn't just Rachel. That statue of Hera in the cabin came to life and gave me a message as well. She told us to free her from a prison. Jason guessed. Annabeth stared at him. How did you know that? Chiron made a 3-fingered gesture over his heart, like a ward against evil. Jason, tell them. Annabeth, the medicine bag, please. Chiron trickled drops from a medicine vial into Piper's mouth, while Jason explained what had happened when the room froze. The dark misty woman who had claimed to be Jason's patron. Are you sure she said patron? Naruto asked. Yeah, she said patron. She also said my dad had given her my life. Jason said. If she's your patron, then that means you are Hera's champion, Naruto said. Ha. Jason responded. Naruto is Hesha's champion, which means Hesha is his patron. Annabeth explained. Naruto nodded. According to Hesha, to be a god-goddess champion means whenever they need us we are to answer their call in return of blessings and gifts from them. Have you ever done anything for Hesha? Jason asked. Yeah, once, Naruto said, remembering Hesha's asking him to look over Thalia to make sure she doesn't turn to Kronos. But Hesha is fair and kind, and I don't mind working for her. Naruto, how did you know it was Hera that possessed Rachel? Annabeth asked. Well, it made some sense it was Hera. I mean, we were in her cabin, and thinking back, even if she was imprisoned, she probably have a stronger magical connection there, and with Rachel there, Hera used her as a medium or something. Probably to make it easier to talk to Jason at the same time. Jason nodded as it made somewhat sense. And the goddess I talked to is wearing this goatskin cloak. That's a symbol of Juno, isn't it? It is. Annabeth scowled. I've never heard that. I think I remember learning something like that back in Yancy Academy from Chiron's Latin class, Naruto said. Chiron nodded, looking proud that Naruto remembered that. That's because I had to teach both Roman and Greek aspects of the ancient stories to keep my cover. Juno was considered to be Hera's most warlike state. The goatskin cloak was a symbol of the Roman soldier. Wait a second, Hera told me to trust her sister's champion, Jason said. Could she be talking about Naruto? It's possible. Demeter, Hera and Hesha are daughters of Kronos and Rhea, just as Zeus, Poseidon and Hades are their sons, Naruto said. So unless Demeter has a champion somewhere we're not aware of, it would make sense Hera was referring to me. Did Hera said anything else to you? Rachel asked. Shess imprisoned. Shess worried about some enemy getting more powerful. Something about a king rising from the earth on the solstice. Annabeth turned to Chiron. Not Kronos. Please tell me it's not that. The centaur looked miserable. He held Piper's wrist, checking her pulse. At last he said, it is not Kronos. That threat is ended. But what? Annabeth asked. Chiron closed the medicine bag. Piper needs rest. We should discuss this later. Or now, Jason said. Sir, Mr. Chiron, you told me the greatest threat was coming. The last chapter. You can't possibly mean something worse than an army of Titus crossed her arms. Well, whoever they are, maybe we should thank them. If they can shut up Hera. Annabeth, I don't like Hera either, but to ignore the gods causes nothing but bad fortune, Naruto said. Wasn't that what you told Percy when he wanted to ignore Ares' request for us to retrieve his shield? Annabeth turned red with frustration, not only because Naruto was right, but he used her own words against her. Naruto is right, Annabeth, Chiron warned. Besides, Hera is still one of the Olympians. In many ways, she is the glue that holds the gods' family together. The Shitrai has been imprisoned and is in danger of destruction. This could shake the foundation of the world. It could unravel the stability of Olympus, which is never great even in the best of times. And if Hera has asked Jason and Naruto for help, fine, Annabeth grumbled. Well, we know Titans can capture a god, right? Atlas captured Artemis a few years ago. And in the old stories, the gods capture each other in traps all the time. But something worse than a Titan. Jason looked at the leopard's head. Seymour was smacking his lips like the goddess had tasted much better than a sausage. Hera said she'd been trying to break Trough prison bonds for a month. Which is how long Olympus has been closed, Annabeth said. So the gods must know something bad is going on. But why use her energy to send me here? Jason asked. She wiped my memory, plopped me into the wilderness school field trip, and send you a dream vision to come pick me up. Why am I so important? Why not just send an emergency flare to the other gods, let them know where she is so they burst her out? The gods need heroes to do their will down here on Earth, Rachel said. That's right, isn't it? Their fates are always intertwined with demigods. Naruto nodded. You're right. Before Olympus closed up, Gramps had me do him a favor. But Jason's got a point. Why him? Why take his memory? Annabeth asked. And Piper's involved somehow, Rachel said. Hera spoke to Piper before she spoke to Naruto. And this must have something to do with Percy's disappearing. Annabeth fixed her eyes on Chiron. Why are you so quiet, Chiron? What is it we're facing? The old centaur's face looked like it had aged 10 years in a matter of minutes. The lines around his eyes were deeply etched. My dear, in this, I cannot help you. I am so sorry. Annabeth blinked. You've never kept information from me. Even the last great prophecy. I will be in my office. His voice was heavy. I need some time to think before dinner. Rachel, will you watch the girl? Call Argus to bring her to the infirmary, if you'd like. And Annabeth, Naruto, you should speak with Jason. Tell him about the Greek and Roman gods. But, the centaur turned his wheelchair and rolled off down the hallway. Annabeth's eyes turned stormy, and she muttered some insults in ancient Greek. Naruto instantly paled. Oh man, Annabeth's upset again. Not good. Jason got a shiver down his back. If Annabeth can make Naruto scared when she's upset, he didn't want to know why. I'm sorry, Jason said. I think my being here I don't know. I've messed things up coming to the camp, somehow. Chiron said had sworn an oath and couldn't talk about it. What oath? Annabeth demanded. I've never seen him act this way. And why would he tell me to talk to you about the gods? Her voice trailed off. Apparently, she'd just noticed Jason's sword sitting on the coffee table. She touched the blade gingerly, like it might be hot. Is this gold? Annabeth asked. Naruto got a closer look and realized it was the source of his Hermes senses that'd been tingling like crazy since he met Jason. Yep, that's gold, and not just any gold. I think it's a magical type like our celestial bronze. Seriously? Annabeth responded before turning to Jason. Do you remember where you got it? No, Jason said. If Hera is your patron, she probably was the one that gave it to you in return of your servitude, Naruto said. Did Hedge ever give you weapons? Jason asked. No, but she did give me scrolls on fire-style jutsus for me to learn, which is just as good as any weapon for someone from the elemental nations, Naruto said. Besides, even if Hedge did or didn't, I prefer Hedge over Hera because she's nicer. Not to mention, Hedge gave Naruto a choice to be her champion, Annabeth said. Something it seems you didn't have, Jason. Jason nodded as that alone seemed to make Hedge a better choice. Annabeth nodded, like she'd just come up with a rather desperate plan. If Chiron won't help, we'll need to figure things out ourselves. Which means cabin 15. Are you sure, Annabeth? Naruto asked. Even Echo avoids going there outside the dream realm. I'm sure, Annabeth said. Rachel, y'all keep an eye on Piper. Sure, Rachel promised. Good luck, you three. Hold on, Jason said. What's in cabin 15? Annabeth stood. Maybe a way to get your memory back. Yeah, but why do I have to go? Naruto whined. Stop complaining, and let's go. Annabeth dragged Naruto out with Jason following. They headed toward a newer wing of cabins in the southwest corner of the green. Some were fancy, with glowing walls or blazing torches, but cabin 15 was not so dramatic. It looked like an old-fashioned prairie house with mud walls and a rush roof. On the door hung a wreath with crimson flowers, red poppies. Do you think this is my parents' cabin? Jason asked. No, Annabeth said. This is the cabin for Hypnos, the god of sleep. It would have been for Morpheus as a sign of forgiveness for him turning against the gods and siding with the Titans, but Morpheus turned it down, and since children of Hypnos were popping up thanks to the god's oath, we decided to build his cabin here in Morpheus' place instead. It actually made our job easier in trying to figure out where to place Hypnos in Morpheus' cabins, Naruto said. Still, we figured this will give us time to come up with something else for Morpheus that he might like. Okay, so, then why? Yeah, I've forgotten everything, she said. If there's any god who can help us figure out memory loss, it's Hypnos. They headed inside. Even though it was almost dinner time, 3 kids were sound asleep under pile of covers. A warm fire crackled in the hearth. Above the mantel hung a tree branch, each twig dripping white liquid into a collection of tin bowls. Soft violin music played somewhere. The air smelled like laundry. The cabin was cozy and peaceful that Jason was tempted to take a nap at one of the empty beds. Annabeth nudged him. Snap out of it. Jason blinked as he realized his knees been starting to buckle. Cabin 15 does that to everyone, Naruto said. First time I was here, I ended up falling asleep that no one noticed. I apologize for that, Annabeth said. After Clarice found me while doing cabin inspections, Naruto stated. She still won't let me hear the end of it. Percy and I thought you were helping out some satyrs due to your new job, Annabeth said. Now come on. We still need to help Jason. She walked up to the nearest snoring kid and shook his shoulder. Clovis. Wake up. The kid looked like a baby cow. He had a blonde tuft of hair on a wedge-shaped head, with thick features and a thick neck. His body was stocky, but his spindly little arms looked like had never lifted anything heavier than a pillow. Clovis. Annabeth shook harder, then finally knocked on his forehead about 6 times. WH what? Clovis complained, sitting up and squinting. He yawned hugely, making Annabeth, Jason, and Naruto yawn too. Stop that, Annabeth said. We need your help. I was sleeping. You're always sleeping. Good night. Naruto yanked the pillow off the bed before Clovis could pass out and ran up the wall like it was part of the floor until he was standing on the ceiling. That's not fair, Clovis complained meekly. Give it back. Not until you help us out, Naruto said. Clovis sighed. His breath smelled like warm milk. Fine. What? Annabeth explained about Jason's problem. Every once in a while she'd snap her fingers under Clovis' nose to keep him awake. Clovis must have been really excited because when Annabeth was done, he didn't pass out. He actually stood and stretched, then blinked at Jason. So you don't remember anything, huh? Just impressions, Jason said. Feelings, like, yes? Clovis said. Like I know I shouldn't be here. At this camp. I'm in danger. Close your eyes. Jason closed his eyes. His thought became murky, as if he were sinking into a dark lake. The next thing he knew, his eyes snapped open. He was sitting in a chair by the fire. Clovis and Annabeth knelt next to him. Even Naruto was sitting, although he was sitting on the ceiling. Serious, alright, Clovis was saying. What happened? Jason said. How long? Just a few minutes, Annabeth said. But it was tense. You almost dissolved. Jason hoped she didn't mean literally, but her expression was solemn. Usually, Clovis said, memories are lost for a good reason. They sink under the surface like dreams, and with a good sleep, I can bring them back. But this, could someone use lead on Jason? Naruto asked. No, Clovis said. This is different. Lead? Jason asked. Clovis pointed to the tree branch dripping milky drops above the fireplace. The river lead in the underworld. It dissolves your memories, wipes your mind clean permanently. That's the branch of a poplar tree from the underworld, dipped into the lead. It's the symbol of my father, Hypnos. Lead is not a place you want to go swimming. Percy used it to wipe the memory of a titan, Annabeth said. Naruto nodded. Hades also used that on Neko and Bianca, so they have no memory of their heritage while they were hidden. But sometimes they know something from their past, so I was hoping that it could help explain Jason's situation. But that's not my problem. No, Clovis said. Your mind wasn't wiped, and your memories weren't buried. They've been stolen. The fire crackled. Drops of lead water plinked into the tin cups on the mantel. One of the other Hypnos campers muttered in his sleep something about a duck. Stolen, Jason said. How? A god, Clovis said. Only a god would have that kind of power. We know that, said Jason. It was Juno. But how did she do it, and why? Clovis scratched his neck. Juno. He means Hera, Annabeth said. For some reason, Jason likes the Roman names. Clovis said. What? Jason asked. Does that mean something? Clovis said again, and this time Jason realized he was snoring. Clovis. He yelled. What? What? His eyes fluttered open. We were talking about pillows, right? Gods, Naruto corrected. Oh, that's right. I remember. Greek and Roman. Sure, could be important. But they're the same gods, Annabeth said. Just different names. Not exactly, Clovis said. Jason sat forward, now very much awake. What do you mean, not exactly? Well, Clovis yawned. Some gods are only Roman. Like Janus and Pompona. I remember Pompona, Naruto groaned. I also remember her statue in Central Park throwing those bronze apples at me. But even major Greek gods, it's not just their names that changed when they moved to Rome. Their appearance changed. Their attributes changed. They even had slightly different personalities. But Annabeth faltered. Okay, so maybe people saw them differently through the centuries. That doesn't change who they are. Sure it does, Clovis began to nod off, and Jason snapped his fingers under his nose. Coming, mother, he yelped. I mean yeah, I'm awake. So, personalities. The gods change to reflect their host cultures and even other nations' cultures if they like it enough. Like how Heap adopted Ichiraku ramen while in the elemental nations and brought it here to this world, Naruto said. Exactly. It was the same in the Roman times, and the gods were Roman, almost as long as they were Greek. It was a big empire, lasted for centuries. So of course their Roman aspects are still a big part of their character. Makes sense, Jason said. Naruto was crossed his arms and closed his eyes as he was thinking back on something. Annabeth shook her head, mystified. But how do you know all this, Clovis? Oh, I spend a lot of time dreaming. I see the gods there all the time, always shifting forms. Dreams are fluid, you know. You can be in different places at once, always changing identities. It's a lot like being a god, actually. Like recently, I dreamed I was watching a Michael Jackson concert, and then I was on stage with Michael Jackson, and we were singing this duet, and I could not remember the words for The Girl Is Mine. Oh, man, it was so embarrassing. Clovis, Annabeth interrupted. Back to Rome. Right, Rome, Clovis said. So we call the gods by their Greek names because that's their original form. But saying their Roman aspects are exactly the same, that's not true. In Rome, they became more warlike. They didn't mingle with mortals as much. They were harsher, more powerful, the gods of an empire. Dang it, Naruto shouted. They look up to see Naruto looking agitated. What is it, Naruto? Annabeth asked. If Clovis is right, then I think I met Grandma Athena's Roman aspect, Minerva. Naruto said. What? Annabeth screamed. When? Clovis asked in interest. Naruto bit back his lip, remembering the conversation he had with Athena about the mark of Athena. Athena made it clear only those who were given the quest were supposed to know about it. Plus there was still the whole Naruto being a Jinchuriki business, and Naruto don't know if Jason would trust him if he revealed that now. After the quest for the Golden Fleece, Grands paid me a visit while checking on it. She seemed to have changed form, Naruto said. I just thought it was normal god stuff that I don't fully understood at the time. But now, it could be you met Minerva and not realize it, Clovis said. Gods don't normally do that, but when it comes to the fates, we all know there's no such thing as accidents. Did she say anything? Annabeth asked. So Naruto met Minerva, some kind of dark side of Athena, Annabeth said. You don't know the half of it. Naruto remembered Minerva mentioning about Naruto's dad Minato might have succeed and get a revenge if he was still alive. Not exactly, Clovis said. They stood for discipline, honor, strength. But things, then, Jason said. For some reason he felt the need to speak up for the Roman gods, though wasn't sure why it mattered to him. I mean, discipline is important, right? That's what made Rome last so long. Sounds like the Stone Village and Cloud Village, Naruto said. Clovis gave Jason a curious look. That's true. But Roman gods weren't very friendly. For instance, my dad, Hypnos, he didn't do much except sleep in Greek times. In Roman times, they called him Somnus. He liked killing people who didn't stay alert at their jobs. If they nodded off at the wrong time, boom, they never woke up. He killed the helmsman of Aeneas when they were sailing from Troy. Nice guy, Annabeth said. But I still don't understand what it has to do with Jason. Neither do I, Clovis said. But if Hera took your memory, only she can give it back. And if I had to meet the Queen of the Gods, I'd hope she was more in a Hera mood than a Juno mood. Can I go back to sleep now? Naruto tossed the pillow to Clovis. Thanks, Clovis. We'll see you at dinner. Can I get room service? Clovis yawned and stumbled to his bunk. I feel like ZZZZ. He collapsed with his butt in the air and his face buried in pillow. Won't he suffocate? Jason asked. I'll be fine. This isn't the first time he fell asleep like that, Naruto said. Right, Annabeth. Annabeth stared at a branch above the fire, dripping lead water into the cups. She looked worried. Yeah, Clovis will be fine, Annabeth said. But I'm beginning to think that you are in serious trouble. Piper dreamed about her last day with her dad. They were on the beach near Big Sur, taking a break from surfing. The morning had been so perfect, Piper knew something had to go wrong soon. A rabbit horde, a paparazzi, or maybe a great white shark attack. No way her luck could hold. But so far, they'd had excellent waves, an overcast sky, and a mile of oceanfront completely to themselves. Dad had found this out-of-the-way spot, rented a beachfront villa and the properties on either side, and somehow managed to keep it secret. If he stayed there too long, Piper knew the photographers would find him. They always did. Nice job out there, Pipes. He gave her the smile he was famous for. Perfect teeth, dimpled chin, a twinkle in his dark eyes that always made grown women scream, and asked him to sign their bodies in permanent marker. Seriously, Piper thought, get a life. His close-cropped black hair gleamed with salt water. You're getting better at hanging 10. Piper flushed with pride, though she suspected Dad was just being nice. She still spent most of her time wiping out. It took special talent to run over yourself with a surfboard. Her dad was the natural surfer, which made no sense since had been raised a poor kid in Oklahoma, hundreds of miles from the ocean, but he was amazing on the curls. Piper would have given up surfing a long time ago, except it let her spend time with him. There weren't many ways she could do that. Sandwich. Dad dug into the picnic basket his chef, Arno, had made. Let's see. Turkey pesto, crab cake wasabi, a Piper special. Peanut butter and jelly. She took the sandwich, though her stomach was too upset to eat. She always asked for PB&J. Piper was a vegetarian, for one thing. She had been ever since they had driven past that slaughterhouse in Chino, and the smell had made her insides want to come outside. But it was more than that. PB&J was simple food, like a regular kid would have for lunch. Sometimes she pretended her dad had actually made it for her, not a personal chef from France who liked to wrap the sandwich in gold leaf paper with a light sparkler instead of a toothpick. Couldn't anything be simple? That's why she turned down the fancy clothes dad always afforded, the designer shoes, the trips to the salon. She cut her own hair with a pair of plastic Garfield safety scissors, deliberately making it uneven. She preferred to wear beat-up running shoes, jeans, a t-shirt and her old Polartec jacket from the time they went snowboarding. And she hated the snubby private schools dad thought were good for her. She kept getting herself kicked out. He kept finding more schools. Yesterday, Shed pulled her biggest heist yet driving, that borrowed BMW out of the dealership. Most people say she stole it, but that's not it. Piper just asked people for things. And they give her stuff. Even that BMW convertible. Piper asked, and the dealer said, sure. Take it. Later he realized what had done and the police came after her. Each time she did this was to get her dad's attention, each stunt being bigger than the previous. Now she regretted it. Dad didn't know yet. Shed meant to tell him that morning. Then had surprised her with this trip, and she called to ruin it. It was the first time they'd had a date together in 3 months. What's wrong? He passed her a soda. Dad, there's something. Hold on, Pipes. That's a serious face. Ready for any 3 questions. They'd been playing that game for years, her dad's way of staying connected in the shortest possible amount of time. They could ask each other any 3 questions. Nothing off limits, and you had to answer honestly. The rest of the time, Dad promised to stay out of her business, which was easy, since he was never around. Piper knew most kids would find a Q&A like this with their parents totally mortifying. But she looked forward to it. It was like surfing, not easy, but a way to feel like she actually had a father. First question, she said. Mom. No surprise. That was always one of her topics. Their dad shrugged with resignation. What do you want to know, Piper? I've already told you she disappeared. I don't know why, or where she went. After you were born, she simply left. I never heard from her again. Do you think she's still alive? It was the real question. Dad was allowed to say he didn't know. But she wanted to hear how he'd answer. He stared at the waves. Your Grandpa Tom, he said at last, he used to tell me that if you walked far enough toward the sunset, you'd come to Ghost Country, where you could talk to the dead. He said a long time ago, you could bring the dead back, but then mankind messed up. Well, it's a long story. Like the land of the dead for the Greeks, Piper remembered. It was in the West, too. And Orpheus, he tried to bring his wife back. Dad nodded. A year before, he had his biggest role as an ancient Greek king. Piper had helped him research the myths, all those stories about people getting turned to stone and boiled in lakes or lava. They'd had fun time reading together, and it made Piper's life seem not as bad. For a while Shed fell closer to her dad, but like everything, it didn't last. A lot of similarities between Greek and Cherokee, Dad agreed. Wonder what your grandpa would think if he saw us now, sitting at the end of the western land. Had probably think we're ghosts. So you're saying you believe those stories? You think Mom is dead? His eyes watered, and Piper saw the sadness behind them. She figured that's why women were so attractive to him. On the surface, he seemed confident and rugged, but his eyes held so much sadness. Women wanted to find out why. They wanted to comfort him and they never could. Dad told Piper if it was a Cherokee thing, they all had that darkness inside them from generations of pain and suffering. But Piper thought it was more than that. I don't believe the stories, he said. They're fun to tell, but if I really believed in ghost country, or animal spirits, or Greek gods, I don't think I could sleep at night. I'd always be looking for somebody to blame. Somebody to blame for Grandpa Tom dying of lung cancer, Piper thought, before Dad got famous and had money to help. For Mom, the only woman had ever loved, abandoning him without even a goodbye note, leaving him with a newborn girl he wasn't ready to care for. For his being so successful, and yet still not happy. I don't know if she's alive, he said. But I do think she might as well be in ghost country, Piper. There's no getting her back. If I believed otherwise, I don't think I could stand that, either. Behind them, the car door opened. Piper turned, and her heart sank. Jane was marching toward them in her business suit, wobbling over the sand in her high heels, her PDA in hand. The look on her face was partly annoyed, partly triumphant, and Piper knew she'd been in touch with the police. Times like this, Piper wished that someone would take her communication devices like her PDA and cell phone, like that red-headed boy Naruto she met 4 years ago. That kid was a real big help. Please fall down, Piper prayed. If there's any animal spirit or Greek god that can help, make Jane take a header. I'm not asking for permanent damage, just knock her out for the rest of the day, please. But Jane kept advancing. Dad, Piper said quickly. Something happened yesterday. But had seen Jane too. He was already reconstructing his business face. Jane wouldn't be here if it wasn't serious. A studio head called a project fell through or Piper had messed up again. We'll get back to that, Pipes, he promised. It'd better see what Jane wants. You know how she is. Yes, Piper knew. Dad trudged across the sand to meet her. Piper couldn't hear them talking, but she didn't need to. She was good at reading faces. Jane gave him the facts about the stolen car, occasionally pointing at Piper like she was a disgusting pet that had whizzed on the carpet. Dad's energy and enthusiasm drained away. He gestured for Jane to wait. Then he walked back to Piper. She couldn't stand that look in the eyes like she had betrayed his trust. You told me you would try, Piper, he said. Dad, I hate that school. I can't do it. I wanted to tell you about the BMW, but they've expelled you, he said. The car, Piper. You're 16 next year. I would buy you any car you want. How could you? You mean Jane would buy me a car? Piper demanded. She couldn't help it. The anger just welled up and spilled out of her. Dad, just listen for once. Don't make me wait for you to ask your stupid 3 questions. I want to go to regular school. I want you to take me to parents' night, not Jane. Or homeschool me. I learned so much when we read about Greek together. We could do that all the time. We could. Don't make this about me, her dad said. I do the best I can, Piper. We've had this conversation. No, she thought. Yeah, I've cut off this conversation. For years. Her dad sighed. Jane talked to the police, brokered a deal. The dealership won't press charges, but you have to agree to go to a boarding school in Nevada. They specialize in problems in kids with tough issues. That's what I am. Her voice trembled. A problem. Piper, you said you'd try. You let me down. I don't know what else to do. Do anything, she said. But do it yourself. Don't let Jane handle it for you. You can't just send me away. Dad looked down at the picnic basket. His sandwich sat uneaten on a piece of gold leaf paper. They'd planned for a whole afternoon in the surf. Now that was ruined. Piper couldn't believe Hedge really give in to Jane's wishes. Not this time. Not on something huge as boarding school. Go see her, Dad said. She's got the details. Dad. He looked away, gazing at the ocean like he could see all the way to ghost country. Piper promised herself she wouldn't cry. She headed up the beach toward Jane, who smiled coldly and held up a plane ticket. As usual, she'd already arranged everything. Piper was just another problem of the day that Jane could now check off her list. Piper's dream changed. She stood on a mountaintop at night, city lights glimmering below. In front of her, a bonfire blazed. Purplish flames seemed to cast more shadows than light, but the heat was so intense, her clothes steamed. This is your second warning, a voice rumbled, so powerful it shook the earth. Piper had heard that voice before in her dreams, telling her that she would go to the camp and to betray everyone. She tried to convince herself it wasn't as scary as she remembered, but it was worse. Behind the bonfire, a huge face loomed out of the darkness. It seemed to float above the flames, but Piper knew it must be connected to an enormous body. The crude features might have been chiseled out of rock. The face hardly seemed alive, except for its piercing white eyes, like raw diamonds, and its horrible frame of dreadlocks, braided with human bones. It smiled, and Piper shivered. Y'all do what you're told, the giant said. Y'all go on the quest. Avoid talking to the boy Naruto if possible. Do our bidding, and you may walk away alive. Otherwise, he gestured to one side of the fire. Piper's father was hanging unconscious, tied to a stake. She tried to cry out. She wanted to call to her dad, and demand the giant to let him go, but her voice won't work. They'll be watching, the giant said. Serve me, and you both live. You have the word of Enceladus. Fail me well, I've slept for millennia, young demigod. I am very hungry. Fail, and I eat well. The giant roared with laughter. The earth trembled. The crevice opened at Piper's feet, and she tumbled into darkness. She woke feeling like she'd been trampled by an Irish step dancing troupe. Her chest hurt, and she could barely breathe. She reached down and closed her hand around the hilt of the dagger Naruto gave her that belonged to Helen of Troy at one time. So Camp Half-Blood hadn't been a dream. How are you feeling? Someone asked. Piper tried to focus. She was lying in a bed with a white curtain on one side, like in a nurse's office. The red-headed girl, Rachel Dare, sat next to her. On the wall was a poster of a cartoon satyr who looked disturbingly like Coach Hedge with a thermometer sticking out of his mouth. The caption read, "Don't let sickness get you good." Where Piper's voice died when she saw the guy at the door. He looked like a typical California surfer dude, buff and tan, blonde hair, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. But he had hundreds of blue eyes all over his body, along his arms, down his legs, and all over his face. Even his feet had eyes, peering up at her from between the straps of his sandals. That's Argus, Rachel said, our head of security. Has just keeping an eye on things, so to speak. Argus nodded. The eye on his chin winked. Where? Piper tried again, but she felt like she was talking through a mouthful of cotton. You are in the big house, Rachel said. Camp offices. We brought you here when you collapsed. You grabbed me, Piper remembered. Hera's voice. I'm sorry about that, Rachel said. Believe me, it was not my idea to get possessed. Naruto thinks it was just an easier way for Hera to pass on a message. Chiron healed you with some nectar. Nectar? The drink of the gods. In small amounts, it heals demigods. If it does, I'll burn you to ashes. Oh? Fun. Rachel sat forward. Do you remember your vision? Piper had a moment of dread, thinking she meant the dream about the giant. Then she realized what Rachel was talking about, what happened in Hera's cabin. Something's wrong with the goddess, Piper said. She told me to free her, like she's trapped. She also said to trust in Naruto as hell be helpful. She mentioned the earth swallowing us, and a fiery one, and something about the solstice. In the corner, Argus made a rumbling sound in his chest. His eyes all fluttered at once. Hera created Argus, Rachel explained. He's actually very sensitive when it comes to her safety. We're trying to keep him from crying, because last time that happened, well, it caused quite a flood. Argus sniffled. He grabbed a fistful of Kleenex from the bedside table and started dabbing eyes all over his body. So Piper tried not to stare as Argus wiped the tears from his elbows. What's happened to Hera? We're not sure, Rachel said. Annabeth, Naruto and Jason were here for you, by the way. Naruto had a shadow clone wake Annabeth up after the vision. Jason didn't want to leave you, but Annabeth had an idea, something that might restore his memories. That's great. Jason had been here for her. She wished she had been conscious for that. But if he got his memories back, would that be a good thing? She was still holding out hope that they really did know each other. She didn't want their relationship to be just a trick of the mist. Get over yourself, she thought. If she was going to save her dad, it didn't matter whether Jason liked her or not. He would hate her eventually. Even Hera's advice doesn't seem to do Piper any good. How was she supposed to trust Naruto to help her when he won't trust her if he knew truth? She looked down at the dagger strapped to her side, not wanting to unsheath it, because she couldn't bear to see her own reflection, a reflection of a fake. Don't worry, Rachel squeezed her arm. Jason seems like a good guy. He had a vision too, a lot like yours and Naruto's. Whatever's happening with Hera, I think you two are meant to work together along with Naruto. Rachel smiled like this was good news, but Piper's spirits plunged even further. She thought that this quest, whatever it was, would involve nameless people. Now Rachel was basically telling her. Good news. Not only your dad being held ransom by a cannibal giant, you also get to betray the guy you like. How awesome is that? Hey, Rachel said. No need to cry. Yeah, I'll figure it out. And if not, Naruto can be supportive and helpful in your situation. Piper wiped her eyes, trying to get control of herself. This wasn't like her. She was supposed to be tough, a hardened car thief, the scourge of LA private schools. Here she was, crying like a baby. How can you know what I'm facing? Rachel shrugged. I know it's a hard choice, and your options aren't great. Like I said, I get hunches sometimes. But you're going to be claimed at the campfire. I'm almost sure. When you know who your godly parent is, things might be clear. Clear, Piper thought. Not necessarily better. She sat up in bed. Her forehead ached like someone had driven a spike between her eyes. There's no getting your mother back, her dad had told her. But apparently, tonight, her mom might claim her. For the first time. Piper wasn't sure she wanted that. I hope it's Athena. She looked up, afraid Rachel might make fun of her, but the oracle just smiled. Piper, I don't blame you. I think Naruto is really hoping the same. What do you mean? Piper asked. Well, normally Naruto looks forward to having a new aunt or uncle. Being an orphan and growing up alone for as long as he did before finding a friend. But he really seemed to see you as a close friend already and willing to accept you as family. You two must have some history, even briefly, for him to get along with him like that. That made Piper feel even guiltier. Especially hearing that Naruto was an orphan and grew up alone. Another hunch. You don't know anything about me. Yeah, I would be surprised. You're just saying that because you're an oracle, aren't you? You're supposed to sound all mysterious. Rachel laughed. Don't be giving away my secrets, Piper. And don't worry. Things will work out, just don't expect it to go the way you plan. Especially with Naruto there. Has the type of person to go with the flow and reserve planning for last resort or powerful opponents or monsters. That doesn't exactly make me feel better, Piper said. And no offense, but Naruto's fighting style seemed to be against Athena's way. Yeah, Naruto takes after his grandfather in that area, Rachel said. If he hadn't matured during this time in this world, he might have not even made past Genin in his ninja ranks. As from what I've been told, it takes wisdom and strength to advance in ranks, as he hadn't so willing to use his brains before coming here. Great, Piper responded. Somewhere in the distance, the conch horn blew. Argus grumbled and opened the door. Dinner? Piper guessed. You slept through it, Rachel said. Time for the campfire. Let's go find out who you are. The whole campfire idea freaked Piper out. It made her think of that huge purple bonfire in the dreams, and her father tied to a stake. What she got instead was almost as terrifying. A sing-along. The amphitheater steps were carved into the side of a hill, facing a stone-lined fire pit. 50 or 60 kids filled the rows, clustered into groups under various banners. Piper spotted Jason in the front between Annabeth and Naruto. Of the two, Naruto seemed more relaxed and enjoying the music, but Piper can't tell Annabeth and Naruto were related. Leo was nearby, sitting with a bunch of burly-looking campers under a steel-grey banner emblazoned with a hammer. Standing in front of the fire, half a dozen campers with guitars and strange old-fashioned harps lyres were jumping around, leading a song about pieces of armor, something about their grandma got dressed for war. Everybody was singing with them and making gestures for the pieces of armor and joking around. It was quite possibly the weirdest thing. Piper had even seen one of those campfire songs that would have been completely embarrassing in daylight, but in the dark, with everybody participating, it was kind of corny and fun. As the energy level got higher, the flames did too, turning from red to orange to gold. Finally, the song ended with a lot of rowdy applause. The guy on a horse trotted up. At least in the flickering light, Piper thought it was a guy on a horse. Then she realized it was a centaur, his bottom half a white stallion, his top half a middle-aged guy with curly hair and a trimmed beard. He brandished a spear impaled with toasted marshmallows. Very nice. And a special welcome to our new arrivals. I'm Chiron, Camp Activities Director, and I'm happy you have all arrived alive and with most of your limbs attached. In a moment, I promise we'll get to the s'mores, but first, what about capture the flag? Somebody yelled. Grumbling broke out among some kids in armor, sitting under a red banner with the emblem of a boar's head. Yes, the centaur said. I know Ares' cabin is anxious to return to the woods for our regular games, and kill people. One of them shouted. However, Chiron said, until the dragon is brought under control, that won't be possible. Naruto spoke up. I had a shadow clone talk to Cabin 9 after finding out what happened to Jake. I'm going to work with Nissa on fixing the dragon. First off, Cabin 9 has set up traps which I approve, as it will make it easier without worrying about his fangs and claws. That just leaves his fire and I can get them closer. If that's not enough, next time we'll rely on the Cyclops that joined us from the streets. There were a bunch of cheers from a bunch of one-eye humanoids scattered in the crowd, but mostly under a sea green banner with a trident. Why don't you just use their help? Someone from the red banner asked. Let me explain this, Naruto. The girl next to Leo's stood. She wore an army jacket a lot like Leo's with her hair covered in red bandana. Before he left for Naiu, Beckendorf told us the dragon's head is at the back of its head, which means, as long as we can get back there, we should be able to work on it hopefully without activating any of its other functions. And if I have to, I'll use Sage Mode to restrain its head, of course, to make sure it doesn't turn its head around and burn us, Naruto said. That seemed to make people feel easier. Piper didn't know what Sage Mode was, but she guessed it must be powerful to help him fight a dragon. Chiron stamped his hoof against the fire pit stones, bang, 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 and the campers fell silent. We will have to be patient, Chiron said. In the meantime, we have more pressing matters to discuss. Percy? Someone asked. The fire dimmed even further, but Piper didn't need the mood flames to sense the crowd's anxiety. Chiron gestured to Annabeth. She took a deep breath and stood. Naruto backed up, but didn't sit down. Naruto and I didn't find Percy, she announced. Her voice caught a little when she said his name. He wasn't at the Grand Canyon like I thought. But we're not giving up. We've got teams everywhere, Grover, Tyson, Neko, Karen, Hinata and her teammates from the elemental nations, the hunters of Artemis. Everyone's out looking. We will find him. Chiron's talking about something different. A new quest. It's the Great Prophecy, isn't it? A girl called out. Everyone turned. The voice had come from a group in back, sitting under a rose-colored banner with a dove emblem. They'd been chatting among themselves and not paying much attention until their leader stood up. Drew. Everyone else looked surprised. Apparently Drew didn't address the crowd very often. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, as if he knew something about the prophecy already. Drew? Annabeth said. What do you mean? Well, come on. Drew spread her hands like the truth was obvious. Olympus is closed. Percy disappeared. Hera sends you a vision and you come back with 3 new demigods in one day. I mean, something weird is going on. The Great Prophecy has started, right? Piper whispered to Rachel. What's she talking about, the Great Prophecy? Then she realized everyone else was looking at Rachel, too. Well? Drew called down. You're the Oracle. Has it started or not? Rachel's eyes looked scary in the firelight. Piper was afraid she might clench up and start channeling a freaky peacock goddess again, but she stepped forward calmly and addressed the camp. Yes, she said. The Great Prophecy has begun. Dang it. Piper heard Naruto complained as pandemonium broke out. Piper caught Jason's eye. He mouthed, "You alright?" She nodded and managed to smile, but look away. It was too painful seeing him and not being with him. When the talking finally subsided, Rachel took another step toward the audience, and 50+ demigods leaned away from her, as if one skinny radiated mortal was more intimidating than all of them put together. For those of you who had not heard it, Rachel said. The Great Prophecy was my first prediction. It arrived in August. It goes like this. 9 heroes shall answer the call, to storm or fire, the world must fall. Jason shot to his feet. His eyes looked wild, like had just been tasered. Even Rachel seemed caught off guard. Jason, she said. What's dui gentes at tandem passum, catus fox, sic quaere at novi testamenti. He chanted. Ut cum spiritu postrimus sacramentum de juramus, at hos ornamenta ad annium nesum. An uneasy silence settled on the group. Piper could see from their faces that several of them were trying to translate the lines. Even Naruto seemed stumped, as if some of the lines sounded familiar to Naruto, but not all of them. She could tell it was Latin, but she wasn't sure why her hopefully future boyfriend was suddenly chanting like a Catholic priest. Wait, I think I know the translation of some of those words, Naruto said, breaking the tension enough the flame loosen its tension, and burn a lesser shade of green. Something about nations and of course fox. He just finished the prophecy, Naruto, Rachel said. Two nations shall make peace, as cat and fox create a new alliance. An oath to keep with the final breed, and foes bear arms to the doors of death. How did you? I know those lines. Jason winced and put his hands to his temples. I don't know how, but I know that prophecy. The Latin, no less, Drew called out. Handsome and smart. There was some giggling from the Aphrodite cabin. God, what a bunch of losers, Piper thought as she remembered Naruto mentioned two people being an exception of Drew. Hard to believe that cabin can produce anything else other than that. Still, what Drew said didn't break the tension much further than Naruto. Jason sat down, looking embarrassed, but Annabeth put a hand on his shoulder and muttered something reassuring. Piper felt a pang of jealousy. It should have been her next to him, comforting him. Rachel Dare still looked a little shaken. She glanced back at Chiron for guidance, but the centaur stood grim and silent, as if he were watching a play he called interrupt a tragedy that ended with a lot of people dead on stage. Well, Rachel said, trying to regain her composure. So, yeah, that's the great prophecy. We hoped it might not happen for a year, but I fear it's starting now. I can't give you proof. It's just a feeling. And like Drew said, some weird stuff is happening. The 9 demigods haven't gathered yet. Unfortunately that means because of his situation, Naruto is among the 9. I get the feeling some of the others are here tonight, some not here. The campers began to stir and mutter, either looking at each other nervously or at Naruto with worried, until a drowsy voice in the crowd called out. I'm here. Oh, were you calling roll? Go back to sleep, Clovis, someone yelled, and a lot of people laughed. Wait. Called a brown-haired girl with pupilless eyes behind a banner with a chalice in the center. If you're right, and that line about includes Naruto, doesn't that mean the second person in the line is also likely a man from the elemental nations? Everyone really started stirring and looking at Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes. Unfortunately, Hanabi, it's possible that person would be like me, and from what I learned when I training to become Jonin, the cat refers to the two tails. This caused another burst of tension. Piper didn't know what Naruto was talking about, but clearly almost everyone else did. Anyway, Rachel continued, we don't know what the great prophecy means. We don't know what challenge the demigods will face, but since the first great prophecy predicted the Titan War, we can guess the second great prophecy will predict something at least that bad. Or worse, Chiron murmured. Maybe he didn't mean everyone to overhear, but they did. The campfire immediately turned dark purple, the same color as Piper dreamed. What we do know, Rachel said, is that the first phase has begun. A major problem has arisen, and we need a quest to solve it. Hera, the queen of the gods, has been taken. Shocked silence. Then 50 demigods started talking at once. Chiron pounded his hoof again, but Rachel still had to wait before she could get back their attention. She told them about the incident on the Grand Canyon skywalk, how Gleason Hedge had sacrificed himself when the storm spears attacked, and the spears warned it was only the beginning. They apparently served some great mistress who would destroy all demigods. Then Rachel told them about Piper passing out in Hera's cabin, and the message Naruto got. Piper tried to keep calm, even when she noticed Drew in the back row, pantomiming a faint, and her friends giggling until something small and fast flew past Drew, shutting her up. Most didn't notice, and if Piper wasn't looking she won't have either. Chiron obviously did too, as he was looking Naruto's direction, who was acting like nothing happened. Piper called help but noticed a gleam in Naruto's eyes. Finally Rachel told them about Jason's vision in the living room of the big house. The message Hera had delivered there was so similar that Piper got a chill. The only difference. Hera had warned Piper not to betray her. Bow to his will, and their king shall rise, dooming us all. Hera knew about the giant's threat. But if that was true, why hadn't she warned Jason, and exposed Piper as an enemy agent? Jason, Rachel said. Do you remember your last name? He looked self-conscious, but he shook his head. Well, just call you Jason, then, Rachel said. It's clear Hera herself has issued you a quest. Rachel paused as if giving Jason a chance to protest his destiny. Everyone's eyes were on him. There was so much pressure, Piper thought she wolf buckled in his position. Yet he looked brave and determined. He set his jaw and nodded. I agree. Rachel nodded. Hera also mentioned another one to go on this quest. A champion of Hera's sister. As far as we know, Demeter doesn't have a champion, but as fate had it, Hashira does have one, our very own. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto didn't take long to decide. I don't like Hera, but I never the type of person to let my comrades fight a battle on their own if given the opportunity. I accept. Meanwhile, if the dragon breaks down again, Cabin 9 will just have to go with Plan B. Nissa nodded. You two must save Hera to prevent a great evil, Rachel continued. Some sort of king from rising. For reasons we don't yet understand, it must happen by the winter solstice, only 4 days from now. That's the council day of the gods, Annabeth said. If the gods don't already know Hera's gone, they will definitely notice her absence by then. They'll probably break out fighting, accusing each other of taking her. That's what they usually do. The winter solstice, Chiron spoke up, is also the time of greatest darkness. The gods gather that day, as mortals always have, because there is strength in numbers. The solstice in a day when evil magic is strong. Ancient magic, older than the gods. It is a day when things stir. The way he said stirring sounded absolutely sinister, like it should be a first-degree felony, not something you did to cookie dough. I always wonder why the Olympians let Hades and Mr. D come to Olympus during winter solstice when before the Battle of Manhattan Hades wasn't welcomed, and Mr. D was supposed to be suspended from returning to Olympus unless it was an emergency. Naruto said. Okay, Annabeth said, glaring at the centaur. Thank you, Captain Sunshine. Whatever's going on. I agree with Rachel. Jason has been chosen to lead this quest, and Naruto is supposed to help him out, so why hasn't Jason been claimed? Somebody yelled from Mary's cabin. The question, Naruto noted. How come Jason hasn't been claimed yet? He has been claimed, Chiron announced. Long ago. Jason, give them a demonstration. At first, Jason didn't seem to understand. He stepped forward nervously, but Piper could tell, thinking how amazing he looked with his blonde hair glowing in the firelight, his regal features like a Roman statue's. He glanced at Piper, and he nodded encouragingly. She mimicked flipping a coin. He reached into his pocket. His coin flashed in the air, and when he caught it in his hand, he was holding a lance, a rod of gold about 7 feet long, with a spear tip at one end. The other demigods gasped. Rachel and Annabeth stepped back to avoid the point, which looked sharp as an ice pick. Naruto was eyeing it with great interest. Wasn't that? Annabeth hesitated. I thought you had a sword. It came up tails, I think, Jason said. Same coin, long-range weapon form. Dude, I want one. Yelled somebody from Mary's cabin. Better than Claris's electric spear, lamer. One of his brothers agreed. Electric, Jason murmured, like that was a good idea. Back away. This time Naruto followed Annabeth's and Rachel's example when they back away. Jason raised his javelin, and thunder broke open the sky. Even hair on Piper's arms stood straight up. Lightning arched down through the golden spear point and hit the campfire with the force of artillery shell. When the smoke cleared, and the ringing in Piper's ears subsided, the entire camp sat frozen in shock, half blind overhead in ashes, staring at the place where the fire had been. The hearth was still there though, but cinders rained down everywhere. A burning log had impaled itself a few inches from the sleeping Kid Clovis, who hadn't even stirred. Dude. That was Hedge's hearth. Naruto whined, not even noticing there were some burning coals on him. Unlike Hera, I have respect for Hedge. Why do you think I agreed to be her champion? Jason lowered his lance. Sorry, Naruto. Chiron brushed some burning coals of his beard. He grimaced as if his worst fears had been confirmed. A little overkill, perhaps, but you've made your point. And I believe we know who your father is. Jupiter, Jason said. I mean Zeus. Lord of the sky. Piper cold held smiling. It made perfect sense. The most powerful god, the father of all the greatest heroes in the ancient myths. Little did she know, Naruto had proven greater than those heroes before the Second Titan War. Even started, no one else could possibly be Jason's dad. Apparently the rest of the camp wasn't so sure. Everything broke into chaos, with dozens of people asking questions until Annabeth raised her arms. Hold it, she said. How can he be the son of Zeus? The big three, their pact not to have mortal kids, it wasn't ended until last summer. How could we not have known about him sooner? Chiron didn't answer, but Piper got the feeling he knew. And the truth was not good. The important thing, Rachel said, is that Jason's here now. He has a quest to fulfill, which means he will need his own prophecy. She closed her eyes and swooned. 2 campers rushed forward and caught her. A third ran to the side of the amphitheater and grabbed a bronze 3-legged stool, like they'd been trained for this duty. They eased Rachel onto the stool in front of the ruined hearth. Without the fire, the night was dark, but green mist started swirling around Rachel's feet. When she opened her eyes, they were glowing. Emerald smoke issued from her mouth. The voice that came out was raspy and ancient, the sound a snake make if it could talk. Child of lightning, beware the earth, the giants revenge the 9 shall birth. Caduceus shall claim its place, as its great hero shall choose to heal thrice. The forge and dove shall break the cage, and death unleashed through Hera's rage. On the last word, Rachel collapsed, but her helpers were waiting to catch her. They carried her away from the hearth and laid her in the corner to rest. Is that normal? Piper asked. Then she realized she'd spoken into the silence, and everyone was looking at her. I mean, does she spew green smoke a lot? The odds, you're dense. Drew sneered. Drew, she still knew, and this was her first time hearing a prophecy, Naruto argued. Piper, that was Jason's prophecy to save Hera. You guys are lucky that Rachel was able to host the spirit of Delphi. The last oracle ended up a mummy, and believe it, it's easier hearing it from Rachel than what you would have to experience with the mummy. Still, the prophecy definitely isn't normal, Annabeth said. If breaking Hera's cage unleashed her rage and causes a bunch of death, why would we free her? It might be a trap, or maybe Hera will turn on her rescuers. She never been kind to heroes. Jason rose. I don't have much choice. Hera took my memory. I need it back. Besides, we can't just not help the Queen of the Heavens if she's in trouble. Nissa stood up. Maybe. But you should listen to Annabeth. Hera can be vengeful. She threw her own son, our dad, down a mountain, just because he was ugly. Real ugly, snickered someone from Aphrodite. Shut up. Nissa growled. Anyway, we've got to think wide, beware the earth. And what's the giant's revenge? What are we dealing with here that's powerful enough to kidnap the Queen of the Heavens? No one answered, but Piper noticed Annabeth and Chiron having a silent exchange. Piper thought it went something like, Annabeth, the giant's revenge? No, it can't be. Chiron, don't speak of it here. Don't scare them. Annabeth, you're kidding me. We can't be that unlucky. Chiron, later, child. If you told them everything, they would be too terrified to proceed. Meanwhile, Naruto seemed to have the frustrated look that seemed more of the line of Caduceus, Hera's sister's champion, great. Even if there were some other great hero of Gramps, Hera and the prophecy sealed the deal that it's me. What the heck does it mean choose to heal thrice? I hope it doesn't mean heal someone else. I don't even know any healing jutsus. Piper knew it was crazy to think she could read their expressions so well, two people she barely knew, and one person she only met once before. But she was absolutely positive she understood them, and it scared the jujubes out of her. Annabeth took a deep breath. It's Jason's quest, she announced, so it's Jason's choice. Obviously, has the lightning. And Caduceus is Hermes' symbol, which confirms that Hera was referring to Naruto to help Jason. Someone from Hermes' cabin yelled, well, you obviously, Annabeth. You and Naruto got the most experience, and you've been a camper longer. No, Travis, Annabeth said. First off, I'm not helping Hera. Every time I've tried, she's deceived me, or it's come back to bite me later. Forget it. No way. Secondly, I'm leaving first thing in the morning to find Percy. It's connected, Piper blurted out, not sure how she got the courage. You know that's true, don't you? This whole business, your boyfriend's disappearance, it's all connected. How? Demanded Drew. If you are so smart, how? Piper tried to form an answer, but she couldn't. Annabeth saved her. You may be right, Piper. If this is connected, they'll find out from the other end by searching for Percy. As I said, I'm not about to rush off to rescue Hera, even if her disappearance sets the rest of the Olympians fighting again. Plus Annabeth probably let her anger toward Hera overcloud her judgment, Naruto said, earning a glare from Annabeth. Besides, the prophecy already told us who to pick. Forge and Dove, Festus and Aphrodite. Which means this will be a quest for 4. Shinobu's favorite number when handling missions. Right, Jason said. So should it be. Under the Cabin 9 banner, Nissa's shoulders slumped, like she'd just been given a heavy anvil to carry. If you have to beware the earth, she said, you should avoid traveling overland. Y'all need air transport. I can fly, Naruto said. But I don't know if I can carry more than one person. Piper was about to call out that Jason could fly. But then she thought better of it. That was for Jason to tell them, and he wasn't volunteering the information. Maybe he figured had freaked them out enough for one night. The flying chariot's broken, Nissa also added. And the Pegasi, we're using them to search for Percy. But maybe Hephaestus' cabin can help figure out something else to help. With Jake incapacitated, I'm senior camper. I can volunteer for the quest. She didn't sound enthusiastic. Then Leo stood up. Had been so quiet, Piper had almost forgotten he was there, which was totally not like Leo. It's me, he said. His cabin mate stirred. Several tried to pull him back to his seat, but Leo resisted. No, it's me. I know it is. I've got an idea for transportation problem. Let me try. I can fix this. Jason studied him for a moment. Piper was sure he was going to tell Leo no. Sometimes the best of help are those you already know best, Naruto said. That seemed to encourage Jason as he smiled. We started this together, Leo. Seems only right you come along. You find us a ride, you're in. Yes. Leo pumped his fist. It'll be dangerous, Nissa warned him. Hardship, monsters, terrible suffering. Possible none of you will come back alive. Oh? Suddenly Leo didn't look so excited. Then he remembered everyone was watching. I mean, oh, cool. Suffering. I love suffering. Let's do this. Annabeth nodded. Then, Jason, you only need to choose the 3rd quest member. The dove. Oh, absolutely. Du was on her feet and flashing his smile. The dove is Aphrodite. Everybody knows that I am totally yours. Piper's hands clenched. She stepped forward. No. Drew rolled her eyes. Oh, please. Dumpster girl. Back off. I had the vision of Hera, not you. I have this. Piper is right, and Hera talked to her directly as she did with Jason, Naruto said. But the prophecy made it clear it has to be a child of Aphrodite. Just as Naruto said that, there was a collective gasp. Everyone stared at Piper like she'd just exploded. She wondered what she'd done wrong. Then she realized there was a reddish glow around her. What? Piper demanded. She looked above her, but there was no burning symbol like the one that had appeared over Leo. Ah, Piper, look at your clothes, Naruto said, as if telling her it's not what she thinks. Piper looked down and yelped. She was no longer wearing the clothes she originally was wearing. She despised dresses. She didn't own a dress. But now she adorned in a beautiful white sleeveless gown that went down to her ankles, with a v-neck so low it was totally embarrassing. Delicate gold armbands circled her biceps. An intricate necklace of amber, coral, and gold flowers glittered on her chest and her hair. Oh, God, she said. What's happened? Piper, your knife. Naruto said, which was now oiled and gleaming, hanging at her side on a gold cord. Piper didn't want to draw it. She was afraid of what she would see. But her curiosity won out. She unsheathed her knife and stared at her reflection in the polished metal blade. Her hair was perfect, lush and long and chocolate brown, braided with gold ribbons down one side so it fell across her shoulder. She even wore makeup, better than Piper would ever know how to do herself, subtle touches that made her lips cherry red and brought out all the different colors in her eyes. She was beautiful, Jason exclaimed. Piper, you are a knockout. Under different circumstances, that would have been the happiest moment of her life. But now everyone was staring at her like she was a freak. Drew's face was full of horror and revulsion. No. Not possible. This isn't me, Piper protested. I don't understand. Chiron the centaur folded his front legs and bowed to her, and all the campers followed his example. Hail, Piper McLean, Chiron announced gravely, as if he were speaking at a funeral. Daughter of Aphrodite, Lady of the Doves, Goddess of Love. Then Naruto smirked and said, well, looks like I found another child of Aphrodite I can respect. Leo didn't stick around after Piper turned beautiful. Sure, it was amazing, and all she got makeup. It's a miracle, but Leo had problems to deal with. He ducked out of the amphitheater and ran into the darkness, wondering what had gotten himself into. He stood up in front of a bunch of stronger and braver demigods and volunteered for a mission that would probably get him killed. He hadn't mentioned seeing T. Kalita, his old babysitter, but as soon as had heard about Jason's vision, the lady in the black dress and shawl, Leo knew it was the same woman. T. Kalita was Hera. His evil babysitter was the queen of the gods. Stuff like that could really deep fry your brain. He trudged toward the woods and tried not to think about his childhood, all the messed up things that had led to his mother's death. But he couldn't help it. The first time T. Kalita tried to kill him, he must have been about 2. T. Kalita was looking after him while his mother was at the machine shop. She wasn't really his aunt, of course, just one of the old women in the community, a generic tia who helped watch the kids. She smelled like a honey-baked ham, and always wore a widow's dress with a black shawl. Let's set you down for a nap, she said. Let's see if you are my brave little hero, eh? Leo was sleepy. She nestled him into his blankets in a warm mound of red and yellow pillows. The bed was like a cubby hole in the wall, made of blackened bricks, with metal slot over his head and a square hole far above, where he could see the stars. He remembered resting comfortably, grabbing at sparks like fireflies. He dozed, and dreamed of a boat made of fire, sailing through the cinders. He imagined himself on board, navigating the sky. Somewhere nearby, T. Kalita sat in her rocking chair, creak, 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 and sang a lullaby. Even at 2, Leo knew the difference between English and Spanish, and he remembered being puzzled because T. Kalita was singing in a language that was neither. Everything was fine until his mother came home. She screamed and raced over to snatch him up, yelling at T. Kalita, "How could you?" But the old lady had disappeared. Leo remembered looking over his mother's shoulder at the flames curling round his blankets. Only years later he had realized had been sleeping in blazing fireplace. The weirdest thing. T. Kalita hadn't been arrested, even banished from their house. She appeared again several times over the next few years. Once when Leo was 3, she let him play with knives. You must learn your blades early, she insisted, if you are to be my hero someday. Leo managed not to kill himself, but he got the feeling T. Kalita would have cared one way or the other. When Leo was 4, Tia found a rattlesnake for him in a nearby cow pasture. She gave him a stick and encouraged him to poke the animal. Where is your bravery, little hero? Show me the fates were right to choose you. Leo stared down at those amber eyes, hearing the dry shhshshsh of the snake's rattle. He couldn't bring him to poke the snake. It didn't seem fair. Apparently the snake felt the same way about biting a little kid. Leo could sworn it looked at T. Kalita like, "Are you nuts, lady?" Then it disappeared into the tall grass. The last time she babysat him, Leo was 5. She brought him a pack of crayons and a pad of paper. They sat together at the picnic table in the back of the apartment complex, under an old pecan tree, while T. Kalita sang her strange songs. Leo drew a picture of the boat had seen in the flames, with colorful sails and rows of oars, a curved stern, and an awesome figurehead. When he was almost done, about to sign his name the way had learned in kindergarten, a wind snatched the picture away. It flew into the sky and disappeared. Leo wanted to cry. Had spent so much time on that picture, but T. Kalita just clucked with disappointment. It isn't time yet, little hero. Someday, y'all have your quest. Y'all find your destiny, and your hard journey will finally make sense. But first you must face many sorrows. I regret that, but heroes cannot be shaped any other way. Now, make me a fire, eh? Warm these old bones. A few minutes later, Leo's mom came out and shrieked with horror. Tia Kalita was gone, but Leo sat in the middle of a smoking fire. The pad of paper was reduced to ashes. Crayons had melted into a bubbling puddle of multicolored goo, and Leo's hands were ablaze, slowly burning through the picnic table. For years afterward, people in the apartment complex will wonder how someone seared the impressions of a 5-year-old's hands an inch deep into solid wood. Now Leo was sure Tia Kalita, his psychotic babysitter, had been Hera all along. That made her, what, his godly grandmother. His family was even more messed up than he realized. He wondered if his mother had known the truth. Leo remembered after that last visit, his mom took him inside and had a long talk with him, but he only understood some of it. She can't come back again. His mom had a beautiful face with kind eyes and curly dark hair, but she looked older than she was because of hard work. The lines around her eyes were deeply etched. Her hands were calloused. She was the first person from their family to graduate from college. She had a degree in mechanical engineering and could design anything, fix anything, build anything. No one would hire her. No company would take her seriously, so she ended up in the machine shop, trying to make enough money to support the two of them. She always smelled of machine oil, and when she talked with Leo, she switched from Spanish to English, constantly using them like complementary tools. It took Leo years to realize that not everyone spoke that way. She had even taught him Morse code as a kind of game, so they could tap messages to each other when they were in different rooms. I love you. You okay? Simple things like that. I don't care what Kalita says, his mom told him. I don't care about destiny and the fates. You're too young for that. You're still my baby. She shook his hands, looking for burn marks, but of course there weren't any. Leo, listen to me. Fire is a tool, like anything else, but it's more dangerous than most. You don't know your limits. Please, promise me no more fire until you meet your father. Someday, Miho, you will meet him. He'll explain everything. Leo had heard that since he could remember. Someday he would meet his dad. His mom won't answer any questions about him. Leo had never met him, never even seen pictures, but she talked like had just gone to the store for some milk and had be back any minute. Leo tried to believe her. Someday, everything would make sense. For the next couple of years, they were happy. Leo almost forgot about Tia Kalita. He still dreamed of the flying boat, but the other strange events seemed like a dream too. It all came apart when he was 8. But then, he was spending every free hour at the shop his mom had been passed down his mother's family since his great-grandfather, with his mom. He knew how to use the machines. He could measure and do math better than most adults. Had learned to think three-dimensionally, solving mechanical problem in his head the way his mom did. One night, they stayed late because his mom was finishing a drill bit design she hoped to patent. If she could sell the prototype, it might change their lives. She'd finally get a break. As she worked, Leo passed her supplies and told her corny jokes, trying to keep her spirits. He loved it when he could make her laugh. She'd smile and say, your father would be proud of you, Miho. Yeah, I'll meet him soon. I'm sure. Mom's workspace was at the very shop. It was kind of creepy at night, because they were the only ones there. Every sound echoed through the warehouse, but Leo didn't mind as much as he was with his mom. If he did wander the shop, they could always keep in touch with Morse code taps. Whenever they were ready to leave, they had to walk through the entire shop, through the break room, and out to the parking lot, locking the doors behind them. That night after finishing up, they'd just gotten to the break room, when his mom realized she didn't have her keys. That's funny. She frowned. I know I had them. Wait here, Miho. It'll only be a minute. She gave him one more smile, the last one had ever get, and went back into the warehouse. She had only been gone a few heartbeats when the interior door slammed shut. Then the exterior door locked itself. Mom? Leo's heart pounded. Something heavy crashed inside the warehouse. He ran to the door, but no matter how hard he pulled or kicked, it won't open. Mom. Frantically, he tapped the message on the wall. You okay? She can't hear you, a voice said. Leo turned and found himself facing a strange woman. At first he thought it was Tia Kalita. She was wrapped in black robes, with a veil covering her face. Tia, he said. The woman chuckled, a slow, gentle sound, as if she were half asleep. I am not your guardian. Merely a family resemblance. Well, what do you want? Where's my mom? All loyal to your mother. How nice. But you see, I have children too, and I understand you will fight them someday. When they try to wake me, you will prevent them. I cannot allow that. I don't know you. I don't want to fight anybody. She muttered like a sleepwalker in a trance. A wise choice. With a chill, Leo realized the woman was, in fact, asleep. Behind the veil, her eyes were closed. But even stranger. Her clothes were not made of cloth. They were made of earth-dry black dirt, churning and shifting around her. Her pale sleepy face was barely visible behind a curtain of dust, and he had the horrible sense that she had just risen from the grave. If the woman was asleep, Leo wanted her to stay that way. He knew that fully awake, she would be even more terrible. I cannot destroy you yet, the woman murmured. The fates will not allow it. But they do not protect your mother, and they cannot stop me from breaking your spirit. Remember this night, little hero, when they ask you to oppose me. Leave your mother alone. Fear rose in his throat as the woman shuffled forward. She moved more like an avalanche than a person, a dark wall of earth shifting toward him. How will you stop me? She whispered. She walked straight through a table, particles of her body reassembling on the other side. She loomed over Leo, and he knew she would pass right through him, too. He was the only thing between her and his mother. His hand caught fire. A sleepy smile spread across the woman's voice, as if she'd already won. Leo screamed with desperation. His vision turned red. Flame washed over the earthen woman, the walls, the locked doors. And Leo lost consciousness. When he woke, he was in an ambulance. The paramedic tried to be kind. She told him the warehouse that been in the family for generations burned down. His mother hadn't made it out. The paramedic said she was sorry, but Leo felt hollow. Had lost control, just like his mother had warned. Her death was his fault. Soon the police came to get him, and they weren't as nice. The fire had started in the break room, they said, right where Leo was standing. Had survived by some miracle, but what kind of child locked the doors of his mother's workplace, knowing she was inside, and started a fire? Later, his neighbors at the apartment complex told the police what a strange boy he was. They talked about handprints on the picnic table. They'd always known something was wrong with Esperanza Valdez's son. His relatives wouldn't take him in. His Aunt Rosa called him a Diablo and shouted at the social workers to take him away. So Leo went to his first foster home. A few days later, he ran away. Some foster homes lasted longer than others. He would joke around, make a few friends, pretend nothing was bothering him, but he always up running sooner or later. It was the only thing that made the pain better, feeling like he was moving, getting farther and farther away from the ashes of that machine shop. Had promised himself he would never play with fire again. He hadn't thought about Tia Khalida, or the sleeping woman. He imagined Tia Khalida's voice. It wasn't your fault, little hero. Our enemy wakes. Naruto can help you control your flames. It's time to stop running. Hera, Leo muttered, you're not even here, are you? You're in a cage somewhere. There was no answer. But now, at least, Leo understood something. Hera had been watching him his entire life. Somehow, she had known that one day she would need him. Maybe those fates she mentioned could tell the future, Leo wasn't sure. But he knew he was meant to go on this quest. Jason's prophecy warned them to beware the earth, and Leo knew it had something to do with that sleeping woman in the shop, wrapped in robes of shifting dirt. You'll find your destiny, Tia Khalida had promised, and your hard journey will finally make sense. Leo might find out what that flying boat in his dreams meant. He might meet his father, or even get to avenge his mother's death. But first thing first. Had promised Jason a flying ride. Not the boat from his dreams, not yet. There wasn't time to build something that complicated. He needed a quicker solution. He needed a dragon. Although he's starting to wish he asked Naruto with him. At least Naruto know his way around the woods. He hesitated at the edge of the woods, peering into absolute darkness. Owls hooted, and something far away hissed like a chorus of snakes. Naruto's clone had warned Leo not to go into the woods unarmed and best off with someone. Leo had nothing, no sword, no flashlight, no help. He glanced back at the lights of the cabin. He could turn around now, and get Naruto to help him out. They cannot stop me from breaking your spirit, the sleeping woman had said. Remember this night, little hero, when they ask you to oppose me. Believe me, lady, Leo muttered. I remember. And whoever you are, I'm gonna face plant you hard, Leo's style. He took a deep breath and plunged into the forest. Little did he know, Naruto was following Leo as he noticed Leo's disappearance. Where are you going, Leo? Naruto said. Naruto noticed Leo disappeared from the amphitheater when the crowds started to disperse after Piper was claimed. Naruto sent a shadow clone to help settle Jason in a cabin 1 and Piper into cabin 10, not trusting Drew to do that. Naruto found Leo and eventually decided to follow Leo to see what he was doing. Right now Leo was stumbling around. Naruto was about to step in and help Leo when he saw Leo summon fire, with flames dancing around his fingertips. Well, what do you know? Leo can summon fire. Naruto thought as he remembered from his shadow clone's memories that fire powers is a rare blessing of Festus. Although, judging from Leo's expression, he seemed guilty just using this power as he kept looking around for something. What are you looking for? Naruto thought. Then, at the bottom of a clearing, Naruto saw one of Cabin 9's traps, a 100-foot wide crater ringed with boulders. In the center of the depression, a metal vat the size of a hot tub had been filled with bubbly dark liquid Tabasco sauce and motor oil. On a pedestal suspended over the vat, an electric fan rotated in circles, spreading the fumes across the forest. The vat was unguarded, but even with limited light, Naruto could see the glint of metal beneath the dirt and leaves a bronze net lining the entire crater. Known Cabin 9, it's probably touch sensitive and will spring when the dragons step on it, Naruto thought. With the needed weight of the dragon, Leo searched around to the trap as into search of something. Clever trap, isn't it? Naruto asked, causing Leo to jump. Your new siblings really outdid themselves. How long were you there? Leo said. As long as you have, Naruto said. I noticed you left after curfew was called and I thought to check on you. You realize you are lucky the cleaning harpies didn't notice you. They would have ate you up. Leo paled, realizing Naruto wasn't kidding. Don't worry, as long as you are with me, the harpies won't do anything, Naruto said. They may be ferocious, but they're nature spirits and have to listen to me. How long you been following me? Leo asked. Long enough to know you are blessed with a rare ability to summon fire, Naruto said. Leo really paled when Naruto said that. Hey, relax. I'm not to judge, Naruto said. Remember, I'm the champion of Hedge. You don't get it. My fire is a curse. You killed my mom, Leo said. Naruto's heart dropped hearing that. Leo, I'm sure it was an accident. With training and practice, you can control the fire better so nothing like that can happen again. Easy for you to say. Your powers are cool and not at all dangerous, Leo said. Naruto's face hardened. Not all my powers are cool and not dangerous, Leo. I got more power than you can realize, and believe it, I hold back the most dangerous power I have to keep everyone at camp safe. Leo got the sinking feeling Naruto was dead serious. Not only that, but whatever power Naruto was talking about was more dangerous than his fire power. Look Leo, my parents died when I was a baby, and although I didn't know them much, last year I was given a chance to see what happened the night they died, and I can tell you it's not easy seeing it, Naruto said. So if you ever need to talk to someone about him here. Thanks, Leo said. Great, so let's go searching for our dragon, Naruto said. That is what you're looking for, right? Yeah. I was hoping we can use it on our quest, Leo said. I don't know how the dragon will be helpful, but let's see what we can do, Naruto said. Leo had no idea what Naruto meant by that, but he didn't have a chance to find out as they heard the sound. It was more of a tremor, the deep sort of rumbling you hear in your gut rather than your ears. Then they heard a grinding snort, like steam forced out of a metal barrel. They turned slowly, and at the edge of the pit, 50 feet away, 2 glowing red eyes were staring at him. The creature gleamed in the moonlight, and Leo couldn't believe something that huge had sneak up on both of them. Extinguish your flames, Naruto said. Leo noticed the dragon gaze was fixed in his hand, and Leo extinguished the flames. They could still see the dragon just fine. It was 60 feet long, snout to tail, its body made of interlocking bronze plates. Its claws were the size of butcher knives, and its mouth was lined with hundreds of dagger-sharp metal teeth. Steam came out of its nostrils. It snarled like chainsaw cutting through a tree. The cold bit Leo in half or stomped him flat if he wanted. Then Leo noticed what Naruto meant by the dragon not being any help. It doesn't have wings, Leo said. Told you it might not be any help, Naruto said. Cabin 9 would have made it some wings, but it'd been hard enough just trying to repair it. Still, it's amazing. Is it hydraulic or nuclear powered or what? Leo asked. It's automaton, Naruto said. Those work like normal mortal machinery. As the two talked, the dragon stopped snarling and tilted its head. Then it snorted, more confused now. Finally it took a step forward, and Leo shouted, no. The dragon snarled again. Don't worry. Remember, the traps are to help fix it, Naruto said. Oh, right, Leo said. The dragon opened its mouth and blew fire. The column of white-hot flames billowed over Leo, more than Leo had ever tried to endure before. It was as if they were being hosed down with a powerful, very hot fire hose. But when the flames died, both were perfectly fine. The dragon stared at the two, and a spark flew out of its neck like it was about to short-circuit. Leo and I are both immune to fire, Naruto said. You can't hurt us, and we don't want to hurt you. The dragon creaked, roared, and charged into the trap. The trap sprang. The floor of the crater erupted with a sound like thousands trash can lids banging together. Dirt and leaves flew, metal net flashing. Naruto grabbed Leo, and they disappeared before they could be tripped over and doused with Tabasco sauce and oil. Naruto at the edge of the trap. Whoa? Leo responded. Ninja trick, Naruto said. The dragon thrashed around, trying to free itself from the net wrapped around him. It blew flames in every direction, lighting up the sky and setting trees on fire. Hey, stop that! Leo yelled. Fortunately the dragon did stop. Naruto bit his thumb and made the hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground, summoning jutsu. There was a huge puff of smoke, and when it cleared, Naruto was standing on a light green toad with purple eyes, yellow patterns all over its body, and a bow on its back and red lipstick, pink blush on his cheeks, and eyeliner. Gameriki, would you put out the fire for me? Naruto asked. Oh, sure thing, Naruto. Gameriki said. He made the hand signs and spew water from his mouth and put out the flames. Thanks, stay near Incus. The dragon put more trees on fire. Once we're done you can go home. Naruto jumped down to Leo, who was amazed. You can summon toad that big? Leo waved his hands at Gameriki. I can summon ones even larger, but I didn't want to destroy the woods, Naruto said. I am a member of the Council of Cloven Elders after all. If I let it get destroyed, it would look bad. Leo nodded in understanding. Come on. Let's get to the dragon's head while it's tangled, Naruto said. They ran to the dragon's head. It tried to snap at them, but its teeth were tangled in the mesh. It blew fire again, but this time it was orange and not so hot. They sputtered before they even reached Naruto and Leo. Hey. It's okay. Sorry we had to trap you, but you won't let us leave you unless we did, Naruto said. Look, Leo is the son of Festus. Has going to fix you. The dragon's jaw made a creaking sound like it was trying to talk. Leo set to work. The control panel is behind the dragon's head. Just hit a button behind the dragon's ear, Naruto said. Leo found it and opened the control panel. Leo examined the wires inside the dragon's head. It was ingenious, definitely, and it made sense to him. This was the motor control relay. This processed sensory input from the eyes. The disc. Ha, Leo said. Well, no wondering. Creak, the dragon asked with its jaw. What? Naruto asked. He has a corroded control disc. Probably regulates his higher reasoning circuits, right? Rusty brain, man. No wonder you are a little confused. Naruto, do you have a replacement disc? No, I don't, Naruto said. Dang. This is a complicated piece of circuitry. I'm gonna have to take it out and clean it. Only be a minute. He pulled the disc out, and the dragon stilled and died. Leo slid off its back and began polishing the disc. Here, Naruto said, handing Leo a rag and cleaning gear from his back pouch. Leo didn't know where they came from, but he got to work using them to clean the control disc. Once he was done, he climbed back up the dragon's head and started cleaning the wiring and gearboxes, getting himself filthy in the process. Clean hands, dirty equipment, Leo said. My mom used to say that. Naruto nodded as Leo continued until his hands were black with grease, and his clothes looked like had just lost a mud wrestling contest, but the mechanisms were clean. He slipped in the disc, connected the last wire, and sparks flew. The dragon shuddered. Its eyes began to glow. Better? Leo asked. The dragon made a sound like a high-speed drill. It opened its mouth and all its teeth rotated. That must be a yes, Naruto said. Now let's free him. Naruto created several shadow clones to search and release clamps for the net, and untangle the dragon. When the clones were done, they disappeared in a puff of smoke. The dragon stood the last bit of netting off his back. It roared triumphantly and shot fire at the sky. Naruto waved a Gamariki, and the green toad disappeared in a puff. We should name it, Leo said. You name it, it was made by your dad, Naruto said. Okay, I'm calling you Festus. The dragon wore its teeth and grinned. Cool, Naruto said. Yeah, but we still have a problem. Festus doesn't have any wings, Naruto said. Festus tilted his head and snorted steam. Then he lowered his back in an unmistakable gesture. He wants us to climb on, Naruto said. Why? Leo asked. Only one way to find out. Naruto climbed on with Leo following. Leo lost track of time and all senses, but Naruto had a good feeling Festus was taking them further into the woods. Odd part was, they were heading to areas even Naruto never been to. It was dark out, but the dragon's glowing red eyes were now acting like headlights. Finally they crossed a stream and came to a dead end, a limestone cliff 100 feet tall, a solid, sheer mass the dragon couldn't possibly climb. Festus stopped at the base and lifted one leg like a dog, pointing. What is it? Leo asked. I don't know. I never been here before, Naruto said. Leo put his hand, which he had ignited on the way, on the cliff. Suddenly his fingers smoldered. Lines of fire spread from his fingertips like ignited gunpowder sizzling across the limestone. The burning lines raced as across the cliff face, until they had outlined a glowing red door 5 times as tall as Leo and Naruto. They backed up and the door swung open, disturbingly silent for such a big slab of rock. Sweet. Naruto said. Tell me about it, Leo said. Perfectly balanced. That's some first-rate engineering. The dragon unfroze and marched inside as if he were coming home. Leo and Naruto stepped through, and the door began to close. The combination of electric fluorescence and wall-mounted torches flickered on, giving them light, and what they found left both speechless. Oh my gods, Naruto said. What is this place? Leo asked. The dragon stomped to the center of the room, leaving tracks in the thick dust, and curled up on a large circular platform. The cave was the size of an airplane hangar, with endless work tables and storage cages, rows of garage-sized doors along either wall, and staircases that led up to a network of catwalks high above. Equipment, plus something that looked suspiciously like a nuclear reaction chamber. Bulletin boards were covered with tattered, faded blueprints. And weapons, armors, shields, war supplies all over the place, a lot of them only partially finished. Hanging from chains far above the dragon was an old tattered banner almost too faded to read. The letters were Greek. But Leo somehow knew what they said before Naruto read it out loud. Bunker 9. Did that mean 9 as in Hephaestus' cabin, or 9 as in there were 8 others? Leo asked. I don't know. I didn't even know this place existed, Naruto said. Festus was still curled up on the platform, and it occurred to them that the dragon looked content because it was home. It had probably been built on that pad. The dust is thick, Naruto said, inspecting the dust on the floor. No one been here for over 100 years. But why? Leo asked, examining the unfinished projects. I don't know. If Chiron was here, he might know, Naruto said. Then again, he hasn't been in a talking mood lately. Leo looked at a map on the wall, a battle map of camp, but the paper was as cracked and yellow as Union skin. It dated the bottom read, 1864. That map dated back to the American Civil War, Naruto said, remembering back when he talked to some undead Confederate soldiers during the quest for the Golden Fleece. No way, Leo muttered, noticing something else. Leo was looking at a blueprint on a nearby bulletin board. It looked as if it were familiar to Leo. Naruto got a closer look and saw a design of a Greek ship with words underneath it read. Prophecy. Unclear. Flight. The head of the ship was a dragon. It looks like Festus, Naruto noted. That's creepy. Leo added. The dragon snorted like he was trying to get the boys' attention, reminding them they didn't have all night. Then Festus nudged something toward Leo, a leather tool belt that had been left next to his construction pad. What are you trying to tell us, Festus? Naruto asked. The dragon switched on his glowing red eye beams and turned them toward the ceiling. Leo and Naruto looked up to where the spotlights were pointing, and Leo yelped as he and Naruto recognized the shapes hanging above them in the darkness. Looks like we finally got our transportation, Naruto said. Yeah, but we got work to do, Leo said. Jason dreamed of wolves. He stood in a clearing in the middle of redwood forest. In front of him rose the ruins of a stone mansion. Low gray clouds blended with the ground fog, and cold rain hung in the air. A pack of large gray beasts milled around him, brushing his legs, snarling and baring their teeth. They gently nudged him toward the ruins. Jason has no desire to become the world's largest dog biscuit, so he decided to do what they wanted. The ground squelched under his boots as he walked. Stone spires of chimneys no longer attached to anything, rose up like totem poles. The house must have been enormous once, multi-storied with massive log walls and a soaring gabled roof, but now nothing remained but his stone skeleton. Jason passed under a crumbling doorway and found himself in a kind of courtyard. Before him was a drained reflecting pool, long and rectangular. Jason couldn't tell how deep it was, because the bottom was filling with mist. A dirt path led all the way around, and the house's uneven walls rose on either side. Wolves paced under the archways of rough red volcanic stone. At the far end of the pool sat a giant she-wolf, several feet taller than Jason. Her eyes glowed silver in the fog, and her coat was the same color as the rock's warm chocolatey red. "I know this place," Jason said. The wolf regarded him. She didn't exactly speak, but Jason could understand her. The movement of her ears and whiskers, the flash of her eyes, the way she curled her lips, all of these were part of her language. "Of course," the she-wolf said. "You began your journey here as a pup. Now you must find your way back. A new quest, a new start." "This isn't fair," Jason said. But as soon as he spoke, he knew there was no point complaining to the she-wolf. Wolves didn't feel sympathy. They never expect fairness. The wolf said, "Conquer or die. This is always our way." Jason wanted to protest that he couldn't conquer if he didn't know who he was, or where he was supposed to go. But he knew this wolf. Her name was simply Lupa, the mother wolf, the greatest of her kind. Long ago she had found him in this place, protected him, nurtured him, chosen him, but if Jason showed weakness, she would tear him to shreds. Rather than being her pup, he would become her dinner. In the wolf pack, weakness was not an option. "Can you guide me?" Jason asked. Lupa made a rumbling noise deep in her throat, and the mist in the pool dissolved. At first Jason wasn't sure what he was seeing. At the opposite ends of the pool, two dark spires had erupted from the cement floor like the drill bits of some massive tunneling machines boring through the surface. Jason couldn't tell if the spires were made of rock or petrified vines, but they were formed of thick tendrils that came together in a point at the top. Each spire was about 5 feet tall, but they weren't identical. The one closest to the top. Each spire was about 5 feet tall, but they weren't identical. The closest to Jason was darker and seemed like a solid mass, its tendrils fused together. As he watched, it pushed a little further out of the earth and expanded a little wider. On Lupa's end of the pool, the second spire's tendrils were more open, like the bars of a cage. Inside, Jason could vaguely see a misty figure struggling, shifting within its confines. "Hera," Jason said. The she-wolf growled in agreement. The other wolves circled the pool, their fur standing up on their backs as they snarled at the spires. "The enemy has chosen this place to awaken her most powerful son, the Giant King," Lupa said. "Our sacred place, where demigods are claimed the place of death or life. The burned house. The house of the wolf. It is an abomination greater than that blonde Juno trusted to help you. You must stop her." "Her?" Jason was confused. "What do you mean?" The she-wolf gnashed her teeth impatiently. "Use your senses, pup. I care nothing for Juno, and I don't approve one of her choices to help you, but if she falls our enemy wakes. And that will be the end for all of us. You know this place. You can find it again. Cleanse our house. Stop this before it is too late." The dark spire grew slowly larger, like the bulb of some horrible flower. Jason sensed that if it ever opened, it would release something he did not want to meet. "Who am I?" Jason asked the she-wolf. "At least tell me that." Wolves don't have much of a sense of humor, but Jason could tell the question amused Lupa, as if Jason were a cub just trying out his claws, practicing to be the alpha male. "You are a saving grace, as always." The she-wolf curled her lip, as if she had just made a clever joke. "Do not fail, son of Jupiter." Jason woke to the sound of thunder. Then he remembered where he was. It was always thundering in cabin 1. Above his cot, the domed ceiling was decorated with a blue and white mosaic like a cloudy sky. The cloud tiles shifted across the ceiling, changing from white to black. Thunder rumbled through the room, and gold tiles flashed like veins of lightning. Except for the cot that Naruto had a clone brought him, the cabin had no regular furniture, no chairs, tables, or dressers. As far as Jason could tell, it didn't even have a bathroom. The walls were carved with alcoves, each holding a bronze brazier or a golden eagle statue on a marble pedestal. In the center of the room, a 20-foot-tall, full-color statue of Zeus in classic Greek robes stood with a shield at his side and a lightning bolt raised, ready to smite somebody. Jason studied the statue, looking for anything he had common with the Lord of the Sky. Black hair. Nope. Grumly expression. Well, maybe. Beard. No thanks. In his robes and sandals, Zeus looked like a really buff, really angry hippie. "Yeah, cabin 1. A big honor," the other campers had told him. "Sure, if you like sleeping in a cold temple by yourself with hippie Zeus frowning down at you all night." Jason got up and rubbed his neck. His whole body was stiff from bad sleep and summoning lightning. That little trick last night hadn't been easy he had let on. It had almost made him pass out. Next to the cot, new clothes were laid out for him. Jeans, sneakers, and an orange camp half-blood shirt. He definitely needed a change of clothes, but looking down at his tattered purple shirt, he was reluctant to change. It felt wrong somehow, putting on the camp shirt. He still couldn't believe he belonged here, despite everything they told him. He thought about his dream, hoping more memories would come back to him about Lupa, or that ruined house in the redwoods. He knew had been there before. The wolf was real. But his head ached when he tried to remember. The marks on his forearm seemed to burn. If he could find those ruins, he could find his past. Whatever was growing inside that rock spire, Jason had to stop it. He looked at hippie Zeus. "You're welcome to help." The statue said nothing. "Thanks, Pops," Jason muttered. He changed clothes and checked his reflection in Zeus' shield. His face looked watery and strange in the metal, like he was dissolving in a pool of gold. Definitely he didn't look as good as Piper had last night after Shed suddenly had been transformed. Jason still wasn't sure how he felt about that. He acted like an idiot, announcing in front of everyone that she was a knockout. Naruto, or rather his clone, reassured him it was a common response when a child of Aphrodite is claimed, as he thinks that's what Aphrodite hopes for since she's the goddess of beauty. Still, there wasn't anything wrong with Piper before. Sure, she looked great after Aphrodite zapped her, but she also didn't look like herself, not comfortable with the attention. Jason had felt bad for her. Maybe that was crazy, considering she'd just been claimed by a goddess, and turned into the most gorgeous girl at camp. Everybody had started fawning over her, telling her how amazing she was, and how obviously she should be the one who went on the quest, but that attention had nothing to do with who she was. Only Naruto seemed the only camper who treated her the same, even if he disappeared and left them with shadow clones. The clones explained that Naruto just had urgent council of Cloven Elders issues to deal with, and the real him would meet up with them in the morning. The clone did say Naruto made a comment that Piper was now among the children of Aphrodite he respected, and then explained that Naruto not only knew a few respectful new siblings of Piper's, but even a legacy of Aphrodite's, that he'd be willing to introduce Piper to next time he has to stop by his village in his homeworld. Then the clone reassured them he meant that in a friendly gesture. Still, other than Naruto, it seemed. New dress, new makeup, glowing pink ore, and boom. Suddenly people liked her. Jason felt like he understood that. Last night when Had called down lightning, the other campers' reactions had seemed familiar to him. He was pretty sure Had been dealing with that for a long time, people looking at him in awe, just because he was the son of Zeus, treating him special, but didn't have anything to do with him. Nobody cared about him, just his big scary daddy standing behind him with the doomsday bolt, as if to say, respect this kid or eat voltage. After the campfire, when people started heading back to their cabins, Jason had gone up to Piper, and formally asked her to come with him on the quest. She'd still been in a state of shock, but she nodded, rubbing her arms, which must have been cold in that sleeveless dress. "Aphrodite took my snowboarding jacket," she muttered. "Mugged by my own mom." In the first row of the amphitheater, Jason found a blanket and wrapped it around her shoulders. "We'll get you a new jacket," he promised. She managed a smile. He wanted to wrap his arms around her, but he restrained himself. He didn't want her to think he was as shallow as everyone else trying to make a move on her, because she'd turned all beautiful. He was glad Piper was going with him on the quest. Jason had tried to act brave at the campfire, but it was just that, an act. The idea of going up against an evil force powerful enough to kidnap Hera scared him witless, especially since he didn't even know his own past. Had need help, and it felt right. Piper should be with him. But things were already complicated without figuring out how much she liked her, and why. Had already messed with her head enough. He slipped on his new shoes, ready to get out of that cold, empty cabin. Then he spotted something he hadn't noticed the night before. A brazier had been moved out of one of the alcoves to create a sleeping niche, with a bedroll, a backpack, even some pictures taped to the wall. Jason walked over. Whoever had slept there, it had been a long time ago. The bedroll smelled musty. The backpack was covered with a thin film of dust. Some of the photos, once taped to the wall, had lost their stickiness and fallen to the floor. One picture showed Annabeth much younger, maybe 8, but Jason could tell it was she. Same blonde hair and gray eye, same distracted look like she was thinking a million things at once. She stood next to a sandy-haired guy about 14 or 15, with a mischievous smile and ragged leather armor over a t-shirt. He was pointing to an alley behind them, like he was telling the photographer, "Let's go meet things in a dark alley and kill them." The second photo showed Annabeth and the same guy sitting at a campfire, laughing hysterically. Another picture had Annabeth and Naruto along with a few others in some strange city-like village. It was a few years old at least. Naruto wasn't the oldest of the group, but he seemed more relaxed and a gleam in his eye, like he finally came back home. He also wasn't wearing the vest he has now, but Naruto was wearing orange to go with gray and blue colors. Behind them was a cliffside with 5 faces carved on it. There was a second group picture but much bigger. There were 17 people at least, only one adult among them, a man with gray hair wearing a face mask that covered his lower face up to his nose and a headband over one eye. In both pictures was a 15-year-old girl with black choppy hair like Piper's, a black leather jacket, and silver jewelry, so she looked kind of goth. Something about her caught Jason's attention. Finally, Jason picked up one of the photos that had fallen. It was a strip of pictures like you'd take in a do-it-yourself photo booth. Annabeth and the sandy guy with the same girl from before, between them only younger. The old part was that although Annabeth was at least 7 years younger, Thalia looked about 3 to 4 years younger. She was caught mid-laugh, and in it and the photos with Naruto the girl was with friends, but with the sandy hair guy and Annabeth, they were more of best friends. "That's Thalia," someone said. Jason turned. Annabeth was peering over his shoulder. Her expression was sad, like the picture brought back hard memories. "She's the other child of Zeus who lived here but not for long." "Sorry, I should've knocked." "It's fine," Jason said. "Not like I think of this place as home." Annabeth was dressed for travel, with a winter coat over her camp clothes, her knife at her belt, and a backpack across her shoulder. Jason said, "Don't suppose you've changed your mind about coming with us?" She shook her head. "You got a good team already. And Naruto may not been a camper as long as I have, but you are in better hands with him than me." Annabeth said. "I'm off to look for Percy." That made Jason feel better. Especially since hell have someone won the trip that know what they're doing. "Hey, y'all do fine," Annabeth promised. "Something tells me this isn't your first quest." Jason had a vague suspicion she was right, but that didn't make him feel any better. Everyone seemed to think he was so brave and confident, but they didn't see how lost he really felt. How could they trust him when he didn't even know who he was? He looked at the pictures of Annabeth smiling. He wondered how long it had been since she'd smiled. She must really like this Percy guy to search for him so hard, and that made Jason a little envious. Was anyone searching for him right now? What if somebody cared for him that much and was going out of her mind with worry, and he couldn't even remember his old life? "You know who I am," he guessed. "Don't you?" Annabeth gripped the hilt of her dagger. She looked for a chair to sit on, but of course there weren't any. "Honestly, Jason, I'm not sure. If you were from the elemental nations, either from a ninja nation or a samurai nation, it would make sense, but I seen what campers that just came to this world from there recently, and you don't seem like them. My best guess, you're a loner. It happens sometimes. For one reason or another, the camp never found you, but you survived anyway by constantly moving around. Trained yourself to fight. Handled the monsters on your own. You beat the odds. The first thing Chiron said to me," Jason remembered, "was you should be dead." "That could be why," Annabeth said. "Most demigods would never make it on their own. And the child of Zeus, I mean, it doesn't get any more dangerous than that. The chances of you reaching age 15 without finding camp half-blood or dying microscopic. But like I said, it does happen. Thalia ran away when she was young. She survived on her own for years. Even took care of me for a while. So maybe you were a loner too." Jason held out his arm. "And these marks?" Annabeth glanced at the tattoos. Clearly, they bothered her. "Well, the eagle is the symbol of Zeus, so that makes sense. The 12 lines, maybe they stand for years. If you had been making them since you were 3 years old. SPQR, that's the motto of the old Roman Empire. Centes Paululus Romanus, the Senate and the people of Rome. Though why you would burn that on your own arm, I don't know. Unless you had a really harsh Latin teacher." Jason was pretty sure that wasn't the reason. It also didn't seem possible had been on his own his whole life. But what else made sense? Annabeth had been pretty clear Camp Half-Blood was the only safe place in this world for demigods. "I had a weird dream last night," he said. It seemed like a stupid thing to confide, but Annabeth didn't look surprised. "Happens all the time to demigods," she said. "What did you see?" He told her about the wolves and the ruined house and the 2 rock spires. He left out the part of Lupa questioning one of the help Hera assigned to Jason. He didn't know how, but he got this strong feeling it was Naruto. As he talked, Annabeth started pacing, looking more and more agitated. "You don't remember where this house is?" she asked. Jason shook his head. "But I'm sure I've been there before." "Redwoods," she mused. "Could be Northern California. And the she-wolf, I studied goddesses, spirits, and monsters my whole life. I've never heard of Lupa." She said the enemy was her. "I thought maybe it was Hera, but I won't trust Hera, but I don't think she's the enemy." "And that thing rising out of the earth," Annabeth's expression darkened. "You got to stop it. You know what it is, don't you?" he asked. "Or at least, you've got guess. I saw your face last night at the campfire. You looked at Chiron like it was suddenly dawning on you, but you didn't want to scare us." Annabeth hesitated. "Naruto should know, but I think he was too worried about his part in the prophecy choosing to heal thrice. Has not very specialized in medicine. But Jason, the thing about prophecies, the more you know, the more you try to change them, and that can be disastrous. Chiron believes it's better that you find your own path, find out things in your own time. If had told me everything he knew before my first quest with Percy and Naruto, I've got to admit, I'm not sure I will have been able to go through with it. For your quest, it's even more important. That bad, huh? Not if you succeed. At least I hope not. As powerful as Naruto is, he won't be enough." "Great. And I don't even know where to start. Where am I supposed to go?" "Follow the monsters," Annabeth suggested. Jason thought about that. The storm spirit what attacked him at the Grand Canyon had said he was being recalled to his boss. If Jason could track the storm spirits, he might be able to find the person controlling them. And maybe that would lead him to Hera's prison. Okay, he said. How do I find storm winds? Personally, I'd ask a wind god, Annabeth said. Aeolus is the masters of all winds, but has a little unpredictable. No one finds him unless he wants to be found. I'd try one of the 4 seasonal wind gods that work for Aeolus. The nearest one, the one who has the most dealings with heroes, is Boreas, the north wind. So if I looked him up on Google Maps, oh, that's not hard to find, Annabeth promised. He settled in North America like all the other gods. So of course he picked the oldest northern settlement, about as far north as you can go. Maine? Jason guessed. Farther. Jason tried to envision a map. What was farther north than Maine? The oldest northern settlement. Canada, he decided. Quebec. Annabeth smiled. Good thing you got Naruto on your side. He never tried it before, but being the grandson of Hermes, god of travelers, he should be able to understand and speak multiple languages. He never tried it? Jason asked. He never came across anyone that spoke a foreign language, Annabeth said. Most quests we had, he only needed one language. English. Although, him being a champion of Hedge might become an issue. Boreas normally represent ice and fire and ice don't mix, but hopefully things turn out well. Jason nodded as he felt a spark of excitement. Quebec, at least now he had a goal. Find the north wind, track down the storm spirits, find out who they worked for, and where that ruined house was. Free hair. All in 4 days. Cake. Thanks, Annabeth. He looked at the photo booth pictures still in his hand. So, you said it was dangerous being a child of Zeus. What happened to Thalia? Oh, she's fine, Annabeth said. She became a hunter of Artemis, one of the handmaidens of the goddess. They roam around the country killing monsters, so we don't see them at camp very often. Jason glanced over at the huge statue of Zeus. He understood why Thalia had slept in this alcove. It was the only place in the cabin not in hippie Zeus' line of sight. And even that hadn't been enough. She had chosen to follow Artemis and be part of a group, rather than stay in this cold drafty temple alone with her 20-foot-tall dad Jason's dad glowering down at her. The voltage. Jason didn't have any trouble understanding Thalia's feelings. He wondered if there was a hunter's group for guys. The other kid in the photo? He asked. The sandy-haired guy. Annabeth's expression tightened. Touchy subject. That's Luke, she said. Has dead now. What about this photo? Jason pointed to the smaller group photo with Naruto. Annabeth seemed easier. The brown hair girl is Claire's daughter of Ares. The brown hair boy is Grover Hess, actually a satyr in disguise when that photo was taken. And the black hair boy is my boyfriend Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. So that's Percy, Jason thought, looking at the black hair sea green guy that was at Naruto's side like they were as best buddies as Thalia and Annabeth were. Percy didn't look much in the photo, but Jason decided not to question it. He focused on Thalia and the photo. He took it and looked at it as he kept thinking this photo of her was important. He was missing something. Jason felt a strange sense of connection to this other child of Zeus, someone who might understand his confusion, maybe even answer some question. But another voice inside him, an insistent whisper, said, "Dangerous. Stay away." How old is she? Jason asked. Hard to say. She was a tree for a while. Now she's mortal. What? His expression must have been pretty good, because Annabeth laughed. Don't worry. It's not something all children of Zeus go through. It's a long story, but well, she was out of commission for a long time. The Shed aged regularly. She'd be in her 20s now, but she looks about your age. 15 or 16. Something the she-wolf had said in his dream nagged at Jason. He found himself asking, "What's her last name?" Annabeth looked uneasy. She didn't use the last name, really. If she had to, she'd use her mom's, but they didn't get along. Thalia ran away when she was pretty young. Jason waited. Grace, Annabeth said. Thalia Grace. Jason's fingers went numb. Both pictures fluttered to the floor. You okay? Annabeth asked. The shred of memory ignited, maybe a tiny piece that Hera had forgotten to steal. Or maybe she had left it there on purpose, just enough for him to remember that name, and know that digging up his past was terribly, terribly dangerous. You should be dead, Chiron had said. It was to comment about Jason beating the odds as a loner. Chiron knew something specific, something about Jason's family. The she-wolf's words in his dream finally made sense to him, her clever joke at his expense. He could imagine Lupa growling a wolfish laugh. What is it? Annabeth pressed. Jason couldn't keep this to himself. It would kill him, and he had to get Annabeth's help. Maybe later tell Naruto, but right now, it has to be Annabeth. If she knew Thalia, maybe she could advise him. You have to swear not to tell anyone else, he said. I'll tell Naruto later if necessary, but until I figure out what's going on, what this all means. He rubbed the burn tattoos on his forearm. You have to keep a secret. Annabeth hesitated, but her curiosity won out. All right. Until you tell me it's okay, I won't share what you say with anyone else. I swear on the river Styx. Thunder rumbled, even louder than usual for the cabin. You are saving Grace, the wolf had snarled. Jason decided to pick up the picture of Thalia with Naruto in it, so he had a better idea what Thalia looked like now. My last name is Grace, he said. Thalia is my sister. Annabeth turned pale. Jason could see her wrestling with dismay, disbelief, anger. She thought he was lying. His claim was impossible. And part of him felt the same way, but as soon as he spoke the words, he knew they were true. Then the doors of the cabin burst open. Half a dozen campers spilled in, led by some bald guy. Hurry, he said with excitement or fear. The dragon is back. Piper woke up and immediately grabbed a mirror. There were plenty of those in Aphrodite cabin. She sat on her bunk, looked at her reflection and groaned. She was still gorgeous. Last night after the campfire, she tried everything. She messed up her hair, washed the makeup off her face, cried to make her eyes red. Nothing worked. Her hair popped back to perfection. The magic makeup reapplied itself. Her eyes refused to get puffy or bloodshot. Naruto summoned a shadow clone to help her settle in, and got her clothes and toiletries, as the real one had sudden urgent business to deal with. Which was a good thing, because the clothes Aphrodite campers offered her, probably laughing behind her back, was even more fashionable and ridiculous than what she had on. The clone got her a simple orange camp t-shirt and jeans. If we survive this quest, it'll take you Jason and Leo to the Leaf Village, and you can meet your great-great-niece Lady Tsunade. I promise you, she and from what I've been told her great-grandmother is nothing like Drew Naruto clone said. Until then, try to get along with some of your siblings. They're not all as bad as annoying as Drew. There's some kids from the land of birds in cabin 10 who are nice people. Easy for him to say. She still had a horrible night's sleep, and yet it did nothing to the hair and makeup. Piper normally looked like a zombie in the morning, but her hair was still styled like a supermodel's, and her skin was perfect. Even that horrible zit at the base of her nose, which Shed had for so many days started calling it Bob, had disappeared. She growled in frustration, and raked her fingers through her hair. No use. The dew just popped back into place. She looked like Cherokee Barbie. From across the cabin, Drew called, "Oh, honey, it won't go away." Her voice dripped with false sympathy. Mom's blessing will last at least another day. Maybe a week if you are lucky. Piper gritted her teeth. A week. Most of the other Aphrodite kids smirked and snickered at her discomfort. There were 18 girls and 8 guys. Piper knew she should play cool, not let them get under her skin. She had dealt with shallow popular kids plenty of time. But this was different. These were her brothers and sisters, even if she had nothing in common with them, and how Aphrodite managed to have so many kids so close in age never mind. She didn't want to know. Don't worry, Han. Drew blotted her fluorescent lipstick. You're thinking you don't belong here. We called to agree more. Isn't that right, Mitchell? One of the guys flinched. Yeah. Sure. Another guy who looked Japanese with dark hair but with blue eyes jabbed Mitchell. You got something to say, Kazu? Drew turned to the boy. He was about to spoke up, but Mitchell stopped him. I thought so. Drew took out her mascara and checked her lashes. Everyone else watched, not daring to speak. So anyways, people, 15 minutes until breakfast. The cabin's not going to clean itself. And Mitchell, I think you learned your lesson. Right, sweetie. So you're on garbage patrol with Kazu just for today, millimeters K. Kazu, show Piper how it's done, cause I have a feeling she'll be joining you on that job, soon as she survives her quest. Now, get to work, everybody. It's my bathroom time. Everybody started rushing around, making beds and folding clothes, while Drew scooped up her makeup kit, hair dryer, and brush and marched into the bathroom. Someone inside yelped, and a girl about 11 was kicked out, hastily wrapped in towels with shampoo still in her hair. The door slammed shut, and the girl started to cry. The couple of older campers comforted her and wiped the bubbles out of her hair. Seriously? Piper said to no one in particular. You let Drew treat you like this? A few kids shot Piper nervous looks like they might actually agree, but they said nothing. Except for Kazu. Come on guys. Lady Tsunade has more backbone than all of you put together, and she's a legacy our great-great-niece. Again the campers kept quiet as they kept working, though Piper couldn't see why the cabin needed much cleaning. It was a life-size dollhouse, with pink walls and white window trims. The lace curtains were pastel blue and green, which of course matched the sheet and feather comforters on all the beds. The guy had one row of bunks separated by a curtain, but their section of the cabin was just as neat and orderly as the girls'. Something was definitely unnatural about that. Every camper had a wooden camp chest at the foot of their bunk with their name painted on it, and Piper guessed that the clothes in each chest were neatly folded and color coordinated. The only bit of the individualism was how the campers decorated their private bunk spaces. Each had slightly different pictures tacked up of whatever celebrities they thought were hot. A few personal photos, too, but most were actors or singers or whatever. The bunks that stood out had a poster-sized picture of a woman with big breasts, light blonde hair, brown eyes, with a diamond mark on her forehead, gray shirt, green long jacket. Piper didn't recognize the woman, so she figured it was of someone of the elemental nations. The one thing Piper hoped she might not see was the poster. It had been almost a year since the movie, and she thought by now surely everyone had torn down those old tattered advertisements and tacked up something newer. But no such luck. She spotted one on the wall by the storage closet, in the middle of a collage of famous heartthrobs. The title was Lure Dread, King of Sparta. Under that the poster showed the leading man a three-quarter shot of bare-chested bronze flesh, with ripped pectorals and six-pack abs. He was clad in only a Greek war kilt and a purple cape, sword in hand. He looked like had just been rubbed in oil, his short black hair gleaming in rivulets of sweat pouring off his rugged face, those dark sad eyes facing the camera as if to say, "I will kill your men and steal your women." Haha. It was the most ridiculous poster of all time. Piper and her dad had a good laugh over it the first time they saw it. Then the movie made $1 bajillion. The poster graphics popped up everywhere. Piper couldn't get away from it at school, walking down the street, even online. It became the poster, the most embarrassing thing in her life. And yeah, it was a picture of her dad. She turned away so no one would think she was staring at it. Maybe everyone went to breakfast so she could tear it down, and they won't notice. She tried to look busy, but she didn't have any extra clothes to fold. She straightened her bed, then realized the top blanket was the one Jason had wrapped around her shoulders last night. She picked it up and pressed it to her face. It smelled of wood smoke, but unfortunately not of Jason. He along with Naruto is the only person genuinely nice to her after the claiming, like Jason cared about how she felt, not just about her stupid new clothes. God, she wanted to kiss him, but had seemed so uncomfortable, almost scared of her. She could really blame him. She was glowing pink. Naruto didn't seem intimidated, but Piper don't know if anything really scares that guy except the part where Naruto chose to heal thrice. Piper had no idea what that was about. "Excuse me," said a voice by her feet. One of the garbage patrol guys, Mitchell, was crawling around on all fours, picking up chocolate wrappers and crumpled notes from under the bunk beds. Apparently the Aphrodite kids weren't 100% neat freaks after all. She moved out of his way. "What you do to make Drew mad?" He glanced over at the bathroom door to make sure it was still closed. "He said you might not be so bad last night, after you were claimed," Kazu said. "Kazu," Mitchell said. "What?" "It's true," Kazu said. "You're letting her get away with giving children of Aphrodite a bad name. If Tsunade was here, she would show Drew his boss, and Chess our great-great-niece." Kazu waved at the blonde woman picture. "So that's Tsunade," Piper thought. Even with just the picture, Piper could tell Tsunade wasn't anything like the campers in this cabin. "Thanks," Piper said to Mitchell, "for the compliment." Mitchell shrugged. "Yeah, well. See where it got me. But for what it's worth, welcome to cabin 10. The girl with blonde pigtails and braces raced up with a pile of clothes in her arms. She looked around furtively like she was delivering nuclear materials. "I brought you these," she whispered. "Piper, meet Lacey," Mitchell said, still crawling around on the floor. "Hi," Lacey said breathlessly. "You can change clothes. The blessing won't stop you. This is just, you know, a backpack, some rations, ambrosia and nectar for emergencies, some jeans, a few extra shirts, and a warm jacket. The boots might be a little snug. But well, we took up a collection. Good luck on your quest." Lacey dumped the things on the bed and started to hurry away, but Kazu caught her arm. "That's enough running, Lacey." "But Drew," Mitchell said. "What? Where are the shoes of lame like me?" Kazu asked. "You said it yourself once, these shoes are nowhere as bad as those green spandexes two of Naruto's friends wore." Piper noticed that Kazu was wearing white orthopedic nurse's shoes that stood out with the rest of his clothes. "If Drew had those spandexes she would have made me wear them by now," Kazu said. "But there are worse punishments," Mitchell warned. "Drew can charm speak." "Charm speak?" Piper asked. "The blessing of Aphrodite's," Mitchell explained. "Not many Aphrodite kids have that power, but if she tries hard enough, she can get you to do some pretty embarrassing things. Only one person in camp is immune to it." Charmspeak. Piper thought back to the night of the camp when Drew seemed to sway the camp her way. "You mean, like you can talk someone into doing things? Or giving you things? Like a car? Though, don't give Drew any ideas." Lacey gasped. "But yeah," Mitchell said. "She could do that. So that's why Chess head counselor," Piper said. "She convinced you all." Mitchell picked a nasty wad of gum from under Piper's bed. "Nah, she inherited the post when Selena Borgard went to NIU. Drew was second oldest, only by a few months," Kazu said, "otherwise I would be head counselor." "Right," Mitchell said. "Oldest camper automatically gets the post, unless somebody with more years or more completed quest wants to challenge, in which case there's a duel, but that hardly ever happens. I'm not qualified because I haven't been on a quest yet, and Drew been a camper longer than me," Kazu said. "Drew been in church since September, and I've been trying to get a quester support, but everyone fears her. It doesn't help that she decided to make some changes in the way the cabin is run to her favor." "Yes, I did." Suddenly Drew was there, leaning against the bunk. Lacey squeaked like a guinea pig and tried to run, but Drew put an arm out to stop her. She looked down at Mitchell and Kazu. "I think you missed some trash, sweeties. You two better make another pass." Piper glanced toward the bathroom and saw that Drew had dumped everything from the bathroom waste bin, some pretty nasty things all over the floor. Mitchell sat up on his haunches. He glared at Drew like he was about to attack, but finally he snapped. "Fine." Kazu stood his ground. "No." Drew frowned at him. "What? You heard me." Tsunade doesn't bow to just anyone, and neither do I. Kazu said. I may be from the land of birds, but her reputation is known across the elemental nations, and the fact she's the legacy of Aphrodite makes her even greater. Drew glared at Kazu. Another month wearing those shoes, Kazu, and to your garbage duty. Kazu growled at Drew. We're a good cabin here, a good family. Selena Borger Drew and things. She lost track of what this cabin is about. We match up cute couples at camp. Then we break them apart and start over. It's the best fun ever. We don't have any business involved in other stuff like wars and quests. I certainly haven't been on any quests. They're a waste of time. Tsunade is even a bigger disgrace, calling herself a legacy. We don't need our image tarnished by people like that, do we, Piper? Piper tried to answer, but she couldn't. Not without letting it slip about her dreams. But Kazu was also right. It's too bad you won't be around, Drew sighed. But if you survive your little quest, don't worry, it'll find somebody to match up with you. Maybe one of those gross Hephaestus guys. Or Clovis. Has pretty repulsive. Drew looked her over with a mix of pity and disgust. Honestly, I didn't think it was possible for Aphrodite to have another ugly child like Kazu, but who was your father? Was he some sort of mutant, or Tristan McLean? Piper snapped. As soon as she said it, she hated herself. She never, ever played the famous stat card. But Drew had driven her over the edge. My dad's Tristan McLean. The stunned silence was gratifying for a few seconds, but Piper felt ashamed of herself. Everybody turned and looked at the poster, her dad flexing his muscles for the whole world to see. Oh my god. Half the girls screamed at once. Sweet. The guy said. The dude with the sword who killed that other dude in that movie. He is so hot for an old guy, a girl said, and then she blushed. I mean, I'm sorry. I know has your dad. That's so weird. It's weird, alright, Piper agreed. Do you think you could get me his autograph? Another girl asked. Piper forced a smile. She couldn't say, if my dad survives. Yeah, no problem, she managed. The girl squealed in excitement, and more kids surged forward, asking a dozen questions at once. Have you ever been on the set? Do you live in a mansion? Do you have lunch with movie stars? Have you had your rite of passage? That one caught Piper off guard. Rite of what? She asked. The girls and guys giggled and shoved each other around like this was an embarrassing topic. The rite of passage of an Aphrodite child, one explained. You get someone to fall in love with you. Then you break their heart. Dump them. Once you do that, you've proven yourself worthy of Aphrodite. They claimed to have done it and been trying to do that with Naruto until yesterday when Jason arrived, Kazu said. Piper stared at the crowd to see if they were joking. Break someone's heart on purpose. That's terrible. The others looked confused. Why? The guy asked. Oh my god. The girl said. I bet Aphrodite broke your dad's heart. I bet he never loved anyone again, did he? That's so romantic. When you have your rite of passage, you can be just like mom. Forget it. Piper yelled, a little louder than she'd intended. The other kids backed away. I'm not breaking somebody's heart just for a stupid rite of passage. Kazu smirked. So you're like me, Kazu said. Instead of embracing who you are, you try to make best of what you got. Cruel. Which of course gave Drew a chance to take back control. Hardly matters, Drew said. Because, Piper, Han, you couldn't break anyone's heart anyway. And this nonsense about your dad being Tristan McLean, that's so begging for attention. Several of the kids blinked uncertainly. You mean Hess not her dad? One asked. Drew rolled her eyes. Please. Now, it's time for breakfast, people, and Piper here has to start that little quest. So let's get her packed and get her out of here. Drew broke up the crowd and got everyone moving. She called them Han and Dear, but her tone made it clear she expected to be obeyed. Mitchell and Lacey helped Piper packed and Kazu guarded the bathroom, while Piper went in and changed into fresh traveling outfit. The hand-me-downs weren't fancy, thank God, just well-worn jeans, a t-shirt, a comfortable winter coat and hiking boots that fit perfectly. She strapped her dagger, which she finally was able to ask Annabeth last night, and found it was called Catopter's looking reward, to her belt. When Piper came out, she felt almost normal again. The other campers were standing at their bunks while Drew came around and inspected. Piper turned to Mitchell, Lacey and Kazu and mouthed, "Thank you." Mitchell nodded grimly. Lacey flashed a full brace's smile. Kazu gave her a thumbs up. Piper doubted Drew ever thanked them for anything. She also noticed that the King of Sparta poster had been wadded up and thrown in the trash. Drew's orders, no doubt. It made Piper wonder how Tsunade's picture stayed posted. I got Naruto put a seal on the back that only he can remove, Kazu said. I can do the same with your dad's poster when you get back. No, but thanks, Piper said. I wanted it down, but the fact Drew did it. Kazu nodded as he understood. When Drew spotted her, she clapped in mock applause. Very nice. Our little quest girl all dressed in dumpster clothes again. Now, off you go. No need to eat breakfast with us. Good luck with whatever. Bye. Piper shouldered her bag. She could feel everyone else's eyes on her as she walked to the door. You could just leave and forget about it. But she had a feeling that Kazu was right and they need to know it. You should listen to Kazu, Piper said. He knows more what it means to be a child of Aphrodite. Then she turned and stormed out as Drew burst out laughing and mocking her. Piper promised herself she would never ever go back to that cabin. She blinked away her tears and stormed across the green, not sure where she was going until she saw the dragon swooping down from the sky with two familiar faces riding on its back. "Leo?" Piper yelled. "Naruto." Sure enough, there they were, sitting atop a giant bronze death machine, both grinning like a lunatic. Even before they landed, the camp alarm went up. The conch horn blew. All the satyrs started screaming, "Don't kill me." Half the campers ran outside in a mixture of pajamas and armor. The dragon sat down right in the middle of the green. "I told you they would react this way," Naruto said. "Hey. It's cool. Don't shoot," Leo yelled. Hesitantly, the archers lowered their bows. The warriors backed away, keeping their spears and swords ready. They made a loose white ring around the metal monster. Other demigods hid behind their cabin doors or peeked out the windows. Nobody seemed anxious to get close. Piper couldn't blame them. The dragon was huge. It glistened in the morning sun like a living penny sculptured different shades of copper and bronze, a 60-foot-long serpent, with steel talons and drill bit teeth and glowing ruby eyes. It had bat-shaped wings twice its length that unfurled like metallic sails, making a sound like coins cascading out of a slot machine every time they flapped. "It's beautiful," Piper muttered. The other demigods stared at her like she was insane. The dragon reared its head and shot a column of fire into the sky. Campers scrambled away and hefted their weapons, but Leo and Naruto slid off the dragon's back. "Hey, calm down, guys. Leo fixed the dragon," Naruto said. "It's not longer a threat." Leo looked like he'd been rolling around in the campfire. His army coat and his face were smeared with soot, his hands were grease-stained, and he wore a new tool belt around his waist. Naruto looked better, but did had a few grease stains here and there, and Naruto had a set of safety goggles over his eyes, but he raised it over his forehead over his headband. For some reason it looked just natural on Naruto. Both had bloodshot eyes. Leo's curly hair was so oily it was almost as spiky as Naruto's. But both looked absolutely delighted. "Festus is just saying hello," Leo said. "Stand down," someone ordered. Jason pushed through the crowd, flanked by Annabeth and that girl from Hephaestus' cabin, Nissa. "Hey Nissa. The dragon is fixed," Naruto hollered. "And we even upgraded it for the quest." "Leo, what have you done?" Jason asked, looking up at the dragon. "Found a ride with Naruto's help," Leo said. "You said I could go on the quest if I got you a ride. Well, we got you a Class A metallic flying bat boy. Festus can take us anywhere." "But where did you find wings?" Nissa asked. "It didn't have wings before." Leo hesitated, but Naruto answered. "We found them hidden in the woods." Apparently Festus' circus were so bad it couldn't remember where to find them, but Leo managed to fix that. "There's still some hard frame issues. There were only so much I could help Leo with, even with shadow clones," Naruto said. The dragon's head twitched. It tilted to one side and a stream of what they hope is oil poured out of its ear all over Naruto, now making him as dirty as Leo. "He said you were on council of Cloven Elder business," Piper said. "I was. Someone had to keep the cleaning harpies from mistaking Leo for late-night snack," Naruto said. "And the harpies here in camp are considered nature spirits." Jason scratched his head. "And you name him Festus. You know that in Latin, Festus means happy. You want us to ride off to save the world on Happy the Dragon." "I forgot Festus is Latin for happy," Naruto thought. The dragon twitched and shuddered and flapped his wings. "That's a yes, bro," Leo said. "Now, it really suggests we get going, guys. Naruto and I already picked up some supplies we found. And all these people with weapons are making Festus nervous." Jason frowned. "But we haven't planned anything yet. We can't just go," Annabeth said. She was the only one who didn't look nervous at all. Her expression was sad and wistful, like this reminded her of better times. "Jason, you've got only 3 days until the solstice now, and you should never keep a nervous dragon waiting. This is certainly a good omen. If you come across Thalia with the hunters, let Naruto settle things out before you approach her. Go." Jason nodded. Then he smiled at Piper. "You ready, partner?" Piper looked at the bronze dragon wings shining against the sky, and those talons that cold shredded her to pieces. "You bet," she said. Flying on the dragon was the most amazing experience ever, Piper thought. Up high, the air was freezing cold, but the dragon's metal hide generated so much heat, it was like they were flying in a protective bubble. Talk about seat warmers. And the grooves in the dragon's back were designed like high-tech saddles, so they weren't uncomfortable at all. Leo and Naruto showed them how to hook their feet in the chinks of the armor like in stirrups, and use the leather safety harnesses cleverly concealed under the exterior plating. They sat single file. Leo in front, then Piper, then Jason, then Naruto at the rear. Piper was very aware Jason was right behind her. She wished he would hold on to her, maybe wrapped his arms around her waist, but sadly it didn't. Leo used the reins to steer the dragon into the sky like had been doing it his life. The metal wings worked perfectly, and soon the coast of Long Island was just a hazy line behind them. They shot over Connecticut and climbed into the gray winter clouds. Leo grinned back at them. "Cool, right? What if we get spotted?" Piper asked. "The mist will make us look like something else to mortals," Naruto said. "I've seen it happen many times." Piper looked back at Naruto to see he had his goggles over his eyes, probably to make sure wind doesn't get in them. She also noticed Jason was clutching a photo in his hand, a group photo with Naruto with several friends. Piper wondered why Jason had that. So where are we going? Naruto asked. To find the god of the north wind, Jason said. Boreas. Naruto responded. I heard of that guy. Has very helpful with demigods. He even had 2 sons that were among the Argonauts before they became immortal. But why are we going to him? That's going to help us find someone who will lead us to some storm spears, Jason explained. Naruto was glad he found those safety goggles at the bunker. He never told anyone this, but it's difficult to see when you're flying on a windy day as the wind keeps blowing in your eyes, and icy cold winds don't help. They weren't anything like the old set of goggles Naruto used to wear before becoming a genin, but he was happier with this set, as when he pushed them on top of his headband, it doesn't block the bronze plate, which was why Naruto only wore his old set once after becoming a genin. After all, he wanted people of his village know he was a ninja now. Now he had a pair of goggles he can wear even over his forehead protector, and still show he was a ninja at least to the monsters and the mortal population that can see through the mist. Naruto wasn't the only one who benefited from the bunker. Turned out the tool belt Festus nudged to Leo was magical, that can supply him with any tools, and anything else that can be found at a workshop, as long as it's non-magical. Unfortunately, a new control disc was among the magical item list. Plus they got 2 backpacks full of supplies both can use. Naruto also pinned a specially made badge in the shape of reed pipes, with the Greek and English words Cloven of Council Elder. Naruto Uzumaki, that Chiron had made that shows has among the lords of the wild, that way if they run into nature spirits that are stubborn but won't kill them right away, Naruto showed this and most would know to listen to him. If not, either they don't believe him or they're too wild and or violent. Anyways, things went almost as well as Leo had hoped, although Naruto was skeptical at first. The expression on everyone's faces when he flew the dragon into camp was priceless but worrisome. Festus did a good job too. He didn't bloatage the single cabin or eaten any satyrs. He did spill a lot of oil from his ear onto Naruto, but hopefully that can be fixed. Leo and Naruto agreed to keep Bunker 9 a secret until they get back. Only problem they really had was that they couldn't fully fix Festus for this quest. Even with shadow clones, it took them hours just to attach the wings and find useful functions on Festus they can use. With reluctant part on Leo's part, Naruto had to leave the bunker, go to the nearest creek and Iris message Beckendorf to get a list of functions Festus could do. Fortunately, Beckendorf and Selena weren't doing anything private, but Beckendorf was a grouchy camper, until Naruto told him they were using the dragon on a quest. Still, even with all that, it took all night finding out how each function worked, and they still couldn't find a new control disc for Festus. Shut up, me, Leo said aloud. What? Piper asked. Nothing, he said. Long night. I think I'm hallucinating. It's cool. That got some looks from Piper and Jason. Naruto shook his head. He knew Leo was tired. He was too. Just joking, Leo responded. So what's the plan, bro? You said something about looking for wind. As they flew over New England, Jason laid out the game plan, which Leo kept coming up with comments. First, find some guy named Boreas and grill him for information. His name is Boreas. Leo asked. What is he, the god of boring? No, that's the god of the north wind, Naruto said. And actually the most useful of the wind gods. Second, Jason continued they have to find those Venti that had attacked them at the Grand Canyon. Could we just call them storm spirits? Leo asked. Venti makes them sound like evil espresso drinks. We could go with the longer Greek name. Anemoithwali, Naruto suggested. Venti is good, Leo decided. And third, Jason finished. They had to find out who the spirits worked for, so they could find Hera and free her. So you want to look for Dylan, the nasty storm dude, on purpose, Leo said. The guy who threw me off the skywalk and sucked Coach Hedge into the clouds. Sounds about typical, Naruto said. I was on a quest where we had to find the Bane of Olympus in hopes to find where the Titans kept Artemis. Well, there may be a wolf involved, too. But I think she's friendly. She probably won't eat us, unless we show weakness. Jason told them about his dream, the big nasty mother wolf and a burned out house with stone spires growing out of the swimming pool. Naruto frowned. I think I heard of Lupa back in Yanxi Academy, but I never heard of this burned house, Naruto said. And you don't know where it is? Nope, Jason admitted. There's also giants, Piper added. The prophecy said giants' revenge. Hold on. Leo said. Giants like more than one. Why can't it be just one giant who wants revenge? I remember the stories. There were 12 giants, most of them were for the Olympians, but there were some for minor gods goddess like Hecate and Fates, as well as one for Hades. But we might be lucky, as 2 of the giants choose not to be a threat back then. I'm sensing there's a but, Jason said. Naruto nodded. They might have a grudge to hold now that they didn't have back then to change their mind. Plus, we got to consider the 2 giants Dionysus took down. They weren't as dangerous as the others, but they might want to come back and get revenge on Dionysus. What's worse is that if I'm right, these guys can't be destroyed unless the gods and demigods work together. And back when they first were defeated, only 2 demigods survived, helping the gods doing that. Heracles and Dionysus. Chiron said it was happening again, Jason remembered. The last chapter. That's what he meant. No wonder he didn't want us to know all the details. Leo whistled. So giants that can only defeat it with demigods and gods work together. Friendly wolves that will eat us if we show weakness. Evil espresso drinks. Gotcha. Maybe this isn't the time to bring up my psycho babysitter. Is that another joke? Piper asked. I think he's serious, Naruto said. Leo told them about T. Kalita, who was really Hera, and how she had appeared to him at camp. He didn't tell them about his fire abilities. Leo prefer only Naruto knowing right now. Plus, Leo would have to get into how Hedge caused his mom's death, and no. He wasn't ready to go there. He hasn't even told Naruto the full story. He did manage to tell about the night she died, not mentioning the fire, although Naruto connected the two but kept quiet. He just told Jason and Piper the machine shop collapsed. It was easier without having to look at his friends, just keeping his eyes straight ahead as they flew. And he told them about the strange woman in earthen robes who seemed to be asleep, and seemed to know the future. They flew past the whole state of Massachusetts in silence before it was broken. That's disturbing, Piper said. That sums it up, Leo agreed. Thing is, everybody says don't trust Hera. She hates demigods. And the prophecy said we'd cause death if we unleash her rage. So I'm wondering why are we doing this? Well, for one thing, prophecies normally have double meaning, so releasing death might refer to releasing death on the enemy, Naruto said. And she may hate heroes, but even Hera knows when she needs demigods. And she choose us, Jason said, all 4 of us. We're the first of the 9 who have to gather for the great prophecy. This quest is the beginning of something much bigger. Oh, that sounds better, Leo commented, not feeling much better. Besides, Jason continued, helping Hera is the only way I can get my memory. And that dark spiral in my dreams seemed to be feeding on Hera's energy. If that thing unleashes a king of the giants by destroying Hera, not a good trade-off, but if Naruto is right, then we might survive this quest, Piper said. At least Hera is on our side mostly. And I hate to admit it, but without Hera, Olympus will go into chaos, Naruto said. Olympus been at its most peaceful after the Second Titan War than it has in thousands of years. Even Hades has been welcomed back to Olympus outside the winter solstice. This quest could destroy everything many demigods died making possible. And if another giant war is coming, the last thing we need is Olympus divided, again. Jason nodded. Chiron also talked about worse forces stirring on the solstice, with it being a good time for dark magic, and all something that could awaken if Hera were sacrificed on that day. And this Mistress Woe's controlling the storm spears, the one who wants to kill all the demigods, might be that weird sleeping lady, Leo finished. I got an idea who that dirt lady is, and if I'm right, we don't want her awake. Naruto said. Her alone is worse than any giant. Great, Jason said. They flew in silence while Naruto kept watch around him. If he wanted to, he could go sage mode and get a better sense of the area, but Naruto got the feeling he should reserve that for the real battle. Especially if Hess right, and gods he hope Hess not. Naruto called help but wonder if Cacus, the fire-breathing giant son of Hephaestus he fought back in September, was working for this mistress. It would explain why he would agree to cut off communication from Olympus. Turns out Zeus was planning to do the same, Naruto thought. And if I'm right, it won't matter if Olympians are in good terms because they'll need us just as well need them to win this war. Naruto just glad they didn't ask him who he think the mistress was. If he had to reveal that, Naruto got the feeling it would break any hope the others might have, and after Naruto just brought hope to the trio by suggesting the releasing death might possibly be about releasing death on the enemy. At least Piper's and Leo's part is clear, their job is to break the magical prison. Jason's was the most unclear as the prophecy only told him to stay clear of the earth, but he was the leader, and sometimes the leader just need to lead. Meanwhile, Naruto's job is to somehow choose to heal thrice. Naruto doesn't even know how choosing to heal 3 times have to do his part as being grandson of Hermes. Hermes was the god of lot of things, and he does have share role in medicine, as medics do need to use roads to reach their patients in the old days. But healing was more of Apollo's domain. Naruto don't even know if he can choose to heal, as the closest thing to healing powers is rapid healing powers, thanks to the 9-tailed fox, but he doesn't exactly have control over that. Festus kept flying. The wind got colder, and below them snowy forests seemed to go on forever. Naruto hoped Festus knew where he was going, because Naruto had no idea how to get to Quebec from the air, as he never had to make a mental map past New York City and Long Island. He doubted Leo, Piper or Jason knew either. Leo, why don't you and Naruto get some sleep, Piper said. You two were up all night. Leo seemed to start nodding off when Piper said that. You won't let me fall off. Piper patted his shoulder. Trust me, Valdez. Beautiful people never lie. Some don't, Naruto thought, but he kept it to himself. Naruto guessed Piper was using some kind of charm power she inherited from Aphrodite, because soon Leo was leaned against Festus' armor sound asleep. You too, Naruto, Piper said. You can't heal thrice if you are tired. If Piper was trying to charm Naruto, normally she would be out of luck, as Naruto has an unnatural immunity to charm speaking. But Naruto was tired, so he just shrugged and joined Leo in slumber. Naruto and Leo felt they only slept for seconds before Piper and Jason woke them up. The daylight was fading from sky. "We're here," she said. Leo rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as Naruto stretched his arms out before adjusting his headband and goggles. Below them, a city sat on a cliff overlooking a river. The plains around it were dusted with snow, but the city itself glowed warmly in the winter sunset. Buildings crowded together inside high walls like a medieval town, way older than any place they'd seen before. At the center was what they can guess a castle with massive red brick walls and a square tower with a peaked green gabled roof. "Tell me that's Quebec and not Santa's workshop," Leo said. "Yeah, Quebec City," Piper confirmed. "One of the oldest cities in North America. Founded around 1600 or so. Your dad do a movie about that too?" Leo asked sarcastically. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Does Piper's dad work in movie business or something?" Piper made a face to Leo. "My dad is a famous actor. I don't like talking about it," Piper said. "Okay," Naruto responded. "And I do read sometimes, okay? Just because Aphrodite claimed me, doesn't mean I have to be an airhead." "No one said you were," Naruto responded. "Right, Leo." "Right," Leo said, but not so convincingly. "So you know so much, what's that castle?" "A hotel, I think." Leo laughed. "No way." "Actually, Leo, I have to agree," Naruto said looking down. The grand entrance was bustling with doormen, valets, and porters taking bags. Sleek black luxury cars idled in the drive. People in elegant suits and winter cloaks hurried to get out of the cold. "The North Wind is staying in a hotel," Leo said. "That can't be." "Heads up, guys," Jason interrupted. "We got company." They looked below and saw two winged figures rising from the top of the tower, angry angels, with nasty-looking swords. Festus didn't like the angel guys. He swooped to a halt in midair, wings beating and talons bared, and made a rumbling sound in his throat that Leo recognized. He was getting ready to blow fire. "Steady, boy," Leo muttered. "I don't like this," Jason said. "They look like a storm spirit." Naruto haven't seen storm spirits yet, so he just took Jason's word for it. However, as the angels got closer, they looked more like regular teenagers, except for their icy white hair and feathery purple wings. Their bronze swords were jagged, like icicles. Their faces looked similar enough that they might have been brothers, but they definitely weren't twins. One was the size of an ox, with a bright red hockey jersey, baggy sweatpants, and black leather cleats. The guy clearly had been in too many fights, because both his eyes were black, and when he bared his teeth, several of them were missing. The other guy looked like Hedge just stepped off a 1980s rock album cover. His ice-white hair was long and feathered into a mullet. He wore pointy-toed leather shoes, designer pants that were way too tight, and silk shirt with the top 3 buttons open. He had to weigh more than 90 pounds, and he had a bad case of acne. "The Boreas," Naruto said. "They must be the Boreas. Sons of Boreas who joined the Argonauts." "Great, so why aren't they greeting us?" Leo asked. The Boreas pulled up in front of the dragon and hovered there, swords at ready. The hockey grunted. "No clearance." "Excuse me," Leo said. "You have no flight plan on file," explained the rock star in a fake French accent. "This restricted airspace. Destroy them." The ox showed off his gap-toothed grin. The dragon began to hiss steam, ready to defend them. Jason summoned his golden sword, and Naruto took out his Uzushio no Arashi. "Hold it," Leo cried. "Let's have some manners here, boys. Can I at least find out who has the honor of destroying me?" "I am Cal," the ox grunted, rather proud of himself. "Cal as in Calais," Naruto said before turning to the rock star. "That means you must be Zeeds." The rock star. Zeeds nodded. "Sadly, my brother cannot say words more than 2 syllables. Pizza. Hockey. Destroy," Cal offered. "Which includes his own name," Zeeds said. "And I am Zeeds. And the lady there," he winked at Piper, which seemed to be like a facial Caesar. "She can call me anything she likes. Perhaps she would like to have dinner with a famous demigod before we must destroy you." Piper made a sound like gagging on a cough drop. "That's a truly horrifying offer." "It is no problem," Zeeds wiggled his eyebrows. "We are very romantic people, we Boreads, gatekeepers of our father Boreas. Unfortunately for the rest of you, we cannot have unauthorized people flying in his airspace on creaky dragons, scaring the silly mortal peoples." Down below, mortals were starting to take notice and look confused and annoyance. "They don't look scared to me," Naruto said. "Doesn't matter, unless this is an emergency landing," Zeeds said, brushing his hair out of his acne-covered face. "We will have to destroy you painfully." "Destroy," Cal agreed. "Wait. I'm a member of the Council of Cloven Elders. We're here for nature-related business," Naruto said, showing them his badge. "We're looking for storm spirits and we were told Boreas can help us out." Leo, Piper and Jason had no idea how storm spirits relate to nature, but they didn't argue. "Oh?" Cal whined. Zeeds picked at his silk shirt. "Maybe so, but you see, my sister, she would have an avalanche if we allowed you. And our dragon is malfunctioning," Piper added. "It could crash any minute." As if on K, Festus shuddered, then turned his head and spilled gunk of oil out of his ear, splattering a black Mercedes in the parking lot below. "No destroy," Cal whimpered. Zeeds pondered the problem. Then he gave Piper another spasmodic wink. "Well, you are pretty. I mean, you're right. A malfunctioning dragon, this be an emergency. Destroy them later. Cal offered. It will take some explaining, Zeus decided. Father has not been kind to visitors lately. But, yes. Come, faulty dragon people. Follow us. The Boreads sheathed their swords and pulled flashlights with orange cones on them used for traffic controls as they switched them on. Cal and Zeus turned and swooped toward the hotel tower. Leo turned to his friends. I love these guys. Follow them. Naruto wanted to tell Leo not get used to their kindness yet, as he don't know how the Boreads will react when they find out Leo and Naruto are fire types. Boreas in the south wind notice our rivals as fire and ice could be. Naruto could only guess Festus has something to do with the Boreads not noticing earlier. But Leo obviously haven't told Piper and Jason about his fire powers, and it wasn't Naruto's secret to share. Jason and Piper weren't too eager to follow the Boreads either. I guess, Jason decided. We're here now. But I wonder why he hasn't been kind to visitors. It could be related to Olympus being closed off, Naruto said. Or, Piper asked. Only person the wind gods, or at least most of them, obey besides the Olympians is the Lord of the Winds himself. Aeolus, and that guy can be unpredictable, Naruto said. Annabeth told me about that, Jason said. What do you mean most gods obey him? The western wind serves heroes, Naruto said. Still, I hope it's Olympians being the cause instead of Aeolus. Because that might be trouble for us later on. Zeus is a lot of things, but has nowhere near as unpredictable as Aeolus. Well, only one way to find out, Leo said. Festus, after those flashlights. As they got closer, Leo worried they'd crash into the tower. The Boreads made right for the Green Gable Peak and didn't slow down. Then a section of the slanted roof slid open, revealing an entrance easily wide enough for Festus. The top and bottom were lined with icicles like jagged teeth. This cannot be good, Jason muttered as Leo spurred the dragon downward, and they swooped downward, and they swooped in after the Boreads. They landed in what must have been the penthouse suite, but the place had been hit by a flash freeze. The entry hall had vaulted ceilings 40 feet high, huge draped windows, and lush oriental carpets. A staircase at the back of the room led up to another equally massive hall, and more corridors branched off to the left and right. But the ice made the room's beauty a little frightening. When the group slid off the dragon, the carpet crunched under their feet. A fine layer of frost covered the furniture. The curtains didn't budge because they were frozen solid, and the ice-coated windows let in weird watery light from the sunset. Even the ceiling was furry with icicles. Even the stairs were frozen ice, making everyone cautious. Eyes, Leo said. Fix the thermostat in here, and I would totally move in. Not me, Jason looked uneasily at the staircase. Something feels wrong. Something up there. Probably Keen, daughter of Boreas and goddess of winter and snow, Naruto said. I heard like her domain, Keen's personality is the opposite of Persephone. Which is? Leo asked. I met Persephone, and she can be sweet and nice as a springtime flower, Naruto said. Although both goddesses can have a temper. Which means Keen can be more dangerous, Piper sighed. I better not bring that up when she shows up, Zeus warned, although his expression shows he agrees with Naruto. Festus shuddered and snorted flames. Frost started to form on his scales. No, Zeus marched over in his pointy shoes. The dragon must be deactivated. We can't have fire in here. The heat ruins my hair. Festus growled and spun his drill bit teeth. Sake, boy, Leo turned to Zeus. The dragon's a little touchy about the whole deactivation concept. But I've got a better solution. Destroy. Call suggested. Nope, something better at least in our opinion, Naruto said. Leo, suitcase Festus. Leo hooked his fingers behind the dragon's left foreleg. He pulled a switch, and the dragon shuddered from head to toe. Everyone backed away as Festus folded like origami. His bronze plating stacked together. His neck and tail contracted into his body. His wings collapsed and his trunk compacted until he was a rectangular metal wedge the size of a suitcase. Leo, wheels, Naruto noted as there were none. Oh, right. Leo pushed another button. A handle flipped up on the top, and wheels clicked out on the bottom. Ta-da, Naruto said. The world's heaviest carry-on bag. Leo finished. That's impossible. Jason said. I know, right? Naruto said. And this is one of Festus' safer functions. Stop. Zeus ordered as he and Cal both drew their swords and glared at Leo and Naruto. Leo raised his hands and Naruto spoke up. Hey, it's okay. We mean no harm. Who are you? Zeus shoved the point of his sword against Leo's chest, as Cal did the same to Naruto's chest. Children of the South Wind, spying on us. I told you, I'm a member of the Council of Cloven Elders, Naruto said. Leo here is a son of Hephaestus. Cal, he put his face up to Naruto's, not looking much better close up. Small fire, he said. Fire is bad. Oh, that, Naruto said. Sorry, I'm no child of notice. I'm the champion of Hestia, goddess of the hearth. That's probably why I smell like fire. But Hestia is also the goddess of home and family, so I mean no harm to your home. Yeah, and I worked with Naruto overnight, and we didn't get a chance to take a shower, so I guess his smell of fire rubbed off me, Leo said. No? We can smell fire from you, demigod. Zeus said. Zeus. Piper tried a dazzling smile, despite being nervous and cold. Naruto is right, Hesha is the goddess of home, Naruto is her patron, so if he says we mean no harm, you can trust him. So put down your swords and let's talk. The girl is pretty, Zeus admitted, and of course she cannot help being attracted to my amazingness, but sadly I cannot romance her at this time. He poked his sword further into Leo's chest, and Leo could feel frost spreading across his shirt, turning his skin numb. Now hold on a second, Naruto said. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and if you think you can take me down you got another thing coming. Zeus and Kale froze and turned to Naruto. Yardi Naruto, Zeus said. You heard of him? Piper asked. Destroyed Kraken in Camp Cal said. My brother's right. We heard all the stuff this boy done, Zeus said. Even about how he stole the apple of Hesperides without the aid of Atlas, something even Heracles could do. Yeah, that's me. I even got the apple to prove it, Naruto said. So then you know we are serious here, Jason said, although he had a twinge of jealousy in his voice. And we're here with him on an important quest. Leo is the son of Hephaestus. Piper here is a daughter of Aphrodite. I'm the son of Zeus. Jason's voice faltered when both Boreas had suddenly turned to on him. What did you say? Zeus demanded. You are the son of Zeus. Yet, Jason said. That's a good thing, right? My name is Jason. Cal looked so surprised, he almost dropped his sword. Can be Jason, he said. Dost look the same. Zeus stepped forward and squinted at Jason's face. No, he is not our Jason. Our Jason was more stylish. Not as much as me but stylish. Besides, our Jason died millennia ago. Wait, Jason said. Your Jason, you mean the original Jason? Naruto nodded. I would guess so. Leader of the Argonauts. First person to lead the quest for the Golden Fleece. That's right, Zeus said. We were crewmates aboard his ship, the Argo, in the old times, when we were mortal demigods. We weren't as famous as Naruto here, but we were offered and accepted immortality to serve our father, so I could look this good for all time, and my silly brother could enjoy pizza and hockey. Hockey? Cal agreed. But Jason, our Jason, he died immortal death, Zeus said. You can't be him. Jason isn't. Has only named after your Jason, Naruto said. So, destroy. Cal asked, looking like he was suffering a headache. Naruto guessed Cal's brain was having a major workout. No, son of heart, they're not. I respect great heroes like myself, just as we had with our fellow Argonauts who were children of Helios, Zeus said, looking at Naruto. Besides, if this Jason is the son of Zeus, he could be the one we've been watching for. Watching for? Leo asked. You mean like in a good way, y'all shower him with fabulous prizes? Or watching for like in a bad way? Hasn't trouble. The girl's voice said, that depends on my father's will. They looked at the top of the staircase, and there stood a girl in a white dress. Her skin was unnaturally pale, the color of snow, but her hair was a lush mane of black, and her eyes were coffee brown. She gave Leo a cold stare, regarded Piper as someone she'll deal with later, but took interest in Naruto and Jason. Father will want to see the one called Jason, the girl said. Then it is him? Zeus asked excitedly. Well, see, Zeus, bring our guests. Leo quickly grabbed his bronze dragon suitcase, but the girl froze him with a look. Not you, Leo Valdez. You and unfortunately Naruto Uzumaki cannot be in the presence of my father, the girl said. If I were nice it would not be wise. No fair. Leo whined only to get elbowed by Naruto. Go ahead, Jason, Piper, Naruto said. It'll make sure Leo stays safe. Wise choice, Naruto, the girl said. But Kale won't harm either of you. He would guard you, not kill you. Cal pouted. Just a little. No, the girl insisted. And take care of their interesting suitcase, until father passes judgment. Jason and Piper looked back at Naruto. It's fine. Really, Naruto said. Leo and I can practice up on our French. Right, Leo said. No sense causing trouble if we don't have to. You two go ahead. But be careful of her, Naruto warned. Because I got the feeling that goddess is keen. Jason didn't want to leave Leo or Naruto, but after Naruto warned Jason that this goddess might be keen, he got the feeling hanging out with Cal the hockey jock might be the least dangerous option in this place. As they climbed the icy staircase, Zeus stayed behind them, his blade drawn. The guy might look like a disco-era reject, but there was nothing funny about his sword. Jason figured one hit from that thing would turn him into a popsicle. Then there was of course Keen. Every once in a while she'd turn and give Jason a smile, but there was no warmth in her expression. She regarded Jason like he was an especially interesting science specimen she couldn't wait to dissect. It wasn't just Jason either. She was looking at Naruto the same way. Judging from what Zeus said, Jason couldn't blame her. Jason couldn't help but feel jealous toward Naruto. It sounded like not only Naruto met Hercules' level as a hero, but even surpassed him. Sure, Zeus and Cal only mentioned 2 of Naruto's accomplishments, but Jason got the feeling Naruto's list of accomplishments was way longer than that. Jason also hoped Naruto could come with him though. If Zeus, Cal and Keen were Boreas kids, Jason wasn't sure he wanted to meet Daddy without more backup. Annabeth and Naruto both said Boreas was the friendliest of the wind gods. But something has obviously changed. Jason worried that he led his friends into a trap. If things went bad, he wasn't sure he could get them out alive while they're separated. Without thinking about it, he took Piper's hand for reassurance. She raised her eyebrow, but she didn't let go. It'll be fine. Just walk right? Piper asked. At the top of the stairs, Chiron looked back and noticed them holding hands. Her smile faded. Suddenly Jason's hand in Piper's turned ice cold, burning cold. He let go, and his and Piper's fingers were smoking from frost. Warmth is not a good idea here, Chiron advised, especially when I am your best chance of staying alive. Please, this way. Piper gave him a nervous frown like, what was that about? Jason wished he had the answer, but he didn't. Zeebs poked him in the back with his icicle sword, and they followed Chiron down a massive hallway decked in frosty tapestries. Freezing winds blew back and forth, and Jason's thoughts moved almost as fast. Had a lot of time to think while they rode the dragon north, but he felt as confused as ever. Dahlia's picture was still in his pocket, though he didn't need to look at it anymore. Her image had burned itself into his mind. It was bad enough not remembering his past, but to know he had a sister out there somewhere who might have answers, and to have no way of finding her that just drove him up the wall. In the picture, Thalia looked nothing like him. They both had blue eyes, but that was it. Her hair was black. Her complexion was more Mediterranean. Her facial features were sharper like a hawk's. Still, Thalia looked so familiar. Hera had left him just enough memory that he could be certain Thalia was his sister. But Annabeth had acted completely surprised when Had told her, like she had never heard of Thalia having a brother. Did Thalia even know about him? How had they been separated? Hera had taken those memories. She had stolen everything from Jason's past, plopped him into a new life, and now she expected him to save her from some prison, just so he could get back what she had taken. It made Jason so angry, he wanted to walk away, let Hera rot in that cage. But he couldn't. He was hooked. He had to know more, and that made him even more resentful. Hey, Piper touched his arm. You still with me? Yeah, sorry. He was grateful for Piper. He needed a friend, and he was glad she had started losing the Aphrodite blessing. The makeup was fading. Her hair was slowly going back to its choppy style with the little braids down the sides. It made her look more real, and as far as Jason was concerned, more beautiful. He was sure now they'd never known each other before the Grand Canyon. Their relationship was just a trick of the mist in Piper's mind. But the longer he spent with her, the more he wished it had been real. Stop that, he told himself. It wasn't fair to Piper, thinking that way. Jason had no idea what was waiting for him in his old life or who might be waiting. But he was pretty sure his past wouldn't mix with Camp Half-Blood. After this quest, who knew what would happen? Assuming they even survived. At the end of the hallway they found themselves in front of a set of oaken doors carved with a map of the world. In each corner was a man's bearded face blowing wind. Jason was pretty sure had seen maps like this before. But in this version, all the wind guys were winter, blowing ice and snow from every corner of the world. Chiron turned. Her brown eyes glittered, and Jason felt like he was a Christmas present she was hoping to open. This is the throne room, she said. Be on your best behavior, Jason Grace. My father can be chilly. I will translate for you, and try to encourage him to hear you out. I do hope he spares you. We could have such fun. Jason guessed Chiron's definition of fun was not the same as his. Okay, he managed. But really, we're just here for a little talk. We'll be leaving right afterward. The girl smiled. I love heroes. So blissfully ignorant. Piper rested her hand on her dagger. Well, how about you enlighten us? You say you're going to translate for us. You don't, but you have no other choice, Chiron said. Now, come, Chiron said. The oaken doors blew open and cold blue light spilled out of the room. Hopefully you will survive your little talk. Jason and Piper meets Boreas and Accolon. If the entry hall had been cold, the throne room was like a meat locker. Mist hung in the air. Jason shivered, and his breath steamed. Along the walls, purple tapestries showed scenes of snowy forests, barren mountains and glaciers. High above, ribbons of colored light the aurora borealis pulsed along the ceiling. A layer of snow covered the floor, so Jason had to step carefully. All around the room stood life-size ice sculpture warriors, some in Greek armor, some medieval, some in modern camouflage, all frozen in various attack positions, swords raised, guns locked and loaded. At least Jason thought they were sculptures. Then he tried to step between two Greek spearmen, and they moved with surprising speed, their joints cracking and spraying ice crystals, as they crossed their javelins to block Jason's path. From the end of the hall, a man's voice rang out in a language that sounded like French. The room was so long and misty, Jason couldn't see the other end, but whatever the man said, the ice guards uncrossed their javelins. It's fine, Chiron said. My father has ordered them not to kill you just yet. Super, Jason said. Zeebs prodded him in the back with his sword. Keep moving, Jason Jr. Please don't call me that. My father is not a patient man, Zeebs warned, and the beautiful Piper, sadly, is losing her magic hairdo very fast. Later, perhaps, I can lend her something from my wide assortment of hair products. Thanks, Piper grumbled. They kept walking, and the mist parted to reveal a man on an ice throne. He was sturdily built, dressed in stylish white suit that seemed woven from snow, with dark purple wings that spread out to either side. His long hair and shaggy beard were encrusted with icicles, so Jason couldn't tell if his hair was gray or just white with frost. His arched eyebrows made him look angry, but his eyes twinkled more warmly than his daughter's as if he might have a sense of humor buried somewhere under that permafrost. Jason hoped so. Bienvenue, the king said. Zasui's Boreas Leroy. Advaus. Keen was about to speak, but Piper stepped forward and curtsied. Daughter Magus, she said. Zasui's Piper McLean. At say Jason, Phil's de Zeus. The king smiled with pleasant surprise. Vous parlez français. Très bien. Piper, you speak French? Jason asked. Piper frowned. No. Why? You just spoke French. Piper blinked. I did. The king said something else, and Piper nodded. Oui, Daughter Magus. The king laughed and clapped his hands, obviously delighted. He said a few more sentences, and Piper mentioned something about Naruto which made the king more excited. Then he swept his hand toward his daughter as if shooing her away. Kian looked miffed. The king says. He says I'm a daughter of Aphrodite, Piper interrupted, so naturally I can speak French, which is the language of love. He also mentioned only other heroes with similar gifts are children of Hermes who can speak multiple languages, which was when I brought up Naruto, as Hermes himself is the god of travelers, and thus capable of speaking and understanding multiple languages. Apparently it's a type of ability comes up when we come across those who speak different language from our native tongue, which is why I didn't know until now. Annabeth said the same thing about Naruto, Jason remembered. We should tell Naruto later. His Majesty says Kian won't have to translate now, Piper finished. Behind them, Zed snorted, and Kian shot him a murderous look. She bowed stiffly to her father and took a step back. The king sized up Jason, and Jason decided it would be a good idea to bow. Your Majesty, I'm Jason Grace. Thank you for, not killing us. I ask why does a Greek god speak French? Piper had another exchange with the king. He speaks the language of his host country, Piper translated. He says all the gods do this, most Greek gods speak English, as they now reside in the United States. But Boreas was never welcome in their realm. His domain always far to the north. These days he like Quebec, so he speaks French. The king said something else, and Piper turned pale. The king says she faltered. He says, oh, allow me, Kian said. My father says he has the order to kill you. Did I not mention that earlier? Jason tense. The king was still smiling amiably, like had just delivered great news. Kill us? Jason said. Why? Because, the king said, in heavily accented English, my lord Aeolus had commanded. Boreas rose. He stepped down from his throne and furled his wings against his back. As he approached, Kian and Zed bowed. Jason and Piper followed their example. I shall deign to speak your language, Boreas said, as Piper McLean has honored me in mine. Taugers, I have had a fondness for children of Aphrodite and Hermes. As for you, Jason Grace, my master Aeolus would not expect me to kill a son of Lord Zeus without first hearing you out. Jason's gold coin seemed to grow heavy in his pocket. If he were forced to fight, he didn't like his chances. 2 seconds at least to summon his blade. Then he'd be facing a god, 2 of his children, and an army of freeze-dried warriors. Aeolus is the master of the winds, right? Jason asked. Why would you want us dead? You're demigods, Boreas said, as if this explained everything. Aeolus' job is to contain the winds, and demigods have always caused him many headaches. They asked him for favors. They unleashed winds and caused chaos. But the final insult was the battle with Typhon last summer. Boreas waved his hand, and a sheet of ice like a flat-screen TV appeared in the air. Images of a battle flickered across the surface a giant wrapped in storm clouds, wading across a river toward the Manhattan skyline. Tiny, glowing figures the gods, Jason guessed swarmed around him like angry wasps, pounding the monster with lightning and fire. Finally the river erupted in a massive whirlpool, and the smoky form sank beneath the waves and disappeared. The storm giant, Typhon, Boreas explained. The first time the gods defeated him, eons ago, he did not quietly. His death released a host of storm spirits, wild winds that answered to no one. Not even the council of cloven elders. Piper asked. Boreas shook his head. This was before Dionysus' time, so there weren't a council of cloven elders back then, and Pan was the only lord of the wild, but I would assume so. It was Aeolus' job to track them all down and imprison them in his fortress. The other gods they did not help. They did not even apologize for the inconvenience. It took Aeolus centuries to track down all the storm spirits, and naturally this irritated him. Then, last summer, Typhon was defeated again, and his death released another wave of Venti, Jason guessed. Which made Aeolus even angrier. Save right, Boreas agreed. But, Your Majesty, Piper said, the gods had no choice but to battle Typhon. He was going to destroy Olympus. Besides, why punish demigods for that? The king shrugged. Aeolus cannot take out his anger on the gods. They're his bosses, and very powerful. So he gets even with the demigods who helped them in the war. He issued order to us. Demigods who come to us for aid are no longer to be tolerated. We are to crush your little mortal faces. There was an uncomfortable silence. That sounds extreme, Jason ventured. But you are not going to crush our faces yet, right? You are going to listen to us first, cause once you hear about our quest. Yes, the king agreed. You see, Aeolus also said that a son of Zeus might seek my aid, and if this happened, I should listen to you before destroying you, as you might, how did you put it, make all our lives very interesting. I am only obligated to listen, however. After that, I am free to pass judgment as if I see fit. But I will listen first. Chiron wishes this also. It may be that we will not kill you. Jason felt like he could almost breathe again. Great. Thanks. Do not thank me. Boreas smiled. There are many ways you could make our lives interesting. Sometimes we keep demigods for our amusement, as you can see. He gestured around the room to the various sized statues. Piper made a strangled noise. You mean they're all demigods? Frozen demigods? They're alive. An interesting question, Boreas conceded, as if it had never occurred to him before. They do not move unless they are obeying my orders. The rest of the time, they are merely frozen. Unless they were to melt, I suppose, which would be very messy. Chiron stepped behind Jason and put her cold fingers on his neck. My father gives me such lovely presents, she murmured in his ear. Join our court. Perhaps he'll let your friends go, if not, well, Naruto may be a champion of Hedge, but he'll be happy to settle with him. Especially since he was able to recognize me. What? Zeus broke in. If Chiron gets this one, then I deserve the girl. Chiron always gets more presents. Now, children, Boreas said sternly. Our guests will think you are spoiled. Besides, you move too fast. We have not even heard the demigod's story yet. Then we will decide what to do with them. Please, Jason Grace, entertain us. Jason felt his brain shutting down. He didn't look at Piper for fear had completely lose it. Had gotten them into this, and now they were going to die or worse, they'd amusements for Boreas' children, and end up frozen forever in this throne room, slowly corroding from freezer burns. Chiron purred and stroked his neck. Jason didn't plan it, but electricity sparked along his skin. There was a loud pop, and Chiron flew backward, skidding across the floor. For some reason that made Jason feel better, at least for Naruto. If Chiron gets pushed back by simple electricity, Jason got the feeling a veteran like Naruto could handle her easy. Jason winced as he had a spike of headache behind his eye. Veteran had triggered it, but Jason don't know why. Zeus laughed. That is good. I'm glad you did that, even though I have to kill you now. For a moment, Chiron was too stunned to react. Then the air around her began to swirl with a micro-blizzard. You dare. Stop, Jason ordered, with as much force as he could muster. You are not going to kill us. And you are not going to keep us. We're on a quest for the Queen of the Gods herself, so unless you want Hera busting down your doors, you are going to let us go. He sounded more confident than he felt, but it got their attention. Chiron's blizzard swirled to a stop. Zeus lowered his sword. They both looked uncertainly at their father. Boreas said. His eyes twinkled, but Jason couldn't tell if it was with anger or amusement. A son of Zeus, favored by Hera. This is the first, just as your friend down below being a champion of Hedge. Tell us your story. Jason Wolf blotched it right there. He hadn't been expecting to get the chance to talk, and now that he could, his voice abandoned him. Piper saved him. Your Majesty. She curtsied again with incredible poise, considering her life was on the line. She told Boreas the whole story, from the Grand Canyon to the prophecy, much better and faster than Jason could have. All we asked for is guidance, Piper concluded. These storm spirits attacked us, and they're working for some evil mistress. If we find them, maybe we can find Hera. The king stroked the icicles on his beard. Out the windows, night had fallen, and the only light came from the aurora borealis overhead, washing everything in red and blue. I know these storm spirits, Boreas said. I know where they are kept, and of the prisoner they took. You mean Coach Hedge? Jason asked. Has alive. Boreas waved aside the question. For now. But the one who controls these storm winds, it would be madness to oppose her. You only have one advantage, and that's the boy downstairs. You mean Naruto? Jason asked. Yes, Boreas agreed. Was it Jason's imagination, or did he shoot Chiron in angry look? Many horrible things are waking. Even my children do not tell me all the news they should. The great stirring of monsters that began with Kronos, your father Zeus, foolishly believed it would end when the Titans were defeated. But just as it was before, so it is now. The final battle is yet to come, and the one who will wake is more terrible than any Titan. Storm spirits, these are only the beginning. The earth has many more horrors to yield up. When monsters no longer stay in Tartarus, and souls are no longer confined to Hades, Olympus has good reason to fear. Even with Naruto's reputation and power, y'all faced trouble without further help. Jason wasn't sure what all this meant, but he didn't like the way Chiron was smiling, like this was her definition of fun. So y'all help us? Jason asked the king. Boreas scowled. I did not say that. Please, your Majesty, Piper said. Everyone's eyes turned toward her. She had to be scared out of her mind, but she looked beautiful and confident, and it had nothing to do with the blessing of Aphrodite. She looked herself again, in day-old traveling clothes with choppy hair and no makeup. But she almost glowed with warmth in that cold throne room. If you tell where the storm spirits are, we can capture them and bring them to Aeolus. Yeah, it'd look good in front of your boss. Aeolus might pardon us and the other demigods. We could even rescue Gleason Hedge. Everyone wins. Shush pretty, Zeus mumbled. I mean, shush right. Father, don't listen to her, Chiron said. She's a child of Aphrodite. She dares to charm speak a god. Freeze her now. Boreas considered this. Jason slipped his hand in his pocket and got ready to bring out the gold coin. If things went wrong, he'd have to move fast. The movement caught Boreas' eyes. What is that on your forearm, demigod? Jason hadn't realized his coat sleeve had gotten pushed up, revealed the edge of his tattoo. Reluctantly, he showed Boreas his marks. The god's eyes whitened. Chiron actually hissed and stepped away. Then Boreas did something unexpected. He laughed so loudly, an icicle cracked from the ceiling and crashed next to his throne. The god's form began to flicker. His beard disappeared. He grew taller and thinner, and his clothes changed into a Roman toga, lined with purple. His head was crowned with a frosty wreath, and a gladius, a Roman sword like Jason's, hung at his side. Apollon, Jason said, but where he got the god's Roman name from, he had no idea. The god inclined his head. You recognize me better in this form, yes? And yet you said you came from Camp Half-Blood. Jason shifted his feet. Yes, your majesty. And Hera sent you there and assigned a legacy of Minerva's Greek form. The winter god's eyes were full of mirth. I understand now. Oh, she plays a dangerous game. Bold, but dangerous. Especially with a legacy of Minerva's Greek form with you. No wonder Olympus is closed. They must be trembling at the gamble she has taken. Jason, Piper said nervously, why did Boreas change shape? The toga, the wreath. What's going on? This is Roman form, Jason said. But what's going on I don't know. The god laughed. No, I'm sure you don't. This should be very interesting to watch. Does that mean y'all let us go? Piper asked. My dear, Boreas said, there is no reason for me to kill you. If Hera's plan fails, which I think it will, you will tear each other apart starting with the Uzumaki boy and you. Aeolus will never have to worry about demigods again. Jason felt as if Chiron's cold fingers were on his neck again, but it wasn't her, it was just a feeling that Boreas was right. That sense of wrongness which had bothered Jason since he got to Camp Half-Blood, and Chiron's comment about his arrival being disastrous, Boreas knew what they meant. Then there was this feeling Jason had that Boreas wasn't far off about him, and Naruto being the ones that start tearing each other apart. Jason had a deep feeling since they started this quest he shouldn't trust Naruto. At first he thought he was just jealous, since Naruto seemed close to Piper, and when Naruto's accomplishments, but Jason realized the jealousy was just a build-up from something that's already there. I don't suppose you could explain? Jason asked. Oh, perish the thought. It is not for me to interfere in Hera's plan. No wonder she took your memory, Boreas chuckled, apparently still having a reputation as a helpful wind god. Unlike my brethren, I have been known to fall in love with mortals. I even had several children with the Yuki clan in the village hidden in the mist before they were killed off, including my youngest child Haku, tragic really considering his past. Then there's my son Zeus and Calais started as demigods, which is why they are idiots, Chiron growled. Stop it. Zeus snapped back. Just because you were born a full goddess. Both of you, freeze, Boreas ordered. Apparently, that word carried a lot of weight in the household, because the two siblings went absolutely still. Now, as I was saying, I have a good reputation, but it is rare that Boreas plays an important role in the affairs of gods. I sit here in my palace, at the edge of civilization, and so rarely have amusements. Why, even that full notice, the south wind, gets spring break in Cancun. What do I get? A winter festival with naked Quebecois rolling around in the snow. I like the winter festival, Zeus muttered. My point, Boreas snapped, is that I now have a chance to be the center. Oh, yes, I will let you go on this quest. You will find your storm spirits in the Windy City, of course. Chicago. Father. Chiron protested. Boreas ignored his daughter. If you can capture the winds, you may be able to gain safe entrance to the court of Aeolus. If by some miracle you succeed, be sure to tell him you captured the winds on my orders. As a god, I outrank most other council of Cloven elders except for Dionysus, so Naruto can't argue against it. Okay, sure, Jason said. So Chicago is where we'll find this lady Woes controlling the winds. Is she the one Woes trapped here? Ah. Boreas grinned. Those two are two different questions, son of Jupiter. Jupiter? Jason noticed. Before, he called me son of Zeus. The one who controls the winds, Boreas continued. Yes, you will find her in Chicago. But she is only a servant who is very likely to destroy you. If you succeed against her and take the winds, then you may go to Aeolus. Only he has knowledge of all the winds of the earth. All secrets come to his fortress eventually. If anyone can tell you where Hera is imprisoned, it is Aeolus. As for who you will meet when you finally find Hera's cage, truly, if I told you that, you would beg me to freeze you. Father, Chiron protested, you can't simply let them. I can do what I like, he said, his voice hardening. I'm still master here, am I not? The way Boreas glared at his daughter, it was obvious they had some ongoing argument. Chiron's eyes flashed with anger, but she clenched her teeth. As you wish, father. Now go, demigods, Boreas said, before I change your mind. Zeus, escort them out safely. They all bowed, and the god of the north wind dissolved into mist. Back in the entry hall, Cal, Leo and Naruto were waiting for them. Leo and Naruto looked cold but unharmed. They even seemed to had washed up along with their clothes. Festus the dragon was back to normal, snorting fire over his scales to keep himself defrosted. As Kian led them to stairs, Jason noticed that Leo's eyes followed her. She started combing his hair back with his hand. Uh-oh, Jason thought. He made a mental note to warn Leo about the snow goddess later, if Naruto haven't already. She was not someone to get a crush on. At the bottom step, Kian turned to Piper. You have fooled my father, girl. But you have not fooled me. We are not done. And you, Jason Grace, I will see you and Naruto as a statue in the throne room soon enough. Boreas is right, Jason said. You're a spoiled kid. See you around, Ice Princess. Kian's eyes flared pure white. For once, she seemed at a loss for words. She stormed back up the stairs literally. Halfway up, she turned into a blizzard and disappeared. Be careful, Zeeds warned. She never forgets an insult. Cal grunted in agreement. Bad sister. She's a goddess of snow, Jason said. What's she going to do, throw snowballs at us? But as he said it, Jason had a feeling Kian could do a whole lot worse. Leo looked devastated. What happened up there? You made her mad. Is she mad at me too? Guys, that was my prom date. Seriously? After how dangerous I told you how she could be? Naruto said. Well, explain later, Piper promised, but when she glanced at Jason, he realized she expected him to explain. What had happened up there? Jason wasn't sure. Boreas had turned into Akolon, his Roman form, as if Jason's presence caused him to go schizophrenic. The idea that Jason had been sent to Camp Half-Blood seemed to amuse the god, but Boreas' Akolon hadn't let them go out of kindness. Cruel excitement had danced in his eyes, as if had just placed a bet on a dogfight. You will tear each other apart starting with the Uzumaki boy and you. Aeolus will never have to worry about demigods again. Jason looked away from Piper, trying not to show how unnerved he was. Yeah, he agreed, well explain later. Be careful, pretty girl, Zeed said. The winds between here and Chicago are bad-tempered. Many other evil things are stirring. I am sorry you will not be staying. You would make a lovely ice statue, in which I could check my reflection. Thanks, Piper said. But I'd sooner play hockey with Cal. Hockey? Cal's eye lit up. Joking, Piper said. But if things end well, I might come back to play with you, Naruto said. I want to try this hockey sport. The storm winds aren't our worst problem, Piper continued. Are they? Oh, no, Zeeds agreed. Something else. Something worse. Worse? Cal echoed. Can you tell me? Piper gave them a smile. This time, the charm didn't work. The purple-winged Boreas shook their heads in unison. The hangar doors opened onto a freezing starry night, and Festus the dragon stomped his feet, anxious to fly. Ask Aeolus what is worse, Zeed said darkly. He knows. Good luck. He almost sounded like he cared what happened to them, even though a few minutes ago had wanted to make Piper into an ice sculpture. Cal patted Leo and Naruto on the shoulders. Don't get destroyed, he said, which was probably the longest sentence had ever attempted. Next time hockey. Pizza. Ramen. When did Cal learn ramen? Jason wondered. That's right, ramen. Naruto said, answering Jason's question. Yeah, I'll love it. Come on, guys. Jason stared out at the dark. He was anxious to get out of that cold penthouse, but he had a feeling it was the most hospitable place they'd see for a while. Let's go to Chicago and try not to get destroyed. Piper didn't relax until the glow of Quebec City faded behind. You were amazing, Jason told her. The compliment Sholv made her day. But all she could think about was the trouble ahead. Evil things are stirring, Zeeds had warned them. She knew that firsthand. The closer they got to the solstice, the less time Piper had to make her decision. She told Jason in French. If you knew the truth about me, you wouldn't think I was so amazing. What you say? He asked. I said only talk to Boreas. It wasn't so amazing. But she also sensed Naruto staring at her quizzically. Piper mentally slapped herself, forgetting what Boreas said about Hermes kids being blessed to speak multiple languages. Hey, Jason said. You saved me and Naruto from joining Kian's Sub-Zero Hero Collection. I owe you. As do me, although I don't know how that would work with me being a champion of Hedge. Naruto said. That was definitely the easy part, she thought. There was no way Piper would let that ice switch keep Jason. What bothered Piper more was the way Boreas had changed form, and why I had let them go. It had something to do with Jason's past, those tattoos on his arm. Boreas assumed Jason was some sort of Roman, and Romans don't mix with Greeks, especially with children legacies of Athena. She kept waiting for Jason to offer an explanation, but he clearly didn't want to talk about it. But Naruto did. It could be just a freak accident, Naruto said. Like how I met Minerva. Minerva? Leo asked. Athena's Roman form, Naruto said. She accidentally revealed herself to me when Grants was visiting me. Apparently it's something the gods try not to make a habit of doing in front of demigods. But then why Akolon Boreas, whatever form he was, set Jason and you will tear each other apart? Piper asked. I don't know. But if it's a grudge of Athena's then I won't worry. I normally don't follow Grant's ways of things when it comes to her grudges, unless it's spiders, Naruto said. If I didn't, Percy and I wouldn't have stayed friends when he was claimed by Poseidon, nor would I get along with the daughter of Ares. Claris. Good to know, Jason said. By the way, Naruto, Boreas mentioned something about the elemental nations. Jason brought up how Boreas said he had children from a village hidden in the mist, and some clan called Yuki, as well as a son named Haku. Are you sure he said Haku? Naruto asked. Yeah. You know what Boreas was talking about? Jason asked. I got a clue. I met a guy named Haku with ice powers, but the way Haku put it, it was a unique bloodline ability his clan from his mother's side had. If that's right. But he didn't have wings, which I would guess means the wings is some kind of unique blessing, Naruto said. He was traveling with a son of Ares named Zabuza. I fought both of them, and I can tell you they were strong. If you are right, we're going to have to include a new cabin for Boreas back in Camp Half-Blood, in case we come across his children in the elemental nations. I'm surprised you don't have one now, Jason said. Well, that might be because last I checked, the Mist Village was in the process of choosing a new cage, and that normally stirred trouble within their village, and the rest of the ninja nations aren't allowed to get involved without starting up a new great ninja war, which is like the world wars this world had, except we had 3 of them, Naruto said. But news is, last I heard, they officially selected a new Mizukage, the Mist's full cage title for the village, and whoever it is been mending some issues left by their predecessor, so hopefully we can send Saturn there soon. Guess who are the cages? Piper asked. Oh, that's right. You guys don't know. Naruto said. Cages are like the highest-ranking ninjas of the strongest ninja villages of a nation that dominated the 3 great shinobi wars. There are 5 villages with a cage, and the nation that hosted those villages are known as the 5 great nations. My village, the village hidden in the leaf, is among them, as well as sand, mist, stone, and cloud villages. Oh, and my dream is to become the greatest Hokage of my village, Naruto said. Greater than even my dad, who was the 4th Hokage and war hero of the 3rd Shinobi War, and Tsunade, who is among the legendary 3 Sannin. Piper along with Jason and Leo looked back at Naruto, and saw that Naruto was dead serious. Even though they were on a quest they might not survive, and hell face a prophecy with them that could mean certain doom, Naruto planned to make his dreams come true. Well, from what Zed said about your reputation, you're at a good start, Jason said. Maybe you should have led this quest. Piper could tell Jason was only half joking at that moment. Thanks, Jason. That means a lot coming from a child of Zeus, Naruto responded. But if there's one thing I learned in this world, it's that even a leader should know when to let and when to follow. This is your quest to lead. Thanks, Jason responded as he relaxed. That made Piper feel upset. Until now, Piper had been able to dismiss Jason's feeling that he didn't belong at Camp Half-Blood. Obviously he was a demigod. Of course he belonged. But now she wasn't even sure if that is even true, making it harder for her, and yet here was Naruto supporting Jason. Leo passed him some sandwiches from his pack. Had been quiet ever since they told him what happened in the throne room. I still can't believe Keen, he said. She looks so nice. That's snow for you, Leo. It's as cold as it is beauty, Naruto said. And then colder it is, the deadlier it is. How do you know so much about Keen? Piper asked. After the Second Titan War, I took it upon myself to learn as much as I can about all of the minor gods and goddesses, even ones not well known like Keen, Naruto said. In Greece, Keen wasn't very well known because snow wasn't well known, which probably didn't help with her coldness. I doubt this be the last time we'll see her. Great, Piper grumbled as Leo looked pleased. They ate their sandwiches as they flew. Piper had no idea how Leo had stocked up on supplies, but had even remembered to bring veggie rations for her. The cheese and avocado sandwich was awesome. Nobody talked. When Jason and Piper brought up about the mistress in Chicago, Naruto just shrugged. I need more than that, Naruto said. Even if it's a monster or mortal being, that doesn't quite narrow things down. The moon rose and stars turned overhead. Piper's eyes started to feel heavy. The encounter with Boreas and his children had scared her more than she wanted to admit. Now that she had a full stomach, her adrenaline was fading. Suck it up, cupcake. Coach Hedge yelled at her. Don't be a wimp. Piper had been thinking about the coach ever since Boreas mentioned he was still alive. She had never liked Hedge, but had leaped off a cliff to save Leo, and had sacrificed himself to protect them on the skywalk. She now realized that all the times at school the coach had pushed her, yelled at her to run faster or do more push-ups, or even when had turned his back, and let her fight her own battles with the mean girls. The old goat man had been trying to help her in his own irritating way, trying to prepare her for life as a demigod. On the skywalk, Dylan the storm spirit had said something about the coach, too. How had been retired to wilderness school because he was getting too old, like it was some sort of punishment. Naruto, what do you know of Coach Hedge? Piper asked. Lisa, not much, Naruto said. I only been on the council for half a year. But I've been told Has good at protecting demigods, but not so much in nature magic despite his experience, but Has always willing to be first to fight. That's why when he failed in his last assignment, the council agreed to send Gleason to a school to look for half-bloods, instead of forcing him into retirement. Great, that just makes things harder when I betray them, Piper thought. Piper looked up at the stars, thought about a night long ago when she and her dad was camped out in front of her Grandpa Tom's house. Grandpa Tom had died years before, but Dad had kept his house in Oklahoma because it was where he grew up. They'd gone back for a few days, with the idea of getting the place fixed up to sell, although Piper wasn't sure what. Want to buy a rundown cabin with shutters instead of windows, and 2 tiny rooms that smelled like cigars. The first night had been so stifling hot, no air conditioning in the middle of August, that Dad suggested they sleep outside. They'd spread their sleeping bags and listen to the cicadas buzzing in the trees. Piper pointed out the constellations she'd been reading about: Hercules, Apollo's lyre, Sagittarius the centaur. Their dad crossed his arms behind his head. In his old t-shirt and jeans, he looked like just another guy from Tahlequah, Oklahoma, a Cherokee who might have never left tribal lands. Your grandpa would say those Greek patterns are a bunch of bull. He told me the stars were creatures with glowing fur, like magic hedgehogs. Once, long ago, some hunters even captured a few in the forest. They didn't know what they'd done until nighttime, when the star creatures began to glow. Golden sparks flew from their fur, so the Cherokee released them back into the sky. Do you believe in magic hedgehogs? Piper asked. Her dad laughed. I think Grandpa Tom was full of bull, too, just like the Greek. But it's a big sky. I suppose there's room for Hercules and hedgehogs. They sat for a while until Piper got the nerve to ask a question that had been bugging her. Dad, why don't you ever play Native American parts? The week before, he turned down several $1 million to play Tonto in a remake of The Lone Ranger. Piper was still trying to figure out why. Had played all kind of roles: a Latino teacher in a rough LA school, a dashing Israeli spy in an action-adventure blockbuster, even a Syrian terrorist in a James Bond movie. And, of course, he would always be known as the King of Sparta. But if the part was Native American, it didn't matter what kind of role it was. Dad turned it down. He winked at her. Too close to home, Pipes. Easier to pretend I'm something I'm not. Doesn't that get old? Aren't you ever tempted, like, if you found the perfect part that could change people's opinions? If there's a part like that, Pipes, he said sadly, I haven't found it. She looked at the stars, trying to imagine them as glowing hedgehogs. All she saw were the stick figures. She knew Hercules running across the sky, on his way to kill monsters. Dad was probably right. The Greeks and Cherokee were equally crazy. The stars were just balls of fire. Dad, she said, if you don't like being close to home, why are we sleeping in Grandpa Tom's yard? His laughter echoed in the quiet Oklahoma night. I think you know me too well, Pipes. You're not really going to sell this place, are you? No, he sighed. Probably not. That's when Naruto unintentionally broke Piper out of her memory. Hey Therezo. Long time no see Zo. Piper realized she'd been falling asleep on the dragon's back. Thinking how she was pretending to be something she wasn't, just like her father. Piper decided to look back at Naruto to see what he was yelling about, and found the blonde shinobi pointing at the sky. Piper looked to see a cluster of stars she didn't notice before. Is it a constellation? I never heard of one named Zo, Piper said. That's because compared to most constellations, Shess knew. She was formed 3 years this winter solstice, Naruto said. I was there when Artemis created the constellation in memory of her fallen lieutenant. How she died? Jason asked. Fighting her father Atlas in order to free Artemis from holding the sky, Naruto said. She was the bravest of the hunters of Artemis I met. And it was an honor fighting alongside her. Great, another thing to tarnish by betraying everyone, Piper thought. Piper leaned back against Jason's warm chest. He didn't complain. As soon as Piper closed her eyes, she drifted off to sleep. In her dream, she was back on the mountaintop. The ghostly purple bonfire cast shadows across the trees. Piper's eyes stung from smoke, and the ground was warm. The soles of her boots felt sticky. The voice from the dark rumbled. You forget your duty. Piper couldn't see him, but it definitely her least favorite giant, the one who called himself Enceladus. She looked around for any sign of her father, but the pole where had been chained was no longer there. Where is he? She demanded. What you done with him? The giant's laugh was like lava hissing down a volcano. His body is safe enough, though I fear the poor man's mind can't take much more of my company. For some reason he finds me disturbing. You must hurry, girl, or I fear there will be little left of him to save. Let him go. The giant rumbled. We must prove our love for our parents. That's what I'm doing. Show me you value your father's life by doing what I ask. What's more important, your father, or a deceitful goddess who used you, toyed with your emotions, manipulated your memories, eh? What is Hera to you? Piper began to tremble. So much anger and fear boiled inside her, she could hardly talk. You're asking me to betray my friends. Sadly, my dear, your friends are destined to die. Their quest is impossible. Even if you succeeded, you heard the prophecy. Unleashing Hera's rage would mean your destruction. The only question now, will you die with your friends, or live with your father? The bonfire roared. Piper tried to step back, but her feet were heavy. She realized the ground was pulling her down, clinging to her boots like wet sand. When she looked up, a shower of purple sparks had spread across the sky, and the sun was rising in the east. A patchwork of cities glowed in the valley below, and far to the west, over a line of rolling hills, she saw a familiar landmark rising from a sea of fog. Why are you showing me this? Piper asked. You're revealing where you are. Yes, you know this place, the giant said. Lead your friends here instead of their true destination, and I will deal with them. Or even better, arrange all but the blonde shinobi's death before you arrive and bring the shinobi. I don't care which of the other two, but I doubt the mistress in Chicago can kill the shinobi. Just be at the summit by noon of the solstice, and you may collect your father and go in peace. I can't, Piper said. You can't ask me to betray that foolish boy Valdez, who always irritated you and is now hiding secrets from you. The Uzumaki boy who already tricked you once into thinking has someone else. To give up a boyfriend you never really had. Is that more important than your own father? They'll find a way to defeat you, Piper said. They'll save my father and my friends. The giant growled in the shadows. I was once proud too. I thought the gods could never defeat me. Then they hurled a mountain on top of me, crushing me into the ground, where I struggled for eons, half conscious in pain. That taught me patience, girl. It taught me not to act rashly. Now I've clawed my way back with the help of the waking earth. I am only the first. My brethren will follow. We will not be denied our vengeance, not this time. And you, Piper McLean, need a lesson in humility. It'll show you how easily your rebellious spirits can be brought to earth. The dream dissolved. And Piper woke up screaming, free-falling through the air. Piper tumbles through the sky. Far below she saw city lights glimmering in the early dawn, and several hundred yards away the body of the bronze dragon spinning out of control, its wings limp, fire flickering in its mouth like a badly wired light bulb. The body shot past her Leo, screaming and frantically grabbing at the clouds. Not cool. From behind her, Naruto shouted. It'll get Leo. With that a blonde flash sailed past Piper toward Leo. Then Jason yelled, Piper, level out. Extend your arms and legs. It was hard to control her fear, but she did what he said and regained some balance. She fell spread eagle like a skydiver, the wind underneath her like a solid block of ice. Then Jason was there, wrapping his arms around her waist. Thank God, Piper thought. But part of her also thought. Great. Second time this week has hugged me, and both times it's because in plummeting to my death. Down below Naruto must have got Leo to somehow hold on him tightly, because Naruto extended both arms out, as bronze wings sprouted from his arms with some strange etch design. As if Naruto somehow got the wind to help him created a lift, Naruto rose up to Jason's level, where they can see Leo was indeed hanging on tightly around Naruto's neck. You can fly? Jason asked. Sort of, Naruto said. These wings let me use wind chakra to fly, as well as use wind-style jutsus. Sadly it also uses chakra, which means I can't keep this up forever. Don't you have winged shoes? Piper asked. Nope. Gramps wanted me to work on my ninja skills and kept Gramps from giving me any. Naruto said. In other words, these wings were specially designed for wind chakra, Gramps' winged shoes are not. We better land soon, I'm having a hard time controlling the winds, Jason said as he and Piper lurched. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm having to use wind chakra to maintain lift because the winds won't cooperate. Naruto said. Will you just land already? Leo cried. We still have to save Festus. Just as he said that, Piper heard an explosion below them. A fireball rolled into the sky behind a warehouse complex, and Leo sobbed, Festus. Let's land at the warehouse, Naruto suggested. That way we can check on Festus. Jason nodded as he was starting to look red. Jason managed to get Piper and himself through a hole in the roof found, but gave out few feet on a cold metal surface. Naruto didn't do much better in the landing right next to them. Sorry Leo. Not used to landing with someone, Naruto said. That's okay, Leo groaned. Piper's vision cleared from having the air knocked out of her. She was on a metal catwalk that ringed the warehouse interior. They managed to land in the only hole in the whole roof, so Piper guessed that hole wasn't that old. A few electric bulbs flickered dimly, but they didn't do much to light the enormous space. Next to Piper, the corrugated metal was emblazoned with the company logo, but it was almost completely spray painted over with graffiti. Down in the shadowy warehouse, she could make out huge machines, robotic arms, half-finished trucks on an assembly line. The place looked like it had been abandoned for years. The wind was howling outside. Snowflakes fluttered through the hole in the roof, and after their meeting with Keen, snow was the last thing Piper wanted to see. What happened to the dragon? She asked. Where are we? Naruto closed his eyes in focus, as if he were trying to find something. We're somewhere in Detroit, Michigan. I think that's a quarter of the way left to Chicago. Naruto fell back as he opened his eyes. Are you okay? Jason asked. Yeah, just a bit of headache. Happens when I try to figure out my location without being on a road, Naruto said. As for the dragon, Leo's expression turned sullen. I don't know with Festus. He just jerked sideways like he hit an invisible wall and started to fall. Piper remembered Enceladus' warning. It'll show you how easily your rebellious spirit can be brought to earth. Had he managed to strike them down from so far away? It seemed impossible. If he were that powerful, why would he need her to betray her friends when he could just kill them himself? And how could the giant be keeping an eye on her in a snowstorm thousands of miles away? The thing is, without the dragon, how are we going to travel? Jason asked. I doubt Naruto fly us everywhere with his shadow clones and wings. I could, but we'll need to stop breaks, which we don't have time for, Naruto said. That's why when we found the wings, I agreed with Leo's idea on using Festus. Then what? Piper asked. Well, Leo and I can go find the dragon and see if we can fix it, Naruto said. Jason, you and Piper look around this place and see if you can find anything we might need. What if one team needs help? Jason asked. Naruto reached in his pouch and took out 3 throwing knives that looked like ninjas use, except they were bronze, and had 2 points poking out the sides with strange markings on the handle. You and Piper take these. If anything happens, these will let me get to you in a flash. Piper had no idea how that would be possible, but she also didn't know all of Naruto's ninja tricks, so she and Jason took them. Leo reached into his tool belt and somehow pulled out 2 flashlights, and gave one of them to Naruto as they headed down the stairs, leaving Piper and Jason alone. Jason and Piper started getting to work on looking around. During their search, Jason gave Piper a smile, though he looked kind of nervous. It was the exact expression Hedge had on his face after Hedge kissed her the first time. Up on the wilderness school dorm roof, that cute little scar on his lip curving into a crescent. The memory gave her a warm feeling. Then she remembered that the kiss had never really happened. You look better, Jason offered. Piper guessed Jason was referring to the fact she wasn't magically beautified anymore. Her jeans were tattered, her boots were splattered with melted dirty snow. She didn't know what her face looked like, but probably horrible. Why did it matter? She'd never cared about things like that before. She wondered if it was her stupid mother, the goddess of love, messing with her thoughts. If Piper started getting urges to read fashion magazines, she was going to have to find Aphrodite and smack her. Are you starting to get some memories? Piper asked. Not really. It's fuzzy, Jason said. Like deja vu. Ever forgotten a word or a name, and you know it should be on the tip of your tongue, but it isn't. It's like that only my whole life. Piper sort of knew what he meant. The last 3 months of life she thought she had, a relationship with Jason, had turned out to be missed. A boyfriend you never really had, Enceladus had said. Is that more important than your own father? She should kept her mouth shut, but she voiced that question that had been on her mind since yesterday. That photo in your pocket, she said. Is there someone from your past on it? Jason pulled back. I'm sorry, she said. None of my business. Forget it. No, it's okay. His features relaxed. Just, I'm trying to figure things out. There's a girl on the photo named Thalia. She's my sister. I don't remember any details. I'm not even sure how I know, but why are you smiling? Nothing, Piper tried to kill the smile. Not an old girlfriend. She felt ridiculously happy. It's just that's great you remembered. Annabeth told me she became a hunter of Artemis, right? Jason nodded. I get the feeling I'm supposed to find her. Hera left me that memory for a reason. It's got something to do with this quest. But I also have the feeling it could be dangerous. I'm not sure I want to find out the truth. Is that crazy? No, Piper said. Not at all. Well, let's get searching. Maybe you should try the catwalk and see if you can find anything from above, Jason said. Piper nodded and headed for the catwalk. As she searched from above, Piper kept looking on the wall. Monocle Motors, with a single red eye. Something about that logo bothered her. Maybe it was the idea Enceladus was watching her, holding her father for leverage. She had to save him, but how could she betray her friends? Then something in the warehouse went bang. The echo died. Piper's heart pounded, but she didn't call out. Her instincts told her it might not be a good idea. Then she looked up at the Monocle Motors sign again. A little voice in her head pestered her, warning of danger. Something from Greek mythology. Boom. The sound was closer this time, directly below her. Then she heard heavy steps on the stairs like metal boots. The steps didn't sound like Jason, but maybe Hess carrying something. Finally, she cold standed. Gripping the handle of her dagger, she called out Jason. Yeah? He said from the darkness. On my way up. Definitely Jason's voice. So why did all her instincts say run? The steps came closer. It's okay, Jason's voice promised. At the top of the stairs, a face appeared out of the darkness, a hideous black grin, a smashed nose, and a single bloodshot eye in the middle of his forehead. It's fine, the Cyclops said, in a perfect imitation of Jason's voice. You are just in time for dinner. Of all the places to crash, a line of porta potties would not have been his first choice. A dozen of the blue plastic boxes had been set up in the factory yard, and Festus had crash-landed and flattened them all. Fortunately, they hadn't been used in a long time, and the fireball from the crash incinerated most of the contents, but still, there were some pretty gross chemicals leaking out of the wreckage. Naruto and Leo had to pick their way through and try not to breathe through their nose. Heavy snow was coming down, but the dragon's hide was still steaming hot. Of course, that didn't bother Naruto and Leo. After a few minutes of climbing over Festus' inanimate body, it became clear the dragon was perfectly fine, despite falling out of the sky and landed with a big kaboom, but its body wasn't even dented. I think the fireball came from the buildup of gases inside the toilet units, Naruto said. Reminds me of the time Percy and I were at Meriwether Prep, and we were fighting Lacedemonian giants. One of the giants threw a flaming dodgeball into the locker room, and man did it create an explosion. That school seriously needs to work on cleaning their locker rooms better. Leo knew Naruto was just trying to cheer him up, and appreciate it. Festus' wings were still intact. Nothing seemed broken. There was no reason it should have stopped. Hey, relax. We did everything we could to fix Festus, so I doubt it was anything we did wrong, Naruto said. Check the control panel. It'll keep guard. Leo nodded and he opened the control panel on the dragon's head, and Leo's heart sank. Oh, Festus, what the heck? What's wrong? Naruto asked. The wiring is frozen, Leo said. And the control disc is charred because of it. That shouldn't be possible. Bekindor said the skull should be impossible to freeze over, as long as Festus is active, Naruto said. Even then it would take days for Festus to completely cool down for its circuits to freeze. Tell me something I don't know, Leo said. The biggest problem is the control disc. We can't replace it. That's just great, Naruto complained. Leo then imagined his mom's voice. Most problems look worse than they are, Maiho. Nothing is unfixable. His mom could repair just about anything, but Leo was pretty sure she'd never worked on an old magic metal dragon. I'm going to clean the control disc, Leo said. It might not be as bad as it looks, though. Good idea, Naruto responded. Leo brushed snow off his shoulders. A nylon bristle-to-tail brush, some knitwool gloves, and maybe a can of that aerosol cleaning solvent. The tool belt obliged. Leo called halt smiling as he pulled out the supplies from the pockets that once were empty. The belt's pockets were normally empty, but Leo can summon anything found around a workshop. But the belt did have limits. They won't give him anything magic, like Jason's sword, or anything huge, like a chainsaw. He tried asking for both. And if he asked for too many things at once, the belt needed a cooldown time before it could work again. The more complicated the request, the longer the cooldown. But anything small and simple, all Leo had to do was ask. He began cleaning off the control disc. While he worked, Naruto used fire-style jutsu to keep the snow off the dragon, making Leo's job easier as he went into autopilot mode, his hands working by themselves as his thoughts wandered. Leo couldn't believe how stupid he acted back at Boreas' palace. He should figured a family of winter gods would hate him on sight. Son of the fire god flying a fire-breathing dragon into an ice penthouse, yeah, maybe not the best mood. Still, he hated feeling like a reject. Sure, Naruto was rejected too, but he was respected at the same time because of his reputation. Then there was the fact Jason and Piper got to visit the throne room. Leo got to wait in the lobby with Naruto and Cal, the demigod of hockey and major head injuries. Cal had told them fire was bad, but Naruto made it seem like fire is always bad. One thing was sure, Leo knew he couldn't keep the truth from his friends from longer. Ever since Camp Half-Blood, one line of that great prophecy kept coming back to him. To storm or fire the world must fall. At least Leo wasn't the only fire guy, as Naruto, being the champion of Hedge, was also the fire guy. But Hera came to him for a baby for a reason, and Leo can't help but shake this feeling it's more than just to free her. Then there was Keen. Dang, that girl was fine. Leo knew had acted like a total fool, but he couldn't help himself. He and Naruto both got their clothes cleaned with the 1-hour valet service, which had been totally sweet, by the way. Leo had combed his hair, never an easy job, and even discovered the tool bag could make breath mints, all in hopes that he could get to her. Naturally, no such luck. Getting frozen out story of his life by his relatives, foster homes, you name it. Even at wilderness school, Leo had spent the last few weeks feeling like a third wheel as Jason and Piper, his only friends, became a couple. He was happy for them and all, but still it made him feel like they didn't need him anymore. When he found out that Jason's whole time at school had been an illusion, a kind of a memory burp, Leo had been secretly excited. It was a chance for reset. Now Jason and Piper heading toward being a couple again, that was obvious from the way they'd acted in the warehouse just now, like they wanted to talk in private without Leo around. What you expected? Had wind up the unwanted man again. Leo keep expecting Naruto to abandon him any moment too, since has definitely seemed the type of cool guys that won't hang out with someone like Leo. Naruto is a good guy, but Leo noticed how Keen looked at Naruto. Although Naruto was supposed to be her enemy too, she seemed to think of Naruto as just a dangerous toy she wanted more. While they were in the bunker, Naruto tried to warm up to Leo by telling him about his history. Apparently, Naruto was a reject at one time too, someone no one wanted around. Both his parents died when he was a baby without the full details, for reasons Leo can understand. Without being told the full detail, Naruto's life only made a turn around when he came to this world, but it wasn't easy as Naruto hanged out with Percy and their sadder friend Protector Grover, who weren't very popular. Still, the way Leo saw it, Naruto was successful in his reset though. Something Leo was failing to achieve. Still, Naruto obviously was trying to make Leo feel welcome, or less like a third wheel, which Leo appreciated. Leo got so involved with his work, he wasn't sure how much time had passed before he heard the voice. Naruto isn't wrong to help you, it said. He fumbled his brush and dropped it into the dragon's head. Naruto must have heard it too as he looked around in shock. What was that? Then they looked at the ground. Snow and chemical sludge from the toilets, even the asphalt itself was shifting like it was turning to liquid. A 10-foot white area formed eyes, a nose in the mouth, the giant face of the sleeping woman. Leo, is that the dirt lady? Naruto asked. Leo didn't answer, but the lady did. Well, she didn't exactly speak. Her lips didn't move. But Leo and Naruto could hear her voice in their head, as if the vibrations were coming through the ground, straight from their feet and resonating up their skeleton. They need you desperately, Leo Valdez, she said. In some ways, you're the most important of the seven, like the control disc in the dragon's brain. Without you, the power of the others mean nothing. They will never reach me, never stop me. And I will fully wake. Leave Leo alone, sludge face, Naruto said. The face shifted. The smile formed a sleepy smile like it was having a pleasant dream. Oh, but I'm just getting started, Naruto Uzumaki. Unfortunately, my son wants you most, since you are the grandson of his bane. He wants to kill you most of all. But Leo could save you right now, walking away. Let my son Porphyrion rise and become king, and I will ease your burdens. You will tread lightly on the earth. Naruto quickly formed the Rasengan and slammed it into the sludge face. The face dissolved as the snow and sludge was sent flying by Naruto's Rasengan. That shut her up, Naruto said. Yeah, but not forever, Leo said. Then from the direction of the factory, they heard a crash like two dump trucks slamming together. Metal crumpled and groaned, and the noise echoed across the yard. Instantly Leo and Naruto both knew that Jason and Piper were in trouble. Walk away now, the voice urged Leo. Not likely, Leo growled. That's right, Naruto said as he took out a pen and clicked it. The pen expanded into a 6-foot-long single-edged katana with a red spiral and a circle at the hilt that looked like a whirlpool. Dim the biggest hammer you got. Leo ordered the tool bolt. He reached into his tool belt and pulled out a 3-pound club hammer with a double-faced head the size of a baked potato. Are we going to use your jutsu? Leo asked. Naruto thought for a minute, and for a minute, Leo recognized a lot of traits from Annabeth in Naruto. The calculative look in Naruto's eyes that told Leo he was planning something. Normally I say yes, but after meeting the sludge lady, I don't want to take any chance that this is one of her traps. Let's investigate what's going on first, then attack. Sounds like a plan, Leo said. Leo and Naruto stopped at the doors, and Leo tried to control his breathing. Naruto could tell Leo was still shaken up by the Earth Woman. Leo, we'll be fine, Naruto said. Whatever is waiting for us in there, I'm sure I fought something stronger. What about that Earth lady? Leo asked. You fought anything like that? The Chess who I think she is, no. Closest thing to her I can guess would have been Hyperion, Naruto said. But know this, Leo, despite what you might have heard, I had help fighting a lot of the powerful monsters I fought. I never was alone. Only ones I didn't have help with was fighting Layden, and I didn't destroy him. The moment I stole the apple of Hesperides, I left him alone. Naruto didn't add the battle with Sasuke, but he didn't really fight Layden in that battle. Layden could have attacked back after being tricked to fight Sasuke for Naruto, but Layden let him go. What if I caused the place to catch on fire? Leo asked. Fire is just a tool, Leo, just like everything else, Naruto said. Yes, it's dangerous, but so is those electric saws. First thing you need to do is respect fire for what it is, and not think of what it can do. How do you know so much? Leo asked. Many elements have risk, Leo. Lightning can electrocute people, earth can crush people, water can drown someone, wind can be used to cause serious injuries with cuts and slashes in my world, Naruto said. Fire is just one of 5 dangerous tools for ninjas. We just learned how to master it with chakra, but that doesn't mean we don't lose control while doing so. Leo nodded in understanding. He took a deep breath and they peered inside. Nothing looked different. Gray morning light filtered through the hole in the roof. A few light bulbs flickered, but most of the factory floor was still lost in shadows. He could make out the catwalk above, the dim shapes of heavy machinery along the assembly line, but no movement. No signs of his friends. He almost called out, but Naruto stopped him. Naruto noticed the smell of burning motor oil and sour breath. But there was something else. Something Naruto recognized, but couldn't put his finger on. Either way, he killed enough monsters in his lifetime to know whatever it is, it's not human, was inside the factory. Naruto was certain, and judging from Leo's expression, he's starting to realize it too. Maybe I'm right to not charge in there, Naruto thought. Somewhere on the factory floor, Piper's voice cried out. Leo, Naruto, help. Leo was about to head in, but Naruto stopped him. What? Piper needs help. Leo whispered. There's monsters that can mimic human voices, Naruto said. Trust me. I fought enough monsters to know there's monsters in there. We are 2 powerful demigods, just one of us going in there could alert them. Then what? Leo asked. We combine our scents and investigate the area. That way if they smell or demigod scent, they'll only smell out one of us, giving the other the advantage. How do we do that? Leo asked. Naruto palmed the end of his sword, causing it to shrink down to pen form. Then Naruto made the hand sign. Transform. A puff of smoke surrounded Naruto, and when it cleared, Leo couldn't see him. Naruto? Leo asked. Down here. Leo looked down and saw a 2-inch sized Naruto. You can hide me in your pocket. By shrinking myself, my scent also smaller, so it should be easier for my scent to blend in with yours. Sweet jutsu, Leo said as he picked Naruto up and stuffed him in an army jacket pocket. It has its uses. But I got better ones than this, Naruto said. Seriously Leo, you got more stuff in your pockets than Percy. You got yourself a magical tool belt now, do you really need all of these bolts and nuts in your pockets? Leo didn't respond as he ducked behind a cargo's container. Slowly, gripping his hammer, he worked his way toward the center of the room, hiding behind boxes and hollow truck chassis. Finally he reached the assembly line. He crouched behind the nearest piece of machinery, a crane with a robotic arm. Piper's voice called out again. Leo. Naruto. Less certain this time, but very close. Leo peeked around the machinery. Hanging directly above the assembly line, suspended by a chain from a crane on the opposite side, was a massive truck engine just dangling 30 feet up, as if it had been left there when the factory was abandoned. Below it on the conveyor belt sat a truck chassis, and clustered around it were 3 dark shapes the size of forklifts. Nearby, dangling from chains on 2 of the robotic arms, were 2 smaller shapes, maybe more engines, but one of them was twisting around as if were alive. Then one of the forklift shapes rose, and Leo realized it was a humanoid of massive size. Told you it was nothing, the thing rumbled. Its voice was too deep and feral to be human. One of the other forklift's size lumps shifted, and called out in Piper's voice. Leo, Naruto, help me. Help. Then the voice changed, becoming masculine snarl. Bah, there's nobody out there. No demigod could be that quiet, eh? Especially not 2. The first monster chuckled. Probably ran away, if they knows what's good for them. Or the girl was lying about a 3rd and 4th demigod. Good news, Leo. I know what they are, Naruto said, adding up what he's seen, and what he known: giant humanoids that can mimic human voices. Although Naruto can't see the monsters' faces that could identify them, Naruto had enough experience with their kind to know it could only be one type of monster, especially since he fought many of them between his time in Meriwether Prep. Bad news is our firepower will do nothing to them directly. You need to be quiet. I might be safe talking at my size as long as I don't talk too loudly, but you rent. Not if you understand. Leo nodded as he get the message. Let's get cooking, one of the humanoids said. Snap. A bright orange light sizzled to life, an emergency flare, and Leo was temporarily blinded. He ducked behind the crane until the spots cleared from his eyes. Then he took another peep, and Naruto looked to get a view of the situation, so he can start formulating a plan. The 2 smaller things dangling from crane arms weren't engines. They were Jason and Piper. Both hung upside down, tied by their ankles and cocooned with chains up to their necks. Piper was flailing around, trying to free herself. Her mouth was gagged, but at least she was alive. Jason didn't look so good. He hung limply, his eyes rolled up in his head. A red welt the size of an apple had swollen over his left eyebrow. On the conveyor belt, the bed of unfinished pickup truck was being used as a fire pit. The emergency flare had ignited a mixture of tires and wood, which, from the smell of it, had been doused in kerosene. A big metal pole suspended over the flames of spit, which was meant that this was a cooking fire. But most terrifying of all were the cooks. 3 massive humanoids gathered around the fire. 2 were standing, stoking the flames. The largest one crouched with his back to Leo and Naruto. The 2 facing them each were 10 feet tall, with hairy muscular bodies and skin that glowed red in the firelight. One of the monsters wore a chainmail loincloth that looked really uncomfortable. The other 2 wore a ragged fuzzy toga made from fiberglass insulation. Other than that, Naruto guessed the 2 monsters were twins. Each had a brutish face with a single eye in the center of his foreheads. Great. Cyclops. If there's one monster I know how to fight, is Cyclops, Naruto thought. There's 3 of them, but if Leo and I work together and do things right, we should be able to destroy them and free Jason and Piper without a problem. Naruto then noticed that Leo was shaking with fear. Hey Leo. Calm down. I fought Cyclops before, not this many before, but the 2 of us should still be able to handle them even without firepower, Naruto said. Leo seemed to calm down. Naruto, can you keep 3 Cyclops distracted? Sure, why? Naruto asked. I got a plan to fight these Cyclops, but it requires a lot of movement, and I don't want them to see me, Leo said. Not a problem, Naruto said as he got out of Leo's pocket and jumped onto the ground before transforming into normal size. After all, the blood of Hermes runs through my veins. Naruto walked out casually. Did someone call my name? The 3 Cyclops turned to Naruto. Above, Piper was gagged and Jason was unconscious as they were tied upside down. Piper gave Naruto a what the heck look. Well, the leader said. Looks like one of the friends is a fool after all. Naruto almost gagged looking at the Cyclops as he realized it was a female. She wore a tent of chainmail cut like a sack dress. Her greasy black hair was matted in ponytails, woven with copper wires and metal washers. Her nose and mouth were thick and smashed together, like she spent her free time ramming her face into walls, but her single red eye glittered with evil intelligence. This was the first time Naruto met a female Cyclops, so seeing one was rather shocking. Especially since she was taller than the other 2 and even buffier. Still shorter than Polyphemus though, Naruto thought. He then straightened himself up. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Grandson of Hermes and Athena, champion of Hestia, member of the Cloven Elders, and destroyer of the mighty camp. I demand you free my friends at once. Rar. The Lady Cyclops roared. Your title don't scare me, demigod. In my gasket. I eaten plenty of tough demigods. But ma, he said he destroyed the camp, one of the other Cyclops said. Fool. Has the grandson of Mercury. Has a natural born liar. He just said that to scare you. Ma Gasket said. Actually that's the truth. And my grandpa is Hermes, not Mercury, Naruto said. You don't scare us, grandson of Mercury, Ma Gasket continued as if not hearing Naruto, which he doubted, as he knew Cyclops had excellent hearing. We ate one of your uncles a while back. Remember, Sump and Torque. Yay. Tasty. Bit stringy. One said. Tasted like mutton, the other said. Purple shirt. Talked in Latin, but still good. Naruto raised an eyebrow as that sounded like Jason. Purple shirt and spoke Latin, huh? Point is, we're not as dumb as people think. We're not falling for those stupid tricks and riddles, not us northern Cyclops. Naruto tilted his head. Is that supposed to scare me? Because I fought Polyphemus before as well, and has taller than you. That's our southern cousin. We're Hyperborean Cyclops, the northern clan. We're the best. Founded monocle motors in this old factory. Made the best weapons, armor, chariots, fuel-efficient SUVs. Who did you make those weapons for? Naruto asked, although he already had a sneaky suspicion who. The Titan army, of course. But they lost. The war was too quick. Forces shut down. Laid off most of our tribe. No more need for Cyclops weapons. That's what you get for turning against Olympus, Naruto said. Now about my friends. Suddenly there was a spark coming from where Naruto guessed Leo was at. One of the male Cyclops picked up a truck and threw it that direction. The truck's teammate rolled over the machinery, but Leo dodged it, and now was in the open as Ma Gasket spotted him. Torque, you pathetic excuse for a Cyclops, get him. Sump get the other one. Torque barreled toward Leo as Sump barreled after Naruto. Naruto jumped so fast he seemed to disappear as Sump fell forward. Naruto was now above Sump with a wind-infused giant Rasengan. Wine style. Giant Rasengan. Naruto shouted as he slammed the orb into Sump. Naruto kept the attack going until finally Sump turned into yellow dust. At the same time, Naruto heard a harsh metal clang, and more yellow dust rained down. Naruto turned to see Leo holding a remote control. I'm guessing that had something to do with what you were doing? Naruto asked. That's right, Leo responded. Ma Gasket stared at the two in shock. My sons, you two busted my boys. Only I get to bust my boys. Leo pushed a button, and the three remaining arms swung into action. Ma Gasket caught the first one and tore it in half. The second and third arms smacked her in the head, but that only made her mad. She grabbed another one by the clamps, ripped it free and used it to destroy the third. She then started swinging it until she let it go spinning toward Leo and Naruto. Naruto grabbed Leo and disappeared in a flash as a demolished machine. Naruto and Leo reappeared next to the fire pit with Ma Gasket over them. Her fists were clenched, her teeth bared. She looked ridiculous in her chainmail Mew Mew and her greasy pigtails, but she had a murderous glare that would scare most people. Any more tricks, demigod? Ma Gasket demanded. Leo tugged at Naruto's sleeve and pointed up. Naruto looked to see engine blocks suspended on the chain, a single chain. Getting an idea what Leo was getting at, Naruto smirked. Believe it, we do. Naruto shouted. You really have no idea who you are fighting against. Ma Gasket laughed. We'll see about that. She scooped red-hot coals into her hands and flung them at the duo. The red-hot coals landed at their feet. Then Ma Gasket picked up a barrel next to the truck's stenciled kerosene and threw it. The barrel split on the floor in front of them, spilling lighter fluid everywhere. Coals sparked. Naruto disappeared in a flash, knowing Leo would be okay. Piper, who didn't know what Naruto knew, muffled a scream. Ma Gasket shrieked with laughter, unaware that Naruto was now using his wings to fly over her head toward the chain. Leo, who had his eyes closed, opened them to find he was bathed in flames swirling 20 feet into the air, until the kerosene wore off, and the fire started dying. Ma Gasket looked at Leo astonished. You live. Then she took an extra step forward, right under the engine. What are you? The son of Hephaestus, Leo said. Naruto was at the chain now, and was using wind-infused chakra waiting for the signal to cut the chain. Ma Gasket didn't notice Naruto was above her as she smirked. Maybe so, son of Hephaestus, but it seems your friend met his fiery end. And you shall make a spicy appetizer. That's what you think, Leo said, which Naruto took the signal. Using wind-infused chakra in his kunai knife, Naruto cut the chain, causing the engine to fall. Ma Gasket didn't even have time to look up. Smash. No more Cyclops, just a pile of dust under a 5-ton engine block. With Leo's help, Naruto got Jason and Piper down. Piper seemed fine, but Jason was still unconscious. Piper managed to trickle a little nectar into his mouth, and he groaned. The welt on his head started to shrink, and his color came back a little. He should be fine, Naruto said. Thank God. Piper sighed. Then she looked at Leo. How are you not burned to a crisp? Leo looked down, knowing he could avoid it. Thankfully Naruto spoke up. That's immune to fire like me, only through Hephaestus, Naruto said. He can also summon fire too. Seriously? Piper asked. Yeah, Leo replied. I'm a freaking menace. Leo, I told you, you're not a menace, Naruto said. Fire isn't any different from any other element ninjas use. It's just a matter of using it carefully. Naruto is right, Piper said, grinning. You're no more of a menace than Naruto here. Hey, wait a minute, Naruto responded. Leo blinked and started to smile, but his sense of relief was ruined when he noticed something next to Piper's foot. Yellow dust from the remains of a cyclops was shifting across the floor like an invisible wind was pushing it back together. "They're forming again," Leo said. "Look." Naruto and Piper looked and saw Leo was right. "That's impossible," Naruto said. "It took a week for the kindly ones to show up again after being destroyed. No way these cyclops could reform this fast." "Oh, God." Piper turned pale. Boreas said something about this earth yielding up horrors. When monsters no longer stay in Tartarus, and souls are no longer confined to Hades. "How long do you think we have?" Piper, Leo, cover Jason and stay low. Naruto said. "What?" Both responded. Naruto touched the cufflings and summoned his wings, made a series of hand signs, wind style. Wind scythe jutsu. Naruto summoned a twister of slicing wind with the flap of his wings. Piper and Leo had to duck and cover Jason as the twister tore through the building. When they look up, the golden dust remains seemed to disappear with the twister. "I don't know how long that will slow them down, but we better leave before we find out," Naruto said. Jason dreamed he was wrapped in chains, hanging upside down like a hunk of meat. Everything hurt: his arms, his legs, his chest, his head. Especially his head. It felt like an overinflated water balloon. "If I'm dead," he murmured, "why does it hurt so much?" "You are not dead, my hero," said a woman's voice. "It is not your time. Come, speak with me." Jason's thoughts floated away from his body. He heard monsters yelling, his friends screaming, fiery explosion, and what sounded like a powerful tornado tearing through the place, but it all seemed to be happening on another plane of existence, getting farther and farther away. He found himself standing in an earthen cage. Tendrils of tree roots and stone whirled together, confining him. Outside the bars, he could see the floor of a dry reflecting pool, another earthen spire growing at the far end, and above them, the ruined red stones of a burned-out house. Next to him in the cage, a woman sat cross-legged in black robes, her head covered by a shroud. She pushed aside her veil, revealing a face that was proud and beautiful but also hardened with suffering. "Hera," Jason said, getting the sense it was Hera and not Juno. "Welcome to my prison," said the goddess. "You will not die today, Jason. Your friends will see you through, especially since Naruto Uzumaki on your team." "What do you mean?" Jason asked. "What is so special about Naruto?" "Naruto is everything you need to keep everyone together," Hera said. "You haven't realized it, but Naruto has a special gift that neither Athena, Hermes, Hestia, or even Pan bestowed on him. Not even the beast within him has any effect on this gift, as long as Naruto is in control. A power greater than the daughter of Aphrodite. He has a gift to make friends out of anyone, even enemies, and bring people out of darkness into the light. You are going to need his gift if you are to survive the trials to come. The very earth stirs against us." Jason's head was whirling with questions and confusion of what Hera meant, but he pushed it aside. "You are a goddess," Jason said. "Why can't you just escape?" Hera smiled sadly. Her form began to glow, until her brilliance filled the cage with painful light. The air hummed with power, molecules splitting apart like a nuclear explosion. Jason suspected if he were actually there in the flesh, he would have been vaporized. The cage should have been blasted to rubble. The ground should split and the ruined house should have been leveled. But when the glow died, the cage hadn't budged. Nothing outside the bars had changed. Only Hera looked different, a little more stooped and tired. "Some powers are even greater than the gods," she said. "I am not easily contained. I can be in many places at once. But when the greater part of my essence is caught, it is like a foot in a bear trap, you might say. I can't escape, and I am concealed from the eyes of the other gods. Only you can find me, and I grow weaker by the day." "Then why did you come here?" Jason asked. "How were you caught?" The goddess sighed. "I could not stay idle. Your father Jupiter believes he can withdraw from the world, and thus lull our enemies back to sleep. He believes we Olympians have become too involved in the affairs of mortals, in the fates of our demigod children, especially since we agreed to claim them all after the war. He believes this is what has caused our enemies to stir. That is why he closed Olympus. But you don't agree." "No," she said. "Often I do not understand my husband's moods or his decisions, but even for Zeus, this seemed paranoid. I cannot fathom why he was so insistent and so convinced. It was unlike him. As Hera, I might have been content to follow my lord's wishes. But I am also Juno." Her image flickered, and Jason saw armor under her simple black robes, a goatskin cloak, the symbol of a Roman warrior, across her bronze mantle. "Juno Minetta, they once called me Juno, the one who warns. I was guardian of the state, patron of eternal Rome. I could not sit by while descendants of my people were attacked. I sensed danger at this sacred spot." A voice, she hesitated. "A voice told me I should come here. Gods do not have what you might call a conscience, nor do we have dreams, but the voice was like that, soft and persistent, warning me to come here. And so the same day Zeus closed Olympus, I slipped away without telling him my plans, so he could not stop me. And I came here to investigate. It was a trap." Jason guessed. The goddess nodded. "Only too late did I realize how quickly the earth was stirring. I was even more foolish than Jupiter, slave to my own impulses. This is exactly how it happened the first time. I was taken captive by the giants, and my imprisonment started a war. Now our enemies rise again. The gods can only defeat them with the help of the greatest living heroes. And the one whom the giant serves she cannot be defeated at all, only kept asleep. I don't understand. You will soon, Hera said. The cage began to constrict, the tendrils spiraling tighter. Hera's form shivered like a candle flame in a breeze. Outside the cage, Jason could see shapes gathering at the edge of the pool, lumbering humanoids with hunched backs and bald heads. Unless Jason's eyes were tricking him, they had more than one set of arms. He heard wolves too, but not the wolves had seen with Lupa. He could tell from their howls this was a different pack, hungrier, more aggressive, out for blood. Hurry, Jason, Hera said. My keepers approach, and you will begin to wake. I will not be strong enough to appear to you again, even in dreams. Wait, he said. Boreas told us Yaud made a dangerous gamble. What did he mean? Hera's eyes looked wild, and Jason wondered if she really had done something crazy. In exchange, she said. The only way to bring peace. The enemy counts on our divisions, and if we are divided, we will be destroyed. You are my peace offering, Jason, a bridge to overcome millennia of hatred. And like all bridges, you need a builder to help make sure you are completed. That's where Hedge's champion comes in for your part. He is one of two the keys to completing the bridge that is you. What? I cannot tell you more, Hera said. You have only lived this long because I have taken your memory. Find this place. Return to your starting point. Your sister will help. Dahlia. The scene began to dissolve. Goodbye, Jason. Beware of Chicago. Your most dangerous mortal enemy waits there. Y'all need Naruto's help if you have any hopes to defeating her. Otherwise you will die by her hand. Go? He demanded. But Hera's image faded and Jason awoke. His eyes snapped open. Cyclops. Whoa, sleepyhead. Piper sat behind him on the bronze dragon, holding his waist to keep him balanced. Naruto was behind her, and Leo sat in front driving. They flew peacefully through the winter sky as if nothing had happened. The Detroit, Jason stammered. Did we crash land? We did, but it's okay, Leo said. We got away. Yeah, but you got a nasty concussion. Naruto said. How are you feeling? Jason's head throbbed. He remembered the factory, then walking down the catwalk, then a creature looming over him, a face with one eye, a massive fist, and everything went black. How did you, the Cyclops? Leo and Naruto ripped them apart, Piper said. They worked together and the Cyclops didn't stand a chance. It was like they'd been working together for years. It was nothing, Leo said quickly. I only destroyed one of them, Naruto got two of them. Don't cut yourself short, Leo. You did a great job with that some guy, Naruto said. Not to mention you were the one who noticed that engine before I did. Eyes, let me tell him. Piper said. And she did. How Leo and Naruto worked together to defeat the Cyclops family, how they freed Jason, then noticed the Cyclops starting to reform, until Naruto used some kind of wind-style jutsu to scatter the dust into the wind. Naruto seemed quiet about that one, as if hiding something. Once it was clear, Leo replaced the dragon's wiring and gotten them back in the air. Jason was impressed. It did sound like Naruto and Leo worked well as a team. When Piper brought up Naruto destroying the camp, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. It was a scare tactic, Naruto admitted. Most Cyclops tremble in fear at the mention of the camp because of its history with the elder Cyclops. So I thought if I brought up how I destroyed the camp, the fear would distract them long enough for Leo to do whatever he was doing. Unfortunately, the leader didn't take me seriously. Still, you did distract them, Leo responded. Jason didn't feel better about it though. He felt horrible about stepping right into an ambush, and spent the whole fight knocked out while his friends fended for themselves. What kind of quest leader was he? Hey, relax, Jason, Naruto said. First quest Percy, Annabeth and I were in. Percy and Annabeth were drawn into Medusa's lair by the smell of hamburgers. It's not that uncommon for demigods to fall for traps once in a while. Yeah. Now that I think about it, the Cyclops mentioned eating a kid in a purple shirt who spoke Latin, Leo said. They say he was Naruto's uncle. Yeah, but they called him the son of Mercury Gramps Roman form, Naruto said. Can the gods have children in their Roman form? Piper asked. I would guess so, but I never heard anyone that wore purple and spoke Latin before, Jason, Naruto said. I wonder if there's another camp out there for demigod children of the gods' Roman form. No offense, Naruto, but if there is, won't someone in camp know that? Piper asked. Not if it's a secret camp for just those demigods, Naruto said. One that only the gods and immortal beings like Chiron know but won't tell. Naruto, no offense, but you're starting to sound like those people who believe in conspiracies, Leo said. Jason remained quiet during the argument as his head felt like it was going to explode. He felt he should have some idea what Naruto was talking about, but anything related to it was missing from his mind. You guys got to look from it from my point of view, Naruto said. I grew up in a world separate from yours with its own gods. My existence is proof that multiple gods can be found in one place without being connected to the same myths and stories. So why can't it be the same for other myths and stories? If you're right, Naruto, then the old Cherokee stories my grandfather used to tell would be true, Piper said. Yep. Only problem. Cherokee stories are about spirits, not gods, Piper said. I'm not alone then, Jason said, referring to there being others like him. There are others like me. Jason, Piper said, you were never alone. You've got us. I know, but something, Hera said. I was having a dream. He told them what had seen, and what the goddess said in her cage. That flickering thing sounds like what I saw Grands did when I met Minerva, Naruto said. Really? Jason asked. Yeah. If so, you might have been talking to both Hera and Juno, Naruto explained. Unlike my experience with Athena and Minerva, it sounded like Hera and Juno were actually working together to help us save them. An exchange? Piper asked. What does that mean? Jason shook his head. But if Naruto is right, then both Hera and Juno gamble as me and Naruto. But just by sending me to Camp Half-Blood, I have a feeling she broke some kind of rule, something that could blow up in a big way. Not if I do my job as bridge builder, Naruto said. After all, it's the bridge builder's job to make sure the bridge reaches its destination when completed. That's true, Leo said. I'm guessing being the grandson of Athena and Hermes you know about bridges. Not really, Naruto said, causing everyone to face palm, but on the mission I met Zabuza and Haku, I had to protect a bridge builder. Oh right, you mentioned that before, Leo said. I wonder if Naruto and the other bridge builder Hera mention have anything. As for that bid on the sleeping enemy, that sounds like the lady Leo told us about. Leo cleared his throat. About that, she kind of appeared to me and Naruto back in Detroit, in a pool of porta potty sludge. Did you say porta potty? Jason asked. Leo and Naruto told them about the big face in the factory yard. I slammed her with the Rasengan, but it did nothing, Naruto said. She wanted me to betray you guys and Naruto, and I was like, PFFT, right, I'm gonna listen to a face in the potty sludge. Leo finished. Just trying to divide us. Piper slipped her arms around Jason's waist. He could sense her tension without even looking at her. What's wrong? He asked. Why are they toying with us? Who is this lady, and how is she connected to Enceladus? Enceladus? Jason didn't think he heard that name before. Piper's voice quivered. That's one of the giants. Just one of their names I could remember. Behind her, Naruto nodded. Yeah, I remember reading about him. That's the bane of my grands. He must be the one Dirtface was talking about that wants to kill me. She also mentioned another name, Leo said. Porposphere or something. Porphyrion, he was the king of the giants and bane of Zeus, Naruto said. He actually started the last giant war kidnapping Hera. Hera Juno said that too, Jason said. Anything else we should know? Not sure, Piper said. The myths are really garbled and conflicted. The giants were impossible to kill. It took the Olympians to work with Hercules and Dionysus during their demigod days to defeat them, Naruto said. Which means if we have any hope to defeating these giants, we need to work with the gods. Naruto actually sounded excited to Jason when he said that. Kind of hard to do, Leo grumbled, if the gods won't even talk to us. What about the gods from the elemental nations, Piper said. Is there a way to summon them? Naruto was silent for a bit. Naruto. There's one jutsu that summons a Shinigami for a sealing jutsu, but it requires a sacrifice from the one who performs the jutsu, Naruto said. Other than that, I'm not sure if there are any jutsus or anything to summon a god from the elemental nations. Well, that's a downer. Leo said. Do you even know the jutsu? No, I seen it used once, but I never learned it, Naruto said. Jason got a sense Naruto wasn't telling the whole truth. What about the fox or cat line in the Great Prophecy? Piper asked. Could they have what we need? Jason looked back and saw Naruto paled. They're not gods, but I know the fox been compared to Typhoon as equal in power, and that guy almost defeated the Olympians, so it's possible. The problem is there's no way to control the fox, and I don't know anything about the cat, other than what I said back at camp. In other words, using them could be a risk, Leo said. But we might have to, Piper said. The prophecy mentioned them, so they must have some use against the giants. Let's just figure out what we can now, Jason said. We'll deal with the fox and cat part if we have to deal with it on this quest. They flew west, and time passed before the giant dove through a break in the clouds. Below them, glittering in the winter sun, was a city at the edge of a massive lake. The crescent of skyscrapers lined the shore. Behind them, stretching out to the western horizon, was a vast grid of snow-covered neighborhoods and roads. That must be Chicago, Naruto said. Jason thought about what Hera had said in his dreams. His worst mortal enemy would be waiting here, and if he had any hopes to survive, he had to rely on Naruto and some special power he has. One problem down, Leo said. We got here alive. Now, how do we find the storm spirits? Jason saw a flash of movement below them. At first he thought it was a small plane, but it was too small, too dark, and fast. The thing spiraled toward the skyscrapers, weaving and changing shape, and, just for a moment it became the smoky of a horse. Storm spirit, Naruto said. It looked like it's going wild. Let's follow it and see where it goes, Jason suggested. Naruto's seen plenty of fast-moving things in his life. Centaurs, Pegasi, Hippocampi, Rock Lee without his training weights. But none of them were nearly out of control as storm spirits in Chicago except for the party ponies on a root beer raid. The storm spirit was a perfect diversion though. Naruto almost thought he had to reveal that Hasa Jinchuriki for a while. Heck, he almost blew it back at Detroit. He had summoned a little fox chakra to create a wind scythe twister to blow the monster dust to nothing. He didn't know how Piper and Leo didn't notice the red chakra. Naruto guessed the gods did him a favor and covered it with a mist or something. But Piper did make a good point. Can the nine-tailed fox be what they need to defeat the giants? It's not like Naruto was worried about losing control. If things get too far, he could use his katana and necklace to balance things out hopefully. But like Leo with his fire powers, Naruto is scared of how these three will react when they find out he has an actual monster sealed inside him. As for Shinigami business, Naruto doesn't plan to use the same jutsu his dad used to seal the nine-tailed fox, even if he knew how to use the jutsu. Still, Naruto felt like he should still know some other way to summon the Shinigami. He once been told that the clan he descends from, the Uzumaki clan, has connections with the Shinigami of the elemental nations, which is why many great gods and goddesses been attracted to them. If that was true, surely the Uzumaki clan must have had other ways to summon the Shinigami. The problem is most of the clan was dissolved when their original village. The village hidden in the whirlpools was destroyed during one of the great shinobi wars, and any surviving clan members split up and spread off to other nations for safety. Naruto didn't even know he was a descendant from a clan until he came to this world. Speed up, Jason urged. Bro, Leo said, if I get any closer, he'll spot us. Bronze Dragon ain't exactly a stealth plane. Slow down. Piper yelped. The storm spirit dove into the grid of downtown streets. Festus tried to follow, but his wingspan was way too wide. His left wing clipped the edge of a building, slicing off a stone gargoyle before Leo pulled up. We can still track him from above, just as long as we stay low from the clouds, Naruto offered. Let's do that, then, Jason said. Leo did what he was told, and after a few minutes, they spotted the storm spirit again, zipping through the streets with no apparent purpose, blowing over pedestrians, ruffling flags, making cars swerve. Oh great, Piper said. There you're too. The second Ventus blasted around the corner of the Renaissance Hotel and linked up with the first. They wove together in a chaotic dance, shooting to the top of a skyscraper, bending a radio tower, and diving back down toward the street. Those guys do not need any more caffeine, Leo said. I guess Chicago's a good place to hang out, Piper said. Nobody's going to question a couple more evil winds. Why? Naruto asked. Because Chicago is known as the Windy City due to the fact it's on the shores of Lake Michigan, Piper pointed toward the lake. When they blow through the streets, it often sucks down in certain parts due to the large buildings. Oh, Naruto responded. There's more than a couple, Jason said. Look. The dragon circled over a white avenue next to a lakeside park. At least a dozen storm spirits were whirling around a big public art installation. Which one do you think is Dylan? Leo asked. I want to throw something at him. I take it Dylan was one of the storm spirits at the Grand Canyon. Naruto asked. Oh yeah, Leo answered. They got closer to the art installation, and found it was an unpleasantly familiar public fountain. Two 5-story monoliths rose from either end of a long granite reflecting pool. The monoliths seemed to be built of video screens, flashing the combined image of a giant face that spewed water into the pool, similar to what Jason described in his dreams. Then the image changed to a woman's face with her eyes closed. Dirt lady, Naruto growled. Then the screens went dark. The venti swirled together into a single funnel cloud and skittered across the fountain, kicking up a water spout almost as high as the monoliths. They got to a center, popped off a drain cover, and disappeared underground. Did they just go down a drain? Piper asked. How are we supposed to follow? Maybe we should, Leo said. The fountain thing is giving me seriously bad vibes. And when we supposed to, like, beware the earth? We don't have much of a choice. We need those spirits to negotiate with the Olus if we are to have any hope to find Hera, Naruto said. Put us down in that park, Jason suggested. We'll check it out on foot. Festus landed in an open area between the lake and the skyline. According to Jason, the sign said Grand Park. The dragon's hot metal feet hissed as they touched down. Festus flapped his wings unhappily and shot fire into the sky, but there was no one around to notice. The wind coming off the lake was bitter cold, so it only made sense that people would be inside. They dismounted, and Festus the dragon stomped his feet. One of his ruby eyes flickered, so it looked like he was blinking. Leo, Festus' eye is acting up, Naruto said. Leo pulled a rubber mallet from his tool bag. He whacked the dragon's bad eye, and the light went back to normal. Festus can't hang around in the middle of the park, Leo said. They'll arrest him for loitering. I doubt that. The mists probably make him look like some art sculpture, Naruto said. But it'd probably be safer if Hess not on the ground. Maybe if I had a dog whistle. Leo rummaged in his tool belt but came up with nothing. What about a safety whistle? Naruto asked. I seen your siblings in cabin 9 use them sometimes. Good idea. Give me a safety whistle. This time, Leo pulled out a big plastic orange whistle. Coach Hedge would be jealous. Okay, Festus, listen. Leo blew the whistle, and a loud shrill sound came out. You hear that? Come find me, okay? Until then, fly around and try not barbecue any pedestrians. The dragon snorted, spread his wings and launched into the air. Piper shivered in the cold, reminding them that even on the ground it was freezing. Naruto took off his backpack reach-in and unsealed his sage cloak he brought with him, as it helped keep him warm. Where did you get that? Leo asked. This? I got it a couple of years ago, Naruto said. If you guys want, when we're not on Festus, I can share it. That would be nice, Jason agreed. For now, let's get out of the wind. Down the drain. Piper shuddered. Sounds cozy. At least the wind spirits drain the water when they release the drain cover, Naruto said. Naruto tried to read the plaque, but the letters kept swirling around. What does the plaque says? Piper looked. Crown Fountain. What's wrong, Naruto? Can't you read? Leo joked. I have dyslexia, give me a break. Naruto said. Here, Jason, since you're quest leader, you can have my cloak first. Thanks, but give it to Piper, it'll go next, Jason said. It's the least we can do since Aphrodite took her snowboarding jacket. Naruto shrugged and handed it to Piper. Piper tried it on and found it was big on her, but it helped keep her warm. The rest of them wrapped themselves up as best as they could and headed down the fountain. Naruto was right about the fountain being drained. There were only a few patches left that were starting to freeze. They stepped to the center of the pool without any problems. The drain hole was easily big enough for a person, and a maintenance ladder led down into the gloom. Jason went down first, then Naruto, then Piper, then finally Leo. To their amazement, the air was warm and dried down in a brickwork tunnel leading north and south. Are all sewers this nice? Piper wondered. No, both Naruto and Leo replied. Jason frowned. How do you two know that? Let's just say I had to fight many monsters in many places in Manhattan, Naruto said, hiding the fact that few months ago Naruto had fought Kakus and tried to had sewage water drowned Kakus, as his shadow clones kept the fire-breathing giant busy. Although Naruto wasn't hit by the water, he still remembers the gagging taste it left his shadow clones with when they dispersed. Naruto was pretty sure whichever sewage the water came from was. It had to be disgusting for its water to taste so horrible. I ran away 6 times. I slept in some weird places. Leo explained. Now, which way do we go? Jason tilted his head, then pointed south. That way. How can you be sure? Piper asked. Here's a draft blowing south, Jason said. Maybe the venti went with the flow. Great, Leo responded. Before they could start walking there was a loud growling sound. What was that? Piper asked. I don't know, Jason said. But it sounded close. There was another growling sound, putting everyone but Naruto on guard. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as they turned to him. Naruto's stomach growled. Sorry guys. I guess I'm hungry, Naruto said. Jason, Piper and Leo facepalm at that. We have been going non-stop for over a day without something to eat, Piper said. Jason nodded. Let's stop and eat then. We can even rest up. Leo, can you pull any food from that tool belt besides breath mints? Thought you never ask. Chef Leo is on it. Piper and Jason sat on a brick ledge while as Naruto helped Leo get a fire started and start cooking. Keep the flames low, Naruto said. Underground places are favorite hideouts for monsters. Seriously? Leo asked. I've been underground before and I never had trouble. You're lucky, Naruto said. Even satyrs have a hard time smelling monsters out down here, because anything underground normally smells like monsters. Even in the elemental nations we have a hard time with satyrs assigned to villages with underground entrances or entrances in caves. Leo shrugged and started a small fire and got a skillet and what looked like meat out and started frying. As soon as the smell hit Naruto, he recognized the smell of tofu. Is that tofu? Naruto asked. Yeah. Piper dosed like meat, so I'm making tofu tacos, Leo said. Naruto nodded. I can understand that. When you work with satyrs you tend to get used to vegetarian-friendly food. Heck, thanks to all the satyrs visiting the elemental nations, vegetarian ramen has become one of the most popular flavor ramen of my favorite ramen restaurants. I won't be surprised if the two here are the same. There's ramen restaurants from your world here? Leo asked. Only 2, one at the latest lair of the Lotus Eaters, and the other is of Olympus. The goddess Heap introduced the restaurants. Ichirika's here after she first tried it, Naruto said. Before Olympus closed, I was trying to get the gods to open one street level next to the Empire State Building, so demigods don't have to go to Olympus or lair of the Lotus Eaters to get a bowl in this world. Sounds like a good idea, Leo agreed, then stared at Jason and Piper, who were showing signs of their relationship building inside. Naruto noticed Leo looking at Jason and Piper, and figured out what the problem might be. After all, it's no different than what he saw Percy and Annabeth went through for 4 years before they finally started dating. You get used to it after a while, Naruto said. Huh? Leo responded. Being the third wheel. Y'all get used to it, Naruto said. I've been third wheel between Percy and Annabeth before they were even a couple. How do you deal with it though? Leo asked. You just do what you normally do, Naruto said. People fall in and out of love all the time. Heck, I once was part of a love triangle, having a crush on someone who was crushing on someone else. Seriously? Leo asked. When did that ended? Naruto was taken back. No one really asked him that before. To be honest, he don't even know if he did get over his feelings over Sakura. But he now knows Sakura's heart was for Sasuke Uchiha, and despite everything Sasuke done, Naruto still would try to keep his promise to bring Sasuke back for Sakura. Even after the Titan War, Naruto had hoped Sasuke returned to the elemental nations and search for his brother, and not back in this world, where surely Zeus would slay Sasuke the first chance he gets. I don't know if I really got over it, Naruto said. But it's safe to say I've stopped going after her and accepted the fact she won't become my girlfriend, much less wife in the future. Leo nodded and finished up frying the tofu. So any idea what this mystery person Hera warned Jason about? Are you kidding me? You realize there are millions of villains and monsters in Greek mythology, right? It could be anything, Naruto said. I'll admit, the idea whatever it is, I have some unique power against it makes me want to fight it to see which power it is. Hera said it was something you didn't inherit from your grandparents or your patron, though, Leo said. Is it even possible? In my world, it is. Naruto said, but can't help but think. I just hope it doesn't involve the nine-tailed fox. Leo got back to his tofu, adding spices and peppers, before finishing it up. And bingo, Leo announced. He quickly poured the tofu into taco shells and set them on plates along with chips and salsa. Leo handed Naruto his food before serving Piper and Jason. Leo, Piper said in amazement. How did you? Chef Leo's taco garage is fixing you guys up, he said proudly. And by the way, it's tofu, not beef, beauty queen, so don't freak. Just dig in. Everyone chowed down and Naruto found the tofu tacos actually delicious. Even better than any Grover had tried to convince him and Percy to eat many times before. After they were done, Piper yawned and Jason decided they should rest before they continued. Piper curled up on Jason's lap and quickly fell asleep. Jason decided then to talk to Leo about his powers he claimed to have. Although Piper didn't mention Leo using it. Naruto assured them he's seen for himself that Leo does have power to produce flames. So Leo, about this fire stuff, is it true? Leo's smile faltered. Yeah, well, he opened his hand. A small ball of flame burst to life, dancing across his palm. That's actually a lot more than I can do, Naruto admitted. I can do a lot with fire chakra, but I can't produce fire in my hands unless I apply chakra to a piece of paper. It's still cool, Jason said. Leo, why didn't you say anything? Leo closed his hand and the fire went. You didn't want to look like a freak. You're not a freak, Leo, Naruto said. You got a rare gift, one of which I doubt your dad bless on just any child of his. Maybe, but him telling you it's not always a gift, Leo said. They fell silent. You're talking about your mom, aren't you? Jason asked. The night she died. Leo didn't answer, but the fact he was quiet and not joking answered Jason's question. Leo, what happened to your mom wasn't your fault, Naruto said. It's the dirt lady's fault. She was playing with your emotions and mess up your confidence so you feel like a failure, but you're not a failure. You're meant for something important. Yeah, that's what scares me, Leo said. Something that might make or break the big prophecy. Leo, you think Percy was so sure of himself when it came to the last prophecy? Naruto asked. Before the Battle of Manhattan, the biggest accomplishments he had done himself was slaying Medusa and holding up the sky. Every other battle he faced with friends helping him or saving him because he screwed up. He was as worried as you are now that he would have to face something without his friends and mess up. What did you tell him? Jason asked. First off, I told him that number of monsters one destroys doesn't make a great hero. Take Achilles. That guy's biggest accomplishment was his part in the Trojan War. You can ask Chiron himself. Before the Trojan War, Achilles never faced a single monster in his whole life. Naruto said. Even during the Trojan War, he still hadn't had to fight a monster, and yet he played the biggest part in the Trojan War. That's actually a good point, Jason said. I know, right? I can even tell you that I met his spirit once and at first I didn't think of the fact Achilles never fought a single monster. My thought was on the fact I was in the presence of a hero even if it's just his spirit, Naruto said. Leo poked at the remnants of his fire, turning over red-hot coals with his bare hands. You guys ever wonder about the other 5 demigods? I mean, if we're 4 of the ones of the great prophecy, who are the others? Where are they? I got an idea who one is, Naruto reminded them. The cat? Jason asked. Naruto nodded. I don't know them in person, but I know whoever they are. They're like me from the elemental nations. Naruto said while thinking, and a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. I just wish I know what kind of power this person will have, but only other current Jinchuriki I met was Gar and his tailed beast Shikaku. Naruto flashed back to his battle with Gar, and how his sand was deadly, even without him being fully transformed. One thing for sure, Shikaku had different power from the fox, so the cat-tailed beast must have different powers too. Naruto thought. Let's some rest, guys, Jason said. It'll take first watch. Jason let them rest for over an hour before waking them up to break up camp. Then they started down the tunnel, and twisted and turned and seemed to go on forever. It reminded Naruto of the labyrinth to the point Naruto had to constantly remind himself that the labyrinth is gone destroyed, with the death of its creator Daedalus. But if the labyrinth really came to form life of its own, then maybe it can come back like monsters, Naruto thought as a shiver ran down his back. Gods, I hope I'm wrong about that. Finally, they found polished steel elevator doors, each one engraved with a cursive M which made Naruto groan. I hate cursive writing, Naruto complained. Amphirmachus? Piper guessed. I think they have one in downtown Chicago. Harmonical Motors still. Leo said. Guys, read the directory. It's messed up. Someone read it out loud for me. I get a headache trying to read cursive writing, Naruto said. Jason volunteered. Parking, kennels, main entrance. Sewer level, furnishing and cafe M. 1. Women's fashion and magical appliances. 2. Menswear and weaponry. 3. Cosmetics, potions, poisons and sundries. 4. Kennels for what? Piper said. And what kind of department store has its entrance in a sewer? Magical places whose main customers are monsters, Naruto said. You are joking, right? Piper asked. Nope. Naruto said. Yeah, I'd be surprised how many magical places out there seemed welcoming to either monsters or mortals. The Lair of the Lotus Eaters is currently a casino hotel at the end of one of the roads in Las Vegas. How do you know that? Piper asked. Percy, Annabeth, Grover and I once visited there once for what we thought was only for a few hours until we got out, Naruto said. We were there for almost a week without even knowing it. So that's how you know there's a ramen restaurant there, Leo said. Naruto nodded. That's also where I first heard of the one at Olympus until I've been there myself. So any idea what this could be then? Jason asked. Well, judging from the mention of magical appliances and potions on the directory, a sorcerer maybe a child of Hecate comes to my mind, Naruto said. I doubt it's Calypso, and last I heard Circe's Island is an island spa resort in the Bermuda Triangle. The M might be an indicator, Piper said. Jake took a deep breath. When in doubt, start from the top. The doors slid open on the 4th floor, and the scent of perfume wafted into the elevator, and everyone got out armed for anything. This is not Makis, Piper said looking at the department store. The department store looked like the inside of a kaleidoscope. The entire ceiling was a stained glass mosaic with astrological signs around a giant sun. The daylight streaming through it washed everything in 1,000 different colors. The upper floors made a ring of balconies around a huge central atrium, so they could see all the way down to the ground floor. Gold railings glittered so brightly, they were hard to look at. Aside from the stained glass ceiling and the elevator, there were no other windows or doors, but 2 sets of glass escalators ran between the levels. The carpeting was a riot of oriental patterns and colors, and the racks of merchandise were just as bizarre. There were normal stuff like shirt racks and shoe trees, but there were also armor on mannequins, beds of nails, and fur coats that seemed to be moving. In the middle of the atrium, a fountain sprayed water 20 feet into the air, changing color from red to yellow to blue. The pool glittered with gold coins. On either side of the fountain stood a gilded cage like an oversized canary cage. Inside one, miniature hurricanes swirled, and lightning flashed storm spirits that obviously been imprisoned. In the other, frozen like a statue, was a short buff satyr, holding a tree branch club with grey curly hair, and a coach shirt with a whistle around his neck. Coach Hedge, Piper said. We've got to get down there. They'll get him out, Naruto said. I'm good with locks. Before Naruto could get down there, a voice said. May I help you find something? All 4 of them jumped back. The woman had just appeared in front of them. She wore an elegant black dress with diamond jewelry, and she looked like a retired fashion model maybe 50 years old. Her long dark hair swept over one shoulder, and her face was gorgeous in a surreal supermodel way, thin and haughty and cold, not quite human. With their long red painted nails, her fingers looked more like talons. Well, definitely not Medusa, Naruto thought. Although Percy destroyed Medusa almost 5 years ago, Naruto didn't know how long Medusa can stay gone before regenerating. Still, Naruto knew from personal experience that Medusa don't greet her customers with her face visible for all to see. One look at Medusa's eyes turns anyone into stone, and Medusa likes to trick her victims to pose for her, before turning them into stone, so she can sell her victims as garden gnomes. Whoever the woman was, she smiled at them. I'm so happy to see new customers. How may I help you? Naruto stepped up, ready to work in his natural gift of negotiation when Jason asked. Is this your store? The woman nodded. I found it abandoned, you know. I understand so many stores are, these days. I decided it would make the perfect place. I love collecting tasteful objects, helping people, and offering quality goods at reasonable price. I don't know much about Chicago, but I've been told America is a good place to start a business if you know how. Naruto agreed, although he didn't seem to notice that the woman was speaking in a foreign accent, or that she was drawing in Leo's and Jason's attention. Are you new to America? Jason asked. I am new, the woman agreed. I am the Princess of Colchis. My friends call me Your Highness. Colchis? Naruto asked. That place still exists. Jason shoved Naruto hard for being rude. Sorry about my friend, Your Highness. We actually want something. He pointed to the gilded cage on the 1st floor. That's our friend down there. Gleason Hedge. The satyr. Could we have him back, please? Naruto rubbed his side. What was that for? Of course. The princess agreed immediately. I would love to show you my inventory. First, may I know your names? Jason seemed to be in internal struggle as if trying to decide if it was a good idea to give names. Piper started to say, Jason, I won't. This is Piper, Jason finally said. Jason. This is Leo and this. Nagato, Naruto said, not wanting to give his name away just yet. Instead he remembered the name Mr. D used to call him by before finally getting Naruto's name right. My name is Nagato. It didn't seem to matter though as the princess seemed to fix her eyes on Jason. For a moment her face literally glowed, blazing with so much anger, Naruto could have sworn he saw a skull beneath her skin. Spectus, Naruto instantly thought as he reached in his pocket for Yuzushio no Arashi. It was the closest thing Naruto could compare that look to, as he remembered the zombified humanoid monsters with X-ray-like skin that made the skeleton visible. But at the same time Naruto was confused as he never seen Spacti seemed more alive like this lady before. It was as if she were more conscious and aware of who she was. But every Spacti Naruto fought before seemed mindless undead monsters as they appear. This lady was more alive than the others. Every Spacti Naruto fought before seemed mindless undead monsters as they appear. But then Her Highness looked normal again, with a cordial smile and smoothing voice. Jason. What an interesting name, she said with a cold stare. I think we'll have to make a special deal for you. Come, children. Let's go shopping. Naruto decided to let Her Highness to give her tour to see what he was dealing with. He was certain this princess wasn't alive or at least not supposed to be alive. Naruto wished Neko or Bianca D'Angelo was here as if anyone can confirm Naruto's suspicions, it be a children of the Lord of the Dead. Hades. Princess gestured toward the cosmetics counter. Shall we start with the potions? Cool, Jason said. Guys, Piper interrupted, we're here to get the storm spirits and Coach Hedge. If this princess is really our friend. Oh, I'm better than a friend, my dear, Her Highness said. I'm a saleswoman. Her diamonds sparkled, and her eyes glittered like a snake's cold and dark. If it had been golden and more snake-like, Naruto swore it would look like Orochimaru size. Don't worry. We'll war our way down to the first floor, eh? Only if we were looking for anything else, Naruto said. But we're only here for the storm spirits and the satyr. So let's get down to business now. Her Highness frowned at Naruto as though she could sense that Naruto was resisting her, and she didn't like it. Come on, Nagato, Leo said. What harm will a little tour be? A lot actually, Naruto thought as he remembered Procrustes and Medusa. But he wasn't given much of a choice as Her Highness put her hands on Leo's and Jason's shoulders and steered them toward cosmetics. Of course there's no harm. Come along boys. Naruto was reluctant to follow, unaware that Piper was gawking at him like he grew a second head. And here, the princess said, is the finest assortment of magical mixtures anywhere. The counter was crammed with bubbling beakers and smoking vials on tripods. Lining the display shelves were crystal flasks shaped like swans or honey bear dispensers. The liquids inside were every color. And the smells were a mixture of fresh-baked cookies to smelly Gabe. The princess pointed to a blutered vial, a simple test tube with a cork stopper. This one will heal any disease. Naruto's senses started tingling at the sound of that. Even cancer? Leo asked. Leprosy? Hangnails? Any disease, sweet boy. And this vial, she pointed to a swan-shaped container with blue liquid inside, will kill you very painfully. Awesome, Jason said. His voice sounded dazed and sleepy. Jason, Piper said. We've got a job to do. Remember? Piper's voice was shaky, as though the princess scared her too much. Well, yeah, she's undead, Naruto thought, not realizing Piper was trying to overpower the princess' charm speak due to his immunity to it. Job to do, Jason muttered. Sure. But shopping first, okay. The princess beamed at him. Then we have potions for resisting fire. We got that cover, Naruto said, patting Leo's back. Indeed. The princess studied Naruto and Leo's face more closely. You don't appear to be wearing my trademark sunscreen. Don't need it. I'm champion of Hestia, Naruto said. The princess frowned as though she's starting to realize something she didn't like. I see no matter. We also have potions that cause blindness, insanity, sleep, or— Wait, Piper was still staring at the red vial. Could that potion cure lost memory? The princess narrowed her eyes. Possibly. Yes. Quite possibly. Why, my dear? Have you forgotten something important? Piper tried to keep a neutral expression, but Naruto's senses were going into overdrive as lines of the prophecy played in his mind. Caduceus shall claim his place, as its great hero shall choose to heal thrice. This potion is the key to Naruto healing 3 times. And Caduceus was the symbol of his gramps Hermes, god of merchants. Maybe he can haggle with the princess for the potion. How much? Piper asked, obviously not realizing what Naruto already has. The princess got a faraway look in her eyes. Well, now the price is always tricky. I love helping people. Honestly, I do. And I always keep my bargains, but sometimes people try to cheat me. Her gaze drifted to Jason. Once, for instance, I met a handsome young man who wanted a treasure from my father's kingdom. Naruto started getting a sinking feeling in his gut. The golden fleece. The princess nodded. Yes, that's it. We made a bargain, and I promised to help him steal it for a high price. The young man had to take me away with him. He is quite good-looking, dashing, strong. She looked at Piper. I'm sure, my dear, you understand how one might be attracted to such a hero, and want to help him. Piper started blushing, as Naruto's dread deepened. So much for haggling or bargaining, Naruto thought. Of all women to be betrayed by a hero, why do we have to run into her? At any rate, Her Highness continued, my hero had to do many impossible tasks, and I'm not bragging when I say he couldn't have done them without me. I betrayed my own family to win the hero his prize. And still he cheated me of my payment. Cheated? Jason frowned as though it reminded him of something. That's messed up, Leo said. Her Highness patted his cheek affectionately. I'm sure you don't need to worry, Leo. You seem honest. You would always pay a fair price, won't you? Not for your deals, Naruto thought. Piper broke in. So, the vial, your highness, how much? The princess assessed Piper's clothes, her face, and her posture, as if putting a price tag on her. Would you give anything for it, my dear? The princess asked. I sensed that you would. For a minute Piper looked as though the princess charmed her. Not unless it's a fair price, Naruto said. Now where is the storm spirits and Gleason Hedge? Piper then realized Naruto wasn't affected by the princess' power, as her highness tilted her head. Impressive, the princess said. Not many people could resist my suggestions, much less unaffected by it. Are you a child of Aphrodite, my dear? Nope, but I'm immune to certain charms, you could say, Naruto said. Now the storm spirits. Now, boys, she turned to Jason and Leo. Would you like to see more? Sure, Jason said. Okay, Leo said. Excellent, the princess said. Y'all need all the help you can get if you are to make it to the Bay Area. Piper's hand moved to her dagger. The Bay Area, Piper said. Why the Bay Area? The princess smiled. We can talk about it another time, dear. Not with nosy boys here. She sneered at Naruto before leading Jason, Leo, and Piper to the escalator, leaving Naruto there. Naruto looked at the vial. He can't leave without that. He knows that has to do with his part of prophecy. Then he remembered that his Gramps was also god of thieves, which means Naruto doesn't have to bargain to represent Hermes. Although Naruto doesn't do much stealing compared to his aunts and uncles in Cabin 11, Naruto had to steal things to complete a quest before. That's how he got Golden Fleece from Polyphemus, and Ariadne string from Luke. I can do this. Naruto grabbed the vial and quickly sealed it into one of his pocket seals. Then he took one other vial he found and used the substitution jutsus to make it look like the vial he took. He doubted it would fool the princess, but if Piper came back here and noticed the vial missing, things could go wrong. Naruto caught up with the others at the floor with living fur coats as Piper cornered the princess. You want them shopping for their debts? Piper demanded. The princess blew dust off a display case of swords. Messire, my dear. I know your little secret. But we don't want to dwell on that, do we? The boys are having such fun. Leo laughed as he tried on a hat that seemed to be made from enchanted raccoon fur. Its ring-tail twitched, and its little legs wiggled frantically as Leo walked. Jason was ogling the men's sportswear. Even Naruto found this scene wrong. Piper glared at the princess. Who are you? I told you, my dear. I'm the princess of Colchis. Where's Colchis? The princess' expression turned a little sad. Where was Colchis, you mean? Your friend Naruto wasn't very wrong to ask about it still existing. My father ruled the far shores of the Black Sea, as far to the east as the Greek ship could sail in those days. The Colchis is no more lost eons ago. Eons? Piper asked. The princess looked no more than 50, but a bad feeling started settling over Piper, something King Boreas had mentioned back in Quebec. How old are you? The princess laughed. A lady should avoid asking or answering that question. Let's just say the immigration process to enter your country took quite a while. My patron finally brought me through. She made all this possible. The princess swept her hand around the department store. Piper's mouth tasted like metal. Your patron? Oh, yes. She doesn't just bring anyone through, mind you, only those who have special talents, such as me. And really, she insists on so little as store entrance that must be underground so she can, monitor my clientele, and a favor now and then. In exchange for a new life. Really, it was the best bargain it made in centuries. Run, Piper thought. We have to get out of here. But before she could even turn her thoughts into words, Jason called, Hey, check it out. From a rack labeled distressed clothing, he held up a purple t-shirt like the one he worn at the Grand Canyon, except this shirt looked as if it had been clawed by tigers. Jason frowned. Why does this look so familiar? Jason, it's like yours, Piper said. Now we really have to leave. But she wasn't sure he could hear her anymore through the princess' enchantment. Nonsense, the princess said. The boys aren't done, are they? And yes, my dear. Those shirts are very popular trade-ins from previous customers. It suits you. Leo picked up an orange camp half-blood tee with a hole through the middle, as if it had been hit by a javelin. Next to that was a dented bronze breastplate pitted with corrosion acid, maybe. Where did you get that armor? Oh, I have my ways. I pick up trinkets here and there. The princess tried to sway. Yeah right, that armor was worn during the Battle of Manhattan. I know because one of my clones wore it, Naruto said. Now tell them who you really are, Medea. The princess' eyes flared with anger. So you realize who I am, have you? Not very hard tragic love story, mentioning Colchis, your little spacty trick earlier, Naruto said. I got to say, even without that spacty trick, claiming yourself as Princess of Colchis really narrowed down the list. Naruto turned to the boys. Hey Leo, Jason, since you guys like her story so much, how about I tell you about all the lives she killed and tried to kill to get away? Piper picked up where Naruto was going. Yeah. We would love to hear more stories, won't we guys? The boys turned, suddenly interested. More story? Leo asked. I like more story. Jason agreed. Medea flashed Piper and Naruto an irritated look. Oh, one will do strange things for love. You should know that, Piper. I fell for that young hero. The original Jason, Naruto stated. Of the Argonauts. Yes, Medea hissed with annoyance. And it was because of Aphrodite. She had me under a spell. If it wasn't for her, but I can't hold grudge against a goddess, can I? But you can't order kids, Naruto said, glancing at Piper. After all, Hera can have her kids have revenge on Athena through her kids and legacies all the time. Piper got what Naruto was getting at. Demigods were free for grabs when it comes to revenge on their godly parents. Which means now Piper have to be even more careful not to reveal who her mother is. But that hero took you with him when he fled Colchis, Piper remembered from the tales she and her dad used to read. Didn't he, your highness? He married you just as he promised. Naruto groaned as if Piper accidentally overstepped her boundaries. Medea even gave her a look that made Piper back down. At first, her highness, it seemed he would keep his word. But even after I helped him steal my father's treasure, the golden fleece as your friend mentioned earlier, but he still needed my help. As we fled, my brother's fleet came after us. His warship overtook us. He would have destroyed us, but I convinced my brother to come aboard our ship first and talk under a flag of truce. He trusted me. And you killed your brother in the process, Naruto said. What? Jason stirred. For a moment he looked almost like himself. Kill your own. No, the princess snapped. Those stories are lies. It was my new husband and his men who killed my brother, though they could have done it without my deception. They threw his body into the sea, and the pursuing fleet had to stop and search for it, so they could give my brother a proper burial. This gave us time to get away. Could that be true, Naruto? Piper asked. Naruto shrugged. It wouldn't be the first time I found out the old stories were stretched from the truth. But even if she didn't kill her brother, she still deceived him into coming aboard. She led her brother to his death. I did it for my husband. And he forgot our bargain. He betrayed me in the end. Medea screamed. Jason still looked uncomfortable. What did he do? The princess held up a sliced toga against Jason's chest, as if measuring him for assassination. Don't you know the story, my boy? You of all people should. You were named for him. I turned my back on my own people. I was called a traitor, a thief, a liar, a murderess. But I acted out of love. She turned to the boys and gave them a pitiful look, batting her eyelashes. Piper could feel the sorcery washing over Jason and Leo, taking control firmly than ever. Won't you do the same for someone you loved, my dears? Oh, sure, Jason said. Okay, Leo said. Dang it, Naruto muttered. Let's continue, shall we? The princess breezily. I believe you wanted to talk about a price for the storm spears and your satyr. The princess led Leo and Jason down to another floor. I was hoping to break her control over Leo and Jason before I take her on, but it looks like I have to risk fighting them, Naruto said. Fight them, Piper said. Piper, Medea's story doesn't stop with Jason of the Argonauts. Once she got her revenge on Jason, she ran to Athens and tried to persuade Theseus' mortal stepfather into marrying her in return. She will break her husband's curse with having no heirs, and when Theseus finally arrived at Athens to claim his place as prince, she ordered for Theseus' death. Naruto said. That was on her own decision. Not on Theseus or his stepfather. Piper nodded, now realizing what Naruto was getting at. No matter whose fault she can put on her decisions, it doesn't change the fact she was still dangerous. So what now? Piper asked. I'm pretty sure I can break Hedge out of his cage. If I can do that, he might be able to help you deal with Jason and Leo while I fight Medea. Naruto said. Will I do that, Piper? I need you to keep Medea's attention away from the cages. Piper didn't like that idea. Can't you just fight her? Piper asked. Too risky with my fatal flaw is personal loyalty. Naruto said. What? Piper asked. I'll explain later, just know this is the safest route for all of us. Naruto said. Let's go before Medea starts charming the boys into a bargain we'll regret. Piper's starting to wonder if she'll ever get used to all the jutsus Naruto can use. Although Naruto said he wasn't going to fight Medea right away, Naruto did summon a shadow clone to help Piper distract Medea, while he used the transformation jutsu to shrink down to 2 inches tall. As Piper and the clone got to the second floor, they found Leo was already distracted with the appliances. No way, he said. Is it an armored forge? He was over at a big oval oven that looked like a barbecue on steroids. You got good taste. Medea said as Piper and the clone caught up. This is the H2000, designed by Festus himself. Hot enough to melt celestial bronze or imperial gold. Jason flinched as if he recognized that term. Imperial gold. Medea nodded. Yes, my dear. Like that weapon so cleverly concealed in your pocket. To be properly forged, imperial gold had to be consecrated in the Temple of Jupiter on Capitoline Hill in Rome. Quite a powerful and rare metal, like the Roman emperors, quite volatile. Be sure never to break that blade, she smiled pleasantly. Rome was after my time, of course, but I do hear stories. Kinda hard not to these modern days, the clone said. The Roman Empire lasted a long time. Medea chose to ignore the clone. And now over here this golden throne is one of my finest luxury items. Hephaestus made it as a punishment for his mother, Hera. Seriously? The clone responded. This is the infamous booby-trapped throne. Naruto Piper said, unsure how to respond. Oh, yeah, definitely Hephaestus' handiwork. I never thought I'd see this up close, the clone said, examining the chair without touching it. Heck, I would have thought Hera would have destroyed this after she was finally freed. I never imagined you'd be a fan of Hephaestus' work, Naruto, Medea said. If you or Leo want, it'll give it to you for 5 great deeds. Nice try, Medea, but I'm still not bargaining my life with you, the clone said. Oh, what a shame. But I'm sure the other one will still lend me his strength, Medea said, looking at Leo. Leo, don't. Piper warned. Leo blinked. How much? Medea grinned as she led Leo into the appliance section, giving him prices on various items. Seriously? Piper asked the clone. The real me is a fan of Hephaestus' work, thus I'm a fan, the clone said. Too bad the real me has real scrolls. We could at least take the forge with us. Piper had no idea what the clone meant. Hey, Jason is going after Medea and Leo. Go ahead after them. Hopefully Medea thinks I'm too busy checking out Hephaestus' work. Piper wasn't so sure, but she followed Medea, Jason, and Leo down the escalator to the bottom floor where the cages were. For the first time, Piper noticed 2 large sundials, each about the size of a trampoline inlet on the marble tile floor to the north and south of the fountain. The gilded oversized canary cages stood to the east and west, and the farthest one held the storm spears. They were so densely packed, spinning around like a super concentrated tornado, that Piper couldn't tell how many there were, dozens, at least. Hey, Leo said, Coach Hedge looks okay. They ran to the nearest canary cage. The old satyr seemed to have been petrified in mid-shout, his club raised over his head, like he was ordering the gym class to drop and give him 50. His curly hair stuck up at odd angles. If Piper just concentrated on certain details, the bright orange polo shirt, the wispy goatee, the whistle around his neck, she could imagine Coach Hedge as his good old annoying self. But it was hard to ignore the stubby horns on his head, and the fact that he had furry goat legs and hooves instead of workout pants and necks. Yes, Medea said. I always keep my wares in good condition. We can certainly barter for the storm spears and the satyr. A package deal. If we come to terms, I'll even throw in the vial of healing potion, and you can go in peace. She gave Piper a shrewd look. That's better than starting unpleasantness, isn't it, dear? Don't trust her, warned a voice in her head. But Jason and Leo were looking at her, nodding urgently and mouthing, say yes. Piper need more time for the real Naruto to free Coach Hedge. We don't need Naruto to negotiate, now do we? Medea said. Totally. Leo agreed. Name your price. Leo? Piper snapped. The princess chuckled. Name my price. Perhaps not the best haggling strategy, my boy, but at least you know a thing's value. Freedom is valuable indeed. Better than Naruto, I'm guessing, is sneaking off to try and steal that furnace or potion, but I'll take care of him. Piper's heart quickened as she didn't think of that. Could the clone really be getting the potion? Medea continued. He won't understand why I cannot just release this satyr after he attacked my storm winds. But attacked us, Piper interjected. Medea shrugged. As I said, my patron asks me for small favors from time to time. Sending the storm spirits to abduct you, that was one. I assure you it was nothing personal. And no harm done, as you came here, in the end, of your own free will. At any rate, you want the satyr freed, and you want my storm spirits, who are very valuable servants, by he ways, so you can hand them over to that tyrant Aeolus. Doesn't seem quite fair, does it? The price will be high. Piper could see that her friends were ready to offer anything, promise anything. But before she could try, Medea spoke again. Oh, Piper, my dear, you have no idea what's happening, do you? Anything you might have already experienced isn't even half of what is going on in Tartarus. My patron knows that giants and monsters are not our greatest servants. I am not one of those dreadful spectres Naruto mentioned earlier. I am mortal. I learn from my mistakes. And now that I have returned to the living, I will not be cheated again. Now here is my price for what you ask. AI. Sudden warrior yell bellowed out as Coach Hedge jumped out of nowhere and bring his club down on Medea. Medea dodged the attack, but Hedge destroyed the fountain next to her. Way to go, Gleason. Naruto shouted from the top of what now is an open cage. You? Medea responded. Nice fell on the cage, Medea. Took me a while to find the lock. But you're going to have to try harder to fool the grandson of Hermes. Especially one gifted with the power to manipulate locks. Naruto grinned. Leo. Jason. Here is my demand. Kill Naruto Uzumaki. Medea shouted. Oh, come on, like they will kill me, Naruto said. Jason took out his sword, and Leo took out a hammer. That's no different from Jason. Always a star. Leo muttered. Something about him I don't trust. A risk a threat, Jason muttered. Don't worry, kitty, I'll keep them at bay, Gleason said. You did promise me an explanation once this is over. This is why I don't like strategizing before the battle starts. Hardly anything goes according to plan, Naruto complained. Jason. Leo. Stop. Piper cried out. Let them go, Piper, Medea urged. I'm doing you a favor. Let it happen now, and it will make your choice so much easier. Even if Naruto defeat them, it will just please and sell it us more. You could have your father back, TODAY1. Medea's charm speak didn't work on Piper, but the sorceress still had a persuasive voice. Her father back today. Despite her best intentions, Piper wanted had. She wanted her father back so much, it hurt. Piper, what is she talking about? Naruto asked. What's wrong with your father? Piper didn't answer Naruto as she said, You work for Enceladus, she said. Media laughed. Serve a giant. No. But we all serve the same greater cause, a patron you cannot begin to challenge. Walk away, child of Aphrodite. This does not have to be your death, too. Save yourself, and your father can go free. Leo and Jason were still facing Naruto, ignoring Hedge who was swinging his club wildly. Listen to me, girl. Media plucked a diamond off her bracelet and threw it into a spray of water that was now jetting out from where Hedge hid it. As it passed through the multicolored light, Media said, Oh Iris, goddess of the rainbow, show me the office of Tristan McLean. You got to be kidding me. Naruto responded. The mist shimmered, and Piper saw her father's study. Sitting behind his desk, talking on the phone, was her dad's assistant, Jane, in her dark business suit, her hair swirled in a tight bun. Her again, Naruto grumbled. I see she hasn't changed her phone habits. Hello, Jane, Media said. Jane hung up the phone calmly. How can I help you, Mom? Hello, Piper. Piper was so angry she could hardly talk. Yes, child, Media said. Your father's assistant. Quite easy to manipulate. An organized mind for a mortal, but incredibly weak. Must be if you can get her off her phone without stealing it, Naruto muttered. Thank you, Mom, Jane said, ignoring Naruto. Don't mention it, Media said. I just wanted to congratulate you, Jane. Getting Mr. McLean to leave town so suddenly, take his jet to Oakland without alerting the press or police, well done. No one seems to know where has gone. And telling him his daughter's life was on the line, that was a nice touch to get his cooperation. Yes, Jane agreed in a bland tone, as if she were sleepwalking. He was quite cooperative when he believed Piper was in danger. Piper looked down at her dagger. The blade trembled in her hands. She called use it for a weapon any better than Helen of Troy could, but it was still a looking glass, and what she saw in it was a scared girl with no chance of winning, much less help anyone out. Suddenly there was a flash as a coin flew into the image. Oh Iris, goddess of rainbows, show me everything else Media is responsible for. Naruto responded. The image shifted to a workshop showing a lady made out of dirt approaching Leo as a child next to the door. The image also showed a lady on the other side unconscious. The hour behind the death of Leo's mother. Naruto growled. Oh please. What do you expect? I've been preparing for this war for years, even before I was brought back to life. Imbecile, as I said. I can tell the future as well as your little oracle. Years ago, still suffering in the fields of punishment, I had a vision of the nine in your so-called great prophecy. I saw your friend Leo here, and saw he would be an important enemy someday. And that's not all I did. The iris image shifted and showed what looked like a hotel room where Cloud Ninja was shaking his head, as if in inner battle with himself, before he got up and left the room. What Naruto said as the scene changed again. The image showed the Cloud Ninja, now masked, breaking into a compound and sneaking into one of the rooms. Minutes later, he rushed out of the room, only with a familiar indigo-haired girl, until a man with dark brown hair with pale pupilless eyes appeared and hit the man in the chest. Naruto's jaw dropped as he realized this was the night the Cloud Village ambassador tried to kidnap Hinata. Neji told him about that night, and said that the Cloud Village claimed to not have made any order to kidnap Hinata. You are the reason the Cloud Village ambassador went after Hinata. Naruto growled. You are the reason Hedge's father sacrificed himself for Hinata's father. And the reason why you still can't control the 9 tails and you passed 3 tails, Media chuckled. Yes, we know about the Cloud's Village secret into taming the tailed beast, and we know that could become an issue if the cat and fox unite before the prophecy. Although I had no control in the elemental nations, my patron took care of that. You put Neji through H because of that night. Naruto responded. He became obsessed over fate and didn't believe in Hinata getting stronger. He almost killed her because of it. Media laughed. I stopped you from controlling the fox, and you're mad over some minor setback on your friends. Hedge swinged his bat and crushed the fountain once more, destroying the image. Lady. I still don't know what your deal is, but I was put in charge of 3 of these kitties, so I'm going to make you pay for everything you did to them, Hedge said. As for Naruto, has one of the bosses I can stand, so I'll fight by his side. Please, you old goat. None of you are a match for me. I train with my aunt, the immortal Circe. I can drive men mad or heal them with my voice. And I'll have you past taken care of now. Jason. Leo. Kill them. Jason and Leo were now in striking range with their powers of Naruto. But before they could strike, a sudden surge of red energy burst from Naruto's body. I won't let you hurt my friends anymore. Naruto growled as his eyes opened, revealing to be deep red and slitted like a fox. Jason and Leo froze, and even Piper felt the rage coming from the chakra surrounding Naruto. For a minute Piper even thought she saw a fox with 9 tails shimmering in the chakra. Piper? Naruto growled. Ha. Piper responded. You want to save your dad, then stop holding back. Let your emotions take control and release your power. Piper shook in fear for a second, but then she understood. This power, whatever it was released because Naruto finally released his rage. And if Piper hoped to save her dad, she needed to do the same with her emotions. Jason, Leo, listen to me. Piper called out, pouring every emotion she had into her words. Media is charming you. It's part of her magic. Naruto is your friend, not your enemy. Don't fight him. Fighter. Although Naruto's power stopped Jason and Leo, Piper's words shattered Media's spell. Jason blinked. Naruto, well, what the heck? My mother. Leo frowned, then turned to Media. You are working for a dirt woman. You sent her to the machine shop. He lifted his arm. Lady, I got a 3-pound hammer with your name on it. Ah. Media sneered, it'll simply collect payment another way. She pressed on the mosaic tiles on the floor, and the building rumbled. Media dissolved into smoke and reappeared at the base of the escalator. Take your frustration out on my pets. The giant bronze sundials at either end of the fountain swung open. 2 snarling gold beasts, flesh and blood-winged dragons, crawled out of the pits below. Each was the size of camper van. The dragons spread their wings and hissed. Piper could feel the heat coming off their glittering skin. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. Multiple Narutos appeared around Jason, Piper, and Leo. They grabbed the trio, and one got Hedge, and 2 more grabbed the cage with the storm spirits, and they disappeared in a flash and reappeared at top floor. What the heck? Hedge yelled. Naruto wasn't done as the only shadow clone with him create the Rasen Shuriken. The dragons looked at Naruto and blew fire at him. That won't work, Leo said. The flame hit Naruto but did nothing as he jumped in the air. Wang style. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto threw what looked like a spinning bladed version of a ball of wind and chakra that hit between the dragons. He missed. Piper yelled. It's not over, Hedge said. Sure enough, the Rasen Shuriken grew several times its normal size, slicing through both dragons, causing them to disintegrate. Naruto reappeared next to Jason, Piper, Leo, and Coach Hedge. His eyes were back to gray blue and red energy wasn't surging out of his body as before. Let's go find Media. They didn't look far for Media as she is at the potion station. Media grabbed the swan-shaped vial, the blue one that caused painful death. Hey! Hedge yelled as he threw his club at Media. It swung in circles and hit Media as she turned. She stumbled backward, crashing over the counter, breaking vials and knocking down shelves. When the sorceress stood from the wreckage, her dress was stained a dozen different colors. Many stands were smoldering and glowing. Nice one, Coach, Naruto responded. Fool. Media wailed. Do you have any idea what so many potions will do when mixed? Create an explosion? Naruto asked. The carpet began to steam around Media's feet. She coughed, and her face contorted in pain. Where are my dragons? Media demanded. In Tartarus. Hopefully the Rasen Shuriken scattered their remains enough to delay their reforming. Naruto said. You fools. You've doomed us all. Media screamed. Smoke was rolling across the carpet as the stain spread, throwing sparks and setting fires in the clothing racks. Leo, time to call Festus, Naruto said. Leo pulled out his safety whistle and blew the whistle loudly. Nothing happened. Too late. You have only seconds before this concoction consumes everything and destroys the building. Crash. The stained glass ceiling splintered in rain of multicolored shards, and Festus the bronze dragon dropped into the department store. That's my boy. Leo yelled. Media cursed in some ancient language. The whole 4th floor was on fire now. The air filled with noxious gas. Even with the roof open, Piper could feel the heat intensifying. I will not be abandoned again. The sorcerer snarled and snatched the vial of red potion, which somehow survived the crash. You want your boyfriend's memory restored? Take me with you. At this time everyone was boarding Festus back, even finding room for Hedge, who was rather reluctant. Let me go. I still want to bash her in. Hedge. Yeah, I'll have time to bash later, we got to go now. Naruto responded. The building rumbled. Fire and the smoke curled up the walls, melting the railings, turning the air to acid. Y'all never survive your quest without me. Media growled. Your boy Hera will stay ignorant, father will die. Take me with you. Festus, would you please shut her up? Naruto asked. Festus swung around and hit Media with his tail, knocking her out. Sorry Media, but you said it yourself. You're immortal. Only help you would be is dragging us down, Naruto said. Now let's get the storm spirits and get out of here. You heard him. Let's go. Jason said. Festus spread his wings and he took off into the air. He grabbed the cage with the storm spirits and soared through the broken roof and over downtown Chicago. Then the department store exploded behind them. Thanks for watching.